Chapter 1039 Extreme Sword Divine King. Chapter 1039 Extreme Sword Divine King. Divine Artifact. It's really a divine artifact. Lord Qinyan Z actually has a divine artifact in possession. No need for Yi Yuan to say. The others also felt the pressure of a divine artifact. Each and every one was incomparably shocked. A divine artifact, coming into being, was already not some secret in the divine realm long ago. It was just that they did not expect that Lord Qinyan Zi actually had a divine artifact in possession too. Regarding the divine artifact, Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to conceal it anymore either. This matter would spread sooner or later and could not be concealed at all. Jian Wushuang struggled to his feet, wiping away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth. He used a dumbstruck gaze to look at Yi Yuan as he said, How can you possibly have a divine artifact? Yi Yuan said coolly, Why can't I have a divine artifact? So you can get lost already, right? Currently, Jian Wushuang felt aggrieved to the max. Ji Qinyan revived and only had first level Dao profound strength currently, while he was already standing on the cusp of void mystic powerhouses. Originally thought that he could casually need Ji Qinyan. Did not think that Ji Qinyan actually brought out a divine artifact, this kind of great killing tool. He was still unable to do anything to Ji Qinyan. Could it be that in this life, I, Jian Wushuang, would have to be completely trampled underfoot by this fellow? Jian Wushuang knew that Yi Yuan did not unleash the true power of the divine artifact just now. Otherwise, he would probably not be getting injured that simple. As long as Yi Yuan had the divine artifact in his hands, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said to his subordinates, Let's go! Ji Qinyan, our score isn't over. Jian Wushuang's threat appeared rather feeble. The might of a divine artifact, everyone knew. Unless it was a void mystic realm powerhouse. Otherwise, no one could gain any advantage under Yi Yuan's hands at all. As long as Yi Yuan was willing to pay a sufficient price, he could even exterminate Jian Wushuang just now. When Yi Yuan was still at phaseless realm, he could already rely on the sacred dragon token to dance around with divine king powerhouses. Now that he advanced to Dao Profound, the sacred dragon token could naturally unleash even great power in his hands. When those surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they were all incomparably shocked. They originally thought that Yi Yuan coming back anew, but only had first-level Dao Profound strength, was a little shabby. But through this battle, Yi Yuan finally revealed his fangs. He naturally had some reliance to dare openly appear in Cloudmarsh City. Since you came, what are you hiding your head but showing your tail for? Come on out? After Jian Wushuang left, Yi Yuan suddenly said, Ao Qian and the rest were all startled. They all did not notice that there was actually still an expert spying by the side. A youth in pale blue long robes slowly walked out from the void, looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, Hoo-hoo, younger brother Ji, long time no see. Really didn't think that there would be a day where we'd meet again still. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows finally smoothened out. Clearly he was very happy. Honestly speaking, I myself didn't expect it either. Yi Yuan laughed and had a bear bug with the blue-robed youth. It looked like the two people's relations. I plus P was very close. Extreme Sword Divine King. That's Lord Qinyan Zi's sworn friend till death. Extreme Sword Divine King. In the crowd, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Extreme Sword Divine King Kuang Tianming was one of the few void mystic powerhouses in the divine realm. Although not in the ranking of the 10 great divine kings, and, body dared to underestimate his strength either. Furthermore, anyone in the divine realm all knew that the extreme sword divine realm and Qinyan Zi were sworn friends of life and death with an extremely good relations. HI plus P. Back then, when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero, It was precisely the extreme, sword divine king who was beside him. After the bear hug, Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said, "Thundercry, aren't you scramming yet? Do you wish to stay behind to drink a cup of tea?" Everyone was alarmed once again and could not help exchanging glances. Could it be that within this void it actually still hid a powerhouse? Thundercry? Could it be the Thundercry Divine King Wu Yuan Xiao? He and the extreme sword Divine King are implacable enemies. It was said that he wasn't on good terms with Lord Qingyun Zi either. Looks like 80% it's him. Just as everyone was guessing it, a cold snort came from the void. Ji Qingyun, your current bit of strength also dare to barely manage to be presumptuous in front of this seat. Once the immemorial medicine garden opens, I hope that you can come out from inside alive. Done talking, there were no longer undulations in the void. Clearly, he already left here. Kuang Tianming said with a bitter smile, "Why did you have to provoke him?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "If I don't provoke him, do you think that he'd let me off?" Kuang Tianming could not help laughing as he said, "Makes sense. However, you coming back this time gave me a huge shock. After you break through to the Divine King realm, even I might not be your match anymore as well." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "The extreme sword Divine King is matchlessly tyrannical. Since when has he been so modest before?" The two people exchanged a look, but burst into laughter, seeing an old friend. Yi Yuan also had a rare occurrence of joy and said with a smile, "Come, today not going back without getting drunk." "Haha, competing in drinking capacity, you're not my match," Kuang Tianming said with a loud laugh. The two people put their arms around the shoulders and strutted away. "Gee, Grandmaster, I... At this time, the Guyu, who did not dare to make a sound by the side the whole time, suddenly spoke up. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help stopping his footsteps and said with a smile, "Who are you in the southern Gu family?" Gu Yu's expression involuntarily changed when he heard and said in surprise, Turns out that Grandmaster actually already saw through it?" Kuang Tianming scolded with a laugh, "You foolish boy! What kind of judgment does Qingyun Zi have? Unless you don't use alchemy skills in front of him. Otherwise, how can your little games escape his arcane eyes?" Gu Yu could not help smiling embarrassed. Sedley. His face was smacked by Jian Wushuang until it swelled up. This smile was ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill and threw it to Gu Yu, saying, "Although you hit it very well, the southern Gu family's crisscross, flowing wind pill refining style is imprinted in the bones. People with discerning eyes can tell that it comes from the southern Gu family with a glance. Who is Gu Tianhua to you?" The southern Gu family was a mysterious alchemy faction in the divine realm. The family clan's alchemy skills were very formidable. It was just that they rarely moved about in the divine realm. Hence, people who knew were not many. Gu Yu consumed Yi Yuan's medicinal pill. The swelling on his face faded away very quickly. The internal injuries were also recovering very quickly. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit immediately improved substantially. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Gu Tianhua this name, Gu Yu said difficultly, "Gu Tianhua is precisely my father." Yi Yuan froze and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Gu Tianhua's strength is extremely powerful. His understanding of alchemy Dao is also extremely deep, but you came to enter under my tutelage. If he knows, wouldn't he skin you?" Yi Yuan also did not think that this Gu Yu was actually the descendant of an acquaintance. Gu Tianhua was an alchemy path powerhouse who rose up in the same era as Yi Yuan. Calculating according to the time, his present alchemy Dao strength would not be beneath Zhuqing's, no matter what. Back then, Yi Yuan rampaged in all directions in Cloudmarsh City, his fame shaking the divine realm. It also drew this Gu Tianhua over. The result was without any suspense at all. Gu Tianhua was crushed by Yi Yuan until no patch of skin was left unscathed. However, Gu Tianhua's strength in alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan still quite acknowledged it. The Southern Gu family's alchemy skills formed its own style and had quite a bit of skill. Yi Yuan also learned quite a few things from Gu Tianhua. He did not expect that after time went by, his own disciples actually competed with Gu Tianhua's son. Moreover, was crushed once again. Chapter 1040 Brother's Injury. Chapter 1040 Brother's Injury. Gu Yu shook his head and said, "No way! The person father admires the most is Grandmaster. If he knew that I entered Grandmaster's tutelage, he'd be very relieved instead." Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you follow Rian first and be an in-name disciple then." The moment Gu Yu heard, he could not help becoming overjoyed. He did a kowtow toward Xiao Ruyan and repeatedly called out Master. Xiao Ruyan repeatedly shook her head and said, "My strength isn't much stronger compared to him either. How can I be his master?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "As the saying goes, those who reached first can teach. Your foundation is much more solid than his. You can naturally be the teacher." Xiao Ruyan pouted and said somewhat unwillingly, "Fine then." After 3 rounds of drinks, Kuang Tianming sighed slightly and said, "Younger brother Ji, this foolish brother has done you wrong." Yi Yuan glanced at Kuang Tianming and said with a sigh, "Oh, old Kuang, having a brother like you is my fortune. The hidden injuries on your body should be left behind by Ji Kanglin, right?" Actually, the moment he laid eyes on Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan knew that his condition was not right. Carefully studying in detail this time, he saw through the injuries on Kuang Tianming. It was caused by the 8 extreme sword art. Kuang Tianming was stupefied and said with a bitter smile, "Nothing can be hidden from you, this punk." In this world, how many people are more familiar with the 8 extreme sword art than me? Your breathing is disorderly, and there are several streaks of sword qi faintly exuding from your body. You probably already almost can't suppress it anymore, right? If not for this case with your personality, how could you get involved with the immemorial medicine garden, this messy situation? Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Kuang Tianming heatedly as he said. Kuang Tianming's disposition was carefree and uninhibited. He pursued the limits of sword Dao wholeheartedly and never took foreign objects to heart. Although the immemorial medicine garden had many natural treasures, Kuang Tianming did not take fancy on them. If not for sustaining severe injuries, it was also impossible for him to come to this immemorial medicine garden, wanting to find spirit medicines to treat his injuries. Yeah, the immemorial medicine garden's undulations this time is uncommon. Large quant. 1. Ties of seldom-seen spirit medicines already appeared at the peripherals. Most likely, the immemorial medicine garden opening this time, there will be precious treasures coming into being. Quite a number of void mystic experts probably wouldn't be able to endure the loneliness, Kuang Tianming said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I've also discovered that the entire Cloud Marsh City's essence energy seems to be considerably more plentiful compared to in the past. Looks like the immemorial medicine garden opening this time is rather extraordinary. A great era is coming. This immemorial medicine garden also can endure the loneliness anymore. Undercurrents are surging in the divine realm, divine artifacts coming into being one after another. Perhaps this is our lucky chance. It's just that I never thought that younger brother, you, actually obtained a divine artifact too." Kuang Tianming said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. Had another lucky encounter in this life. That's how I acquire the dragon race's supreme treasure." Yi Yuan thought to himself, "What I acquired is not just a simple divine artifact. Between the vast heaven steel and the sacred dragon token, the degree of terror of the former is still far above the sacred dragon token. It was just that these 2 items' implications were too serious. Yi Yuan would not easily spread the news out. All right, enough nonsense. I'll suppress the sword qi in your body for you first. Or else, at this rate, before the immemorial medicine garden opens, you're probably going to become a cripple already, Yi Yuan said. Kuang Tianming nodded his head. He also knew that his own body could not delay anymore. Fortunately, he ran into Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the consequences would really be too ghastly to imagine. After several hours, Yi Yuan's fingers suddenly tapped onto Kuang Tianming's back, leaving illusionary images. Pooh work! Kuang Tianming immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, but the complexion on his face became much better. I've troubled you, younger brother, Kuang Tianming said. But Yi Yuan frowned and said, I didn't think that Ji Kanglin's strength is actually powerful to such a degree already. Looks like being able to escape from his hands the last time was really a fluke. Kuang Tianming nodded and said, Back then, I heard of the Medicine King Hall's accident and the news of you, younger brother's demise. I was immediately filled with righteous indignation and immediately charged up to the Medicine King Hall. I didn't expect that at that time Ji Kanglin already cultivated to the 8th extreme. I didn't last more than a few moves under his hands before being defeated, nearly losing my life at his hands. Even so, his sword intent was still akin to bone-festering maggots, wreaking havoc inside my body. Extreme Sword Divine King Kuang Tianming had long already stepped into the realm of Void Mystic 80 years ago. Compared to Ji Kanglin, he should be a veteran Void Mystic expert. But that time they exchanged blows 20 years ago, Kuang Tianming was actually not his match already. Now that 20 years had passed, said Ji Kanglin's strength would only be even more terrifying. For Yi Yuan to be able to succeed the last time, on the one hand was Ji Kanglin underestimating the enemy. On the other hand, it was Yi Yuan who caught him overly unawares. Ji Kanglin also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used a self-harming method and breached his divine king domain, and also did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such a terrifying divine artifact in possession. If he was long prepared, it would be impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed. Yi Yuan's expression became rather ugly, but forced the origin magnetism spirit out of his body. Take it, nourish it for a while inside your body. It should be able to eradicate the powers of lightning within your body. Looks like you had enough to choke on being hunted down by Wu Yuanxiao these few days. The injuries within your body are so severe. It's probably also thanks to him, right? Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said. He helped Kuang Tianming to treat his injuries just now and discovered that within his body not only had the 8 extreme sword qi, but there was also still a lightning power with very strong destructive force. Originally, these powers of lightning was not a big deal, but Kuang Tianming was unable to purge the 8 extreme sword qi in the first place. These powers of lightning undoubtedly piled on a disaster on top of someone who was already unfortunate. Currently, the aura in Kuang Tianming's body was incomparably chaotic and already almost could not be suppressed. Yi Yuan expended a Herculean effort before barely managing to seal the 8 extreme sword qi with an extremely brilliant method. But this could only alleviate the symptoms and not treat the root. Before long, the 8 extreme sword qi would still break through the seal. At that time, Kuang Tianming's condition would be even more severe. Kuang Tianming knew that he could not hide it and could only nod his head and say, Ever since that guy knew that I suffered injuries, he kept on chasing me down. Today, if not for being apprehensive of your divine artifact, he probably wouldn't leave so easily either. However, you actually even have a rare object, like the origin magnetism spirit would. Furthermore, it's even tier 9. Truly makes me incredibly shocked. If Thundercry that fellow knows that you have this object, he'll probably want to obtain it at all costs. Yi Yuan said viciously, I'm still afraid that he wouldn't come. All right, this period of time, you recuperate well. As for the matter of medicinal pills, don't need you to worry. Leave it all to me. Kuang Tianming did not know the inside story and said in surprise, Younger brother, I'm not doubting your strength. It's just that, in your present state, you probably can't refine the medicinal pills I need, right? Yi Yuan was merely first-level Dao profound strength currently. Even counting in that his previous life's alchemy skills and experiences were all there, It was also not possible to refine medicinal pills that a void mystic expert needed. He naturally did not know that Yi Yuan's soul force was long not constrained by cultivation realm already. Furthermore, he even comprehended divine Tao laws. His alchemy skills were already no longer what it was. Hoo-hoo, when have your younger brother, done unreliable things? You just have to recuperate at ease will do, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 1041. Someone cutting in. Chapter 1041. Someone cutting in, Master. You're certain that you want me to start training from Tier 1 alchemy techniques? Gu Yu looked at Xiao Ruyan wide-eyed as he asked with a bitter look. Xiao Ruyan had a look of disdain as she looked at Gu Yu and said, Me and junior apprentice brother both trained like this. If you aren't willing, you don't have to train. Gu Yu was stunned. He even thought that Xiao Ruyan was deliberately taking revenge on his behavior back then, and designed this threshold to come and make things difficult for him. What was there to train for Tier 1 alchemy techniques? Who was he, Gu Yu? He was an exalted alchemy venerable expert, a big shot who won 3,420 matches consecutively in Cloudmarsh City. His foundation was incomparably solid. Was there still a need to practice this sort of child's plaything? But he never expected that Xiao Ruyan, they all actually trained like this. Gu Yu could not help turning his eyes towards martial uncle Rendong. Rendong nodded and said, Senior sister didn't lie to you. Back then, our expressions were the exact same as yours right now. Gu Yu was speechless and could not help asking, Then this needs to be trained to what level? Xiao Ruyan said, Train all of the Tier 1 alchemy techniques to the legendary realm, and you can cultivate Tier 2 alchemy techniques, so on and so forth. But before you cultivate Tier 2 alchemy techniques, I will explain the medicinal theory of Tier 1 medicinal pills for you to hear afresh. Gu Yu blinked twice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tier 1 medicinal pills and medicinal theory? What's there to learn? Gu Yu was really speechless. What he pursued was the limits of the alchemy path, just like Lord Qingyan Zi. But the master that he currently acknowledged actually made him start learning from scratch. Was this drilling him like a newbie? Xiao Ruyan snorted coldly and said, Why? Looking down on Tier 1 alchemy techniques and Tier 1 medicinal pills, is it? Doesn't matter either way. You're just an in-name disciple right now. I still have many things I need to practice myself. If you're not willing to train, get lost as soon as possible. Done talking, Xiao Ruyan and Rindong turned around and left, and started cultivating the 5 elements heavenly word art not far away. But seeing this scene, Gu Yu was endlessly surprised in his heart. He did not cultivate the Tier 1 alchemy techniques straight away, but observed master and martial uncle by the side. Gu Yu was very perplexed. Xiao Ruyan and Rindong already cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. Why did they still want to carry on cultivating? He just watched them like that, then discovered that the 2 people cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art again, and again just like that. Such dreary and dull cultivation. It was still his first time seeing. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 500 times. The more Gu Yu watched, the more shocked he got. The 2 people did not have the intention of stopping at all. They just trained like this over and over again. Exhausted and became tired out, they would casually consume medicinal pills and meditate on the spot to recover. After recovering, they would continue cultivating again. As for Gu Yu, they completely treated him like he did not exist. Gu Yu finally knew the reason why Xiao Ruyan and Rindong were both younger than him, but their strength already surpa. As said him, diligence. What they competed in was not talent, but diligence. He also finally knew that Xiao Ruyan was not joking with him. Master and martial uncle definitely both started cultivating from Tier 1 alchemy techniques. This was also to say that the two of them already cultivated the alchemy arts before Tier 5, all to the legendary realm. How much time and energy did this have to expend? Yu did not dare to go and think at all. Comparing talent, Yu was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. He even felt that his talent was higher than both Xiao Ruyan and Rindong. But him getting defeated at their hands was an indisputable fact. What he thought was correct. Carrying on training like this, soon enough, his disparity with master and martial uncle would only become greater and greater. Up till now, he finally knew why Ji Qingyin was able to become an existence that alchemists looked up to. Without a doubt, Lord Qingyin Zi's alchemy, Dao talent, was very terrifying. However, the effort behind him was what everybody could not see. Without repet. 1. Type tempering. Even if his talent was any higher, it was also not possible to win 5,800 over matches in a row. People more impressive than you, but was 100 times, 1,000 times more hardworking compared to you. How could you have a reason to not lose? Guyu sucked in a deep breath and purged all of the distracting thoughts out of his mind. The movements of his hands slowly begun. It was precisely the starting stance of the lesser phaseless art. When Xiao Rian trio were all immersed in the middle of frenzied cultivation, Jiang Taitsong was currently stomping his feet in rage. "My lord, that bunch of fellows are seriously bullying people too far. They know that you're collecting the ancient spirit, center fragrant GRA. S and jade green, sacred flower stamen. No idea which be ASTARD was it. They actually cleared these two kinds of spirit medicines all away within the city. These two kinds of spirit medicines concerned whether or not Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo, the two people, could recover their strength. He was naturally very nervous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Why? Are there a lot of ancient spirit, center fragrant GRA, S and jade green, sacred flower stamen?" Jiang Taitsong said, "To talk about prior to this, there really weren't these two kinds of spirit medicines. But this period of time, don't know why either, many precious spirit medicines appeared at the peripherals of the immemorial medicine garden. Among them had these two kinds of spirit medicines. I've already inquired before. 2 stalks of ancient spirit, center fragrant GRA, S, and a strain of jade green, sacred flower stamen appeared in the city for a recent period of time. But not long after my lord sent the word out, they were cut off by people. This is clearly somebody wanting to oppose my lord." Ao Chen frowned and said, "It would be best if there is. Don't insist on it if there isn't either. Since my lord promised you guys, he naturally won't go back on his word. Presently, the forces in Cloudmarsh City are gathering their people. My lord's ident. 1. Tai is already exposed too. It's hard to guarantee that an enemy like Jian Wushuang wouldn't appear. Making too many enemies has no benefits for us." When Jiang Taitsong heard that, he also knew that he was overly anxious and said in Imbara, meant this. It was Taitsong who didn't consider thoroughly. "Hope that your excellency doesn't blame." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Just some clowns jumping around. Since they dare to bully until on top of my head, they will have to be prepared to receive my wrath. Since my ident. 1. Tai is already exposed. Even if I avoid them, they will also think of ways to drop in. Since these 2 types of spirit medicines appeared, we naturally have to get back. The immemorial medicine garden is rather unusual this time. If your strength is a little stronger, we will also have some assurance in safety." Yi Yuan's words made Jiang Taitsong very agitated. "But just who on earth did this? I've inquired for many days and didn't find out either," Jiang Taitsong said gloomily. These few days, Cloudmarsh City was a meeting of wind and clouds, various factions mixing together like dragons and fishes jumbling up together. Experts in the city were as many as clouds. In comparison, their party was still a little weak. Yi Yuan said, calculating based on the time, it shouldn't be Jian Wushuang. "Looks like there's someone stirring things up in the dark." Forget it. Can't guess, then can't guess. Let's go and ask, and we'll know. As he said, Yi Yuan got up and walked out. Jiang Taitsong was stunned and chased after to ask, "My lord, Taitsong has already inquired for quite a few days, but didn't find any clues either." Those few sellers also seemed to be unaware of the other party's background. "Who do we go look for to ask?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This Cloudmarsh city, who understands the situation in the city the best?" Jiang Taitsong shook his head stiffly. Yi Yuan chuckled and headed straight out of the door. Chapter 1042 Old Man Han. Chapter 1042 Old Man Han. When Ao Qian and the others all saw city, Lord Manor, these three big words, all of them could not help exchanging glances. Cloudmarsh City's city, Lord, was a very mysterious existence. The ones managing normally were all several deputy city lords acting on behalf. But barely anyone had seen before the city lord's real appearance. Even an old monster like Ao Qian also knew very well that Cloudmarsh City's city lord was not to be provoked. A land where wind and clouds met like Cloudmarsh City. Even if it wasn't the immemorial medicine garden opening, it was still a place that was extremely hard to manage. Without some skills, how could one be able to hold down such a large city? "Your Excellency, you wouldn't be—" Jiang Taitsong's words had yet to finish speaking when Yi Yuan already mustered up essence energy and projected his voice out. "Old Man Han, an old friend came to visit. Why haven't you come out to welcome me?" The moment these words were uttered, several terrifying killing intents instantly locked onto the few people. Even an existence like Ao Qian had cold sweat pouring profusely at this time too. Among these killing intents, there were definitely void mystic powerhouses. Once they had any unusual movements, the other party would give them a deadly blow without the slightest hesitation. If in his top condition, Ao Qian naturally did not fear, but at the moment his strength was too weak. If they were to really do battle, there was only a road that led to death. "Your Excellency, we better leave." Jiang Taitsong was rather scared already and could not resist going forward to urge. But Yi Yuan was calm and collected. It was as if he did not sense any killing intent at all. After several breaths, a faint voice transmitted out, "Come on in." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said right through the city Lord Manor's array formation, and entered the city Lord Manor's rear hall. "My lord." Jiang Taitsong and the rest were about to catch up when that killing intent suddenly became much more piercingly cold. "You all wait outside," a voice transmitted out faintly, revealing killing intent. Ao Qian was rather indignant as he said, "Wait until this father of yours recovers his strength. See if you dregs still dare to be KY in front of me." Talking was talking. Ao Qian also knew that he did not have the capital to be arrogant at present. His only hope lay on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan followed the aura of that voice and arrived at a very covert courtyard in the rear hall. He did not stop and directly walked towards a corner of the courtyard. The SPAC around had an undulation. Civ transformation actually occurred to the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes. A thatched house, smoke curling up from the chimney. Around the cottage was filled with some spirit medicines overflowing with fragrance. Looking at the grade, the lowest was also not beneath Tier 9. If someone else came in, they would even think that they entered a treasure vault. An old man wearing a straw hat on his head sat by the river and was actually plussing. "There's tea in the pavilion, take it yourself." "Don't startle my fish," the old man said without even turning around. Yi Yuan smiled and was not in a rush either. He slowly came to a wooden pavilion and poured himself a cup to drink on his own. "Not only did you not die, your formation's ability actually even improved a step further. Truly a freak," the old man said calmly. Yi Yuan sipped tea as he smiled and said, "Old Man Han, you've been plussing by the river here for 50,000 years. Have you really caught anything?" The old man used a hoa, R.S.E. voice to say, "What do you think?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Those who are willing takes the bait. It's just that this bait is yourself, right?" When the old man heard these words, he finally put down the fists, H.I. plussing rod, and slowly walked into the pavilion. He then sat down opposite Yi Yuan. "I didn't expect that you reincarnated, and even your heart realm became much keener. Recalling when you asked me the same question back then, at that time you couldn't figure it out," the old man said. Yi Yuan said, "Old man Han, pretending you don't know anything in front of me? How can the matters that happen in this Cloud Marsh city escape your eyes and ears?" Yi Yuan used merging into heaven and earth in the city before. This old man Han definitely already knew that he comprehended heaven-man unity long ago. Old man Han said smilingly, "Knowing is one thing, surprise is another thing. Your soul force already broke through the shackles of cultivation realm. Looks like the rumors of your father obtaining a divine Tao medicinal canon should be true. The medicine D soul canon was an extremely hidden matter in the Medicine King Hall. Even Yi Yuan himself only knew after reincarnating too. Yi Yuan did not think that these old geezers had long heard of it. These old geezers were all very cunning. Every one of them was a real piece of work. Only after reincarnating once did Yi Yuan discover that compared to this old man in front of him, there was likely still some gap. Of course, this was just what he thought in his heart. On the surface, he was like an old well without ripples. He said coolly, "You don't need to broach the subject in a roundabout manner anymore as well. Otherwise, why do you think us father and son ended up in such a plight?" Yi Yuan's words were equivalent to covertly admitting the existence of the medicine D soul canon. It was just that Yi Yuan being so scoundrelly made old man Han somewhat stunned in his heart. Did this boy really had something to rely on, or was his thinking too shallow? Old man Han could not help sizing up this rather unfamiliar face in front of him anew, and suddenly discovered that he actually could not quite see through. Although Yi Yuan's seniority was shallow back then, his alchemy Tao strength made the world submit. He naturally had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them, these old fellows. But these old guys, which one would appear as simple as on the surface. Just take Ji Zhengyang as an example. He secretly cultivated the medicine D soul canon and refined a half-step divine pill. At that time, it astounded everybody. While this old man Han was practically a peer of the same generation with Ji Zhengyang, his strength was unfathomable. Ji Qingyan was actually just a piece of blank paper in front of him. But when he looked at Yi Yuan again in this life, he actually felt as if a layer of veil was covering Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of being amidst cloud and mist. Finally, old man Han heaved a long sigh and said, "Looks like these short 20 years many things happened." If, say, in his previous life these geezers, only brought Yi Yuan along for fun, now it was different. Now, Yi Yuan truly had the qualifications to sit opposite of them. Hearing old man Han's emotional sigh, Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You aren't moved." Old man Han said, "Naturally moved. Why not try to take it?" "I have no confidence." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Fine then. Truly, the older the person, the smaller the guts. I already delivered to your mouth. Didn't think that you're actually not eating. I even thought that I'd have to expend some effort today before I can make you open your mouth." Old man Han could not help choking up when he heard that, and huffed as he said, "You brat, still like this? You're at any rate a junior too. Don't you know how to respect the elderly a little?" Yi Yuan said, "I only respect lovable geezers. You, this geezer, are not lovable, so not respecting. However, you're a little more likable than old man Jing. Hence, that's why I'd sit here and talk with you." Old man Han said, "Speaking of old man Jing, you got to be a little careful. That geezer is indeed full of wickedness. He might be waiting for you somewhere." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Since I have a second chance in life, This score naturally has to be settled one by one. Old man Jing, not coming to find me. I'll go and look for him anyway. All right, meeting an old acquaintance today. Emotions are rather agitated. Speak less C.R.A.P. You should know my intentions for coming. Say it out straight. Old man Han nodded his head and said, Speaking of which, it's your old friend too. Fiend Blade Mountain, you sheeping. Remember to be more light-handed. Don't stir up too big of a commotion. Chapter 1043. Growing Dizzy with Success. Chapter 1043. Growing dizzy with success only when they saw Yi Yuan walk out of the city lord manor without a scratch did Ao Qian, and the rest let out a sigh in relief. My lord, are you all right? Jiang Taitsong asked worriedly. What can there be? Aren't I perfectly well? Come, let's go and settle scores. Yi Yuan said. Jiang Taitsong was stunned and said, My lord, you know who's playing tricks? Of course, otherwise, what did I come here for? Yi Yuan said. Jiang Taitsong had a look of wars. I plus P as he said, My lord, this Cloud Marsh City lord is incredibly mysterious. This old man is also considered a veteran already, but I really don't know what kind of person this Cloud Marsh City lord is. Wu Luo, who was by the side, nodded and said, There are actually void mystic powerhouses guarding his gate for him. This city lord is definitely not an ordinary existence. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Old man Han just likes to pretend to be mysterious. Actually, it's no big deal either. Have you guys heard the Tlea of alchemy fanatic before? The moment these words were uttered, Ao Qian was still all right, but Wu Luo, Jiang Taitsong, and Wan Shuangzhou all turned pale with fright. Cloud Marsh City lord is the alchemy fanatic Han Jing, whose name shook the divine realm 50,000 years ago. Jiang Taitsong yelled out at the top of his voice. Rumor has it that 50,000 years ago, after him and the present void divine king had a great battle, he vanished. I didn't think that he actually became Cloud Marsh City lord. Furthermore, it's 50,000 years in one go. Wan Shuangzhou exclaimed. Yeah, Senior Han Jing only used 1,000 years to reach peak alchemy emperor. At that time, the divine realm was incomparably stirred, Jiang Taitsong said halfway and stopped. He suddenly recalled that his own lord seemed to be even more freakish and only used 300 years of time to break through to peak alchemy emperor. After another 200 years of ACCU mulation, he could already debate on Dao shoulder to shoulder with Han Jing, this kind of peerless powerhouse. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Old man Han is indeed an unparalleled genius. His strength is not beneath my father's and mine, but these old fellows, when you have more contact with him, you'll discover that they are all just a bunch of guys deliberately mystifying things. This way, it would make people feel that they are very mysterious, with a feeling of inscrutability and enigma. Actually, it's also just that. Hearing these words, everyone could not help being speechless, wanting to uncover their mysterious veil. One at least also had to have strength on equal footing with them. Otherwise, who would care about you? The rankings in the martial arts words were incomparably strict. Strength falling short, one would forever not be able to integrate into that circle. Just take the previous lives. Ji Qingyan, his friends and enemies, were basically all the divine realm's pinnacle-most existences. Even ordinary divine king powerhouses did not have the right to speak with him either. Yi Yuan waved his hand and looked at everyone as he said with a smile, Come on, if that bunch of fellows is sensible, this matter is also considered over. If not sensible, then I'll have to trouble you all a bit. Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes that harbored ill intent, a blast of cold wind hit Jiang Taitsong and the rest from behind. These eyes felt like a wolf eyeing a sheep. And my lord, W, what do you want to do? Jiang Taitsong said weakly, You guys will know at that time. Fiend Blade Mountain was not a super holy land, but in terms of strength, it was not much weaker compared to super holy lands either. Originally, Fiend Blade Mountain was just a rank 1 holy land whose strength was quite strong. But 1,000 years ago, their holy land produced a peerless genius who actually broke through to the realm of void mystic. Ever since then, Fiend Blade Mountain status skyrocketed, even approaching super holy lands. Yu Xinping's lifelong wish was to let Fiend Blade Mountain become a super holy land. However, the 8 great super holy lands, each one of them was a force with extremely profound foundations and was not that easy to be replaced. In these 100,000 years, there were quite a few rank 1 holy land that produced void mystic realm powerhouses before. But those truly able to reach super holy land were extremely few. Ever since Fiend Blade Mountain produced a Yu Xinping, they had always been rampant and domineering when doing things. In these 1,000 years, they had done quite a number of wicked deeds. Over 100 years ago, Yu Xinping had once requested a pill from Ji Qingyin, but he was rejected by Ji Qingyin with stern words. This matter made him brood over it. Ever since then, their enmity towards the Medicine King Hall was very strong. At this moment, Yu Xinping was currently being pleased with himself at Fiend Blade Mountain Stronghold. Ha ha ha! Doesn't Ji Qingyin, the punk, wants ancient spirit, center fragrant GRA, S, and jade green, sacred flower stamens? I'll collect it all for him. See how he's still refined pills. You all watch closely for me. Although these 2 kinds of spirit medicines are scarce, with the immemorial medicine garden's abnormal happenings, it might still appear again. As long as it shows up on the market, immediately bring it in for me. Yu Xinping said with a loud laugh. Yes, Mountain Lord, we've already sent out the manpower. As long as we receive news of these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, we'll purchase them right away. The one talking was Yu Xinping's right-hand man, Peak Divine King Yu Rongwei. These few years, Yu Xinping groomed a large batch of experts for Fiend Blade Mountain. The inflation in strength was very impressive. In comparison, the temperament of an upstart also became increasingly distinct. Things like exterminating entire clans would happen at the slightest provocation. Ha ha! At the thought of Ji Qingyin, that punk's hopeless look. This seat is incomparably satisfied in my heart. Jian Wushuang, that punk is really dumb, to provoke Ji Qingyin without even understanding the situation. He deserved to be pummeled. Yu Xinping said with a laugh. Not that he was afraid of Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession, with his void mystic realm strength, he was fearless too. Furthermore, the intel that he obtained was more comprehensive than Jian Wushuang. Yi Yuan expended too much divine essence in the great battle the last time. Most likely, the divine artifact could not be used more than a few times already. But he more or less still had some dread towards divine artifacts. It was just perfect. After Yi Yuan suppressed Cui Qing and released news about wanting these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, Yu Xinping had a flash of inspiration and secretly purchased these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest chance. Haha, Mountain Lord is brilliant. That punk probably never would have dreamed that it's us buying the spirit medicines in secret. It's simply nothing more than wishful thinking for him to want to obtain these 2 kinds of spirit medicines before the immemorial medicine garden opens. Yu Rongwei said with a laugh. Yu Xinping nodded and said, although the brat has a divine artifact, his strength is still too weak. If my conjectures are right, he's definitely finding these 2 kinds of spirit medicines to help those 2 subordinates of his to refine medicinal pills. This way, his assurance of entering the immemorial medicine garden will also be several points greater. But now, ha ha ha! The more Yu Xinping talked, the more delighted he got. He could not refrain from letting out laughter. Back then, he was given a good scolding by enumerating his wrongdoings, saying that he committed all sorts of wicked deeds and was unworthy to receive medicinal pills, such and such, and even destroyed all of the spirit medicines that Yu Xinping found painstakingly to his face. Yu Xinping immediately blew up back then and wanted to make a move against Yu Xinping, but was severely injured by the Medicine King Hall's experts and fled. This matter was unprecedented humiliation in Yu Xinping's lifetime. Moreover, he was constantly mocked by people later on. With his character, how could he endure it? Just as Yu Xinping's was being pleased with himself, his expression suddenly changed. A horrifying aura descended from the sky and directly crushed down. Not good, quickly dodge. Yu Xinping's figure instantly vanished from where he stood, only to hear a boom. The place Yu Xinping was at was directly crushed into a wasteland. Yi Yuan stood in the air and looked at Yu Xinping with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Yu Xinping, after so many years of not meeting, I didn't think that you're still this filthy." Chapter 1044, Rampaging Ao Qian. Chapter 1044, Rampaging Ao Qian. Yi Yuan beckoned lightly. The vast heaven peg, turned into a small peg, and returned to his hand. Seeing this scene, Yu Xinping's eyes revealed a look of greed. Rumors had it that, apart from a Dragon Clan divine artifact, Yi Yuan still had a quasi-divine artifact in his hands, likewise unbelievably powerful. It should be this small peg. Oda, Ji Qingyan, are you tired of living? To actually dare provoke your Grandpa Yu? Yu Xinping said with a black face. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually dared to drop in and taunt So Blus, tearingly, directly wrecking his lair. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's you who provoked me first. Hand over the ancient spirit center, fragrant GRA. And jade green, sacred flower stamen, and be spared a bout of fleshy agony." Yu Xinping was alarmed in his heart, but he refused to admit it verbally, and snorted coldly as he said, "Ji Qingyan, don't make trouble willfully. What ancient spirit center fragrant GRA? I've never seen it before at all. If you want to find trouble, Grandpa Yu will take you on. Don't think that you're impressive with a divine artifact. Just those few small fries behind you. This seat doesn't think anything of them yet." Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, "In that case, you want to talk again after fighting?" Yu Xinping said with a cold smile, "Stop putting up an act there. The White Tiger battle. You were beaten by Ji Kanglin like a homeless cur. Still dare to feign ignorance in front of your Grandpa Yu, since you delivered yourself to the doorstep. Let's settle the old and new grudges together." Done talking, a terrifying aura spread out. Yu Xinping actually directly opened up his divine king domain. The terror of a void mystic powerhouse was displayed in its entirety at this moment. Lord Qingyan was too reckless. Yu Xinping is a void mystic expert. With his present strength, how can he possibly be Yu Xinping's match? Although Yu Xinping's strength didn't increase much for so many years, he's a void mystic expert in the end. Even if Lord Qingyan is wielding a divine artifact in his hand, the disparity with him is also a little too big. Looks like Yu Xinping has the intention of opposing Lord Qingyan and took away these two kinds of spirit medicines in the dark. No wonder we couldn't find all along. It's just that the strengths of these subordinates brought by Lord Qingyan are really lacking. Ao Qian, Jiang Taitsong, and Wu Luo only had the strength of ordinary divine kings at the moment, while Ruan Shuangzhou was just slightly better than them, with a first-rate divine king strength. But the four of them simply could not withstand a single blow in front of Fiendblade Mountain's experts. Disregarding the rest, one Yu Xinping was sufficient to crush all of them. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Since you're asking for trouble yourself, don't blame me." Done talking, Yi Yuan came before Ao Qian Trio with a flash and fired out some things with extremely swift skill. As for what they were, everyone did not see clearly. Ao Qian Trio's bodies trembled all over, their auras suddenly soaring. "Ha ha ha! My lord, what did you do just now? Why do I feel like I've recovered to my peak state?" Jiang Taitsong was beside himself with joy as he said with a laugh. Just earlier, he suddenly felt a wave of stinging pain at his back and head. Then, boundless strength returned to his body. Within virtually a blink of an eye, his strength recovered to his peak state. Wu Luo's sensation was the same as him. Currently, his aura also rose to the boundary of peak Divine King. As for Ao Qian, he suddenly opened his two eyes. Rays of brilliance emitted from his eyes. A terrifying dragon pressure instantly enveloped the entire city. Although I didn't recover to my prime, pummeling this brat is enough. My lord, how to beat up his brat? Ao Qian looked at Yu Xinping with ill intent as he said. Yi Yuan shot the three of them a glance, rather sympathetically, and said coolly, "Only 2 hours, pummel at will. Pummel until they cry for their mummies." Yi Yuan used the golden needle acupoint piercing method just now to stimulate the trio's potential, making them recover to their peak state temporarily. It was just that this state could only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they would be utterly drained, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. Even a normal person without any strength to tie a chicken up could easily kill them. Although they did not know how severe the aftermath was, Ao Qian Trio were also people with vast experiences and knew that it would definitely have aftereffects. But this feeling of returning to the peak was truly very wonderful. One had to know that the least among them was already suppressed for more than 3,000 years too. Even if it was just a momentary recovery, it also made them have a feeling of heroism. Seeing the Ao Qian Trio whose auras suddenly became flurries. H.I. Plussing, Yu Xinping's expression could not help changing drastically. The other two people were still all right, but that dragon race powerhouse was simply daunting to the max. Instinctively, Yu Xinping wanted to turn tail and run, but Ao Qian did not give him any chance at all. In a blink of an eye, he barged into his divine king domain carrying a violent impact force. Rumble. Ao Qian's bloodline power was fearsome to the extreme. Even Yu Xinping's divine king domain could not block it, directly being smashed underground. Ha ha ha. Little B. A-S-T-A-R-D. This seat will let you take a look at who's the small fry. When this seat roamed the divine realm, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ao Qian laughed wildly and directly charged under the ground. This period of time, he was really oppressed to the extreme. Any random Tom, D, I, C, K, and Harry would dare to posture in front of him. Who was he, Ao Qian? In these 50,000 years apart from Long Tongue, he was practically the Dragon Clan's strongest. His strength, even void mystic powerhouses, had to prostrate for him too. But the wheels of time turned. These junior brats were all absurdly arrogant in front of him. How could he not be furious? Today, he finally vented the grievances in this period of time all on Yu Xinping. Rumble. Right when everyone was in a daze, a series of horrifying undulations came from underneath the earth. Enormous debris tossed upwards from time to time, making everyone's hearts spasm when they heard. Haha, old Wu. Old man Ao is having a great time fighting. We should make a move too. Jiang Taitsong said with a big laugh. Wu Luo nodded his head. The two people brought along a powerful momentum and charged towards the Fiend Blade Mountain's divine kings. Yu Rongwei's expression changed, and he cried out, "Don't be afraid, our numbers are many. The two of them are merely peak divine kings. Want to gain any advantages from us? Dream on." Jiang Taitsong chortled with laughter and said, "Haha, old Wu, looks like we're being looked down upon. What to do?" Wu Luo said expressionlessly, "Then let's help them to loosen up their bones and ligaments well. Let them know what's called respecting one's elders." "Haha, I have this very intention." Wu Luo's bloodline released fully and directly smashed a fist at Yu Rongwei. Rumble. Without any surprise, Yu Rongwei was smashed flying with one punch, while Wu Luo chased after like he was completely fine. Jiang Taitsong also displayed his invincible might, facing off with 4 first-rate divine kings alone, but fought until they did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Originally, everybody thought that Yi Yuan was sending himself to the tiger's mouth. No one expected that, in a blink of an eye, it was Yi Yuan's side that was akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. The three mighty Divine King experts under Yi Yuan bashed the Fiend Blade Mountain's experts up with an absolute, overwhelming stance. Chapter 1045, Do Come Again. Chapter 1045, Do Come Again. After an hour, the Fiend Blade Mountain's group of experts had utterly fallen into the enemy's hands. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Yu Xinping, who was currently being pummeled, shouted at the top of his voice. Ao Qian, who was at full strength, was seriously too terrifying, beating him until he did not have strength remaining to counterattack. In just an hour, he already could not hold on anymore. Yi Yuan said it very clearly earlier. It was in 2 hours. But continue fighting at this rate, Yu Xinping was probably going to be finished off by Ao Qian in less than 2 hours. Except he shouted as much as he can. But Ao Qian's attacks did not slack off at all. He had pent up for close to 20,000 years' time. This time, he finally managed to return to his peak state. How would Yu Xinping be treated fairly if he did not grasp it well? And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of letting him stop. You say fight and we fight, you stop and we stop? Then wouldn't I have no face? Ao Qian, carry on beating for me. Isn't he void mystic realm? Pummel him until his insides are void for me. Yi Yuan said coolly sup 1/sup. The moment Ao Qian heard, his entire person seemed to be injected with stimulants, his offensive power instantly becoming several times fiercer. Although he opened up his Divine King domain, his Divine King domain could not block in the least bit under Ao Qian's bloodline power. The area affected by the great battle of void mystic realm powerhouses was extremely vast. This large stretch of region already became a wasteland. In the depths of the city Lord Manor, Old Man Han let out a slight sigh and said, "This brat asked him to go easy, but he just doesn't listen. But his golden needle acupoint piercing's power seems to be greater than in the past. This brat is exuding bizarreness everywhere after returning this time. Even I actually can't figure him out too. It seems like the immemorial medicine gardens opening this time is somewhat worth watching." Done talking, he suddenly lifted the fist. Plussing rod. A frolicking little fish was actually hauled up by him. The moment Old Man Han saw, he could not help saying emotionally, "You got pulled up, looks like another 1,000 years passed," said. Finished talking, he freed the little fish from the fish hook and casually tossed it back into that large river again. While at this time Yu Xinping was covered in blood all over, his breathing extremely chaotic, looking like he almost could not endure anymore. I have something to say." Yu Xinping seized a breather and shouted at the top of his voice. Only then did Yi Yuan waved his hand, signaling for the three people to stop. Ao Qian stopped. Only then did everyone saw Yu Xinping's appearance currently. His clothing was ragged, his face, arms, body, bloodstains were everywhere. He was in an extremely sorry plight. How was there still any hint of a mountain lord's dignity? Just as Yi Yuan said, he did not seem like a void mystic expert at all right now, but like an expert with his insides void instead. As for the rest, they were not much better than him either. Yu Rongwei's situation was even more tragic than Yu Xinping's. His entire person was already almost pummeled into a heap of minced meat, while the other Divine King experts were similarly pummeled by Jiang Taitsong until they were searching for their teeth. These three peerless powerhouses making a move, the spectacle was not an ordinary kind of shocking. Putting aside Ao Qian, for Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong to be able to become the White Tiger clan's number 2 and number 3 prisoners, how could their strength be what ordinary peak Divine Kings could compete with? Although they did not reach the realm of Void Mystic, they were also not too far off already. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Yu Xinping and said, "Coolly, what do you have? Say it quickly. There's still some time from 2 hours, enough to beat you up until your teeth all fall out." Yu Xinping was incredibly aggrieved, but facing such a powerful adversary, he really did not have any temper at all. Ao Qian's strength completely overpowered him. Furthermore, no idea what kind of stimulant this guy was injected with. His combat power was off the charts. Yu Xinping could not resist at all. If he knew that Ao Qian had already been pent up for 20,000 years in a dungeon, he would probably have long laid down arms and surrendered. Yu Xinping gritted his teeth and said, "The ancient spirit center fragrant GRAS and jade green sacred flower stamen matter was indeed done by me. That day, I heard that you wanted these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, so I sent people to collect in advance. Those 2 people were even unwilling to sell to me, insisting on giving to you. Then I made people kill them and forcefully and ATC had these 2 kinds of spirit medicines." The moment these words came out, this area instantly seethed with excitement. Fiend Blade Mountain's methods were truly a little too vicious. In order to take revenge on Ji Qingyan, Yu Xinping actually indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Yu Xinping did not wish to tell the truth either, but he knew that Yi Yuan was very astute. Not telling the truth, he would not be able to pass this hurdle today. In any case, Fiend Blade Mountain's reputation was not any good in the first place. Being a bit lousier did not matter either. There was no need to fear an itch when there were many lice. This martial arts world ultimately still depended on strength to speak. Even if these people were any more displeased, what could they do to him? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "At least you're sensible. Where are the spirit medicines?" The corners of Yu Xinping's mouth twitched, but he still toughened his scalp and said, "The spirit medicines were already swallowed by me." Hearing this, the public sentiment was even more stirred. Each and every one of them pointed at Yu Xinping and cursed bitterly. Especially Jiang Taizong. He wished that he could go forward and twist his head off. But this outcome did not surpass Yi Yuan's expectations. He said nonchalantly, "What needs to be done? Don't need me to teach you, right?" Yu Xinping's expression was incomparably ugly. He fished out a storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "In here are spirit medicines that my Fiend Blade Mountain gathered in this period of time. There are even 50,000 heaven essence crystals. It should be enough to compensate you, right?" This trip to the immemorial medicine garden, Fiend Blade Mountain, was one of the earliest batches of factions to come. This period of time, they gathered quite a number of high-rank spirit medicines. Yu Xinping never would have thought that the consequences of provoking Yi Yuan were actually to this extent. What he was even more puzzled about was that he clearly did this thing very covertly. How on earth did Yi Yuan discover? Yi Yuan received the storage ring and said coolly, "Yu Xinping, if you feel that provoking this young master is very fun, you're welcome to come and provoke again next time. But you have to remember to prepare a bit more spirit medicines next time. Otherwise, it probably won't be settled so easily." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian and the rest and left this place. Only a mess remained. Fiend Blade Mountain stronghold already completely became a wasteland. Returning to the residence, Jiang Taizong's expression was incomparably ugly as he said unhappily, "My lord, old man Ao's strength is already sufficient to kill that DMN guy. Why would you let him off?" He was very perplexed. Ao Qian's strength clearly completely crushed Yu Xinping. There was only a bit more to be able to finish him off. While on their side, eradicating the other party's group was also not unachievable. No idea why His Excellency was benevolent and let this group of people go. Towards Yu Xinping, Jiang Taizong's resentment was rather high. Originally, his strength could recover right away. But now, they must wait for the immemorial medicine garden to open before having an opportunity to recover. But Ao Qian snorted coldly as he said, "You idiot! If I could kill him, would His Excellency make me stop? A rabbit in a pinch will even bite, let alone that fellow is a void mystic expert." Coming for the immemorial medicine garden this time, he definitely prepared quite a few trumps cards, really forcing him into a corner. None of us will gain any advantages. Don't you forget, we only have 2 hours' time. Chapter 1046 Powerhouses Gather. Chapter 1046 Powerhouses Gather. Ao Qian saw it clearly in his heart. Actually, he had long perceived this outcome. Therefore, although he looked like he was beating ruthlessly, he did not unleash genuine killing moves. That Yu Xinping was, at any rate, a void mystic expert. Really forcing him into a corner, he probably would not be that easy to deal with either. The reason why Yu Xinping did not utilize trump cards was just that he did not wish to expose himself too early. If he revealed all of his trump cards at this time, he would not have much reliance upon entering the immemorial medicine garden. The immemorial medicine garden, opening this time, already drew a large batch of experts over. Even void mystic powerhouses might not be able to gain any advantages either. Exposing trump cards too early, either directly get lost or go in and court death. There was probably no third path to take. Yi Yuan looked at the three people and said with a smile, "I stimulated your potential with the golden needle acupoint piercing skill, letting you guys briefly recover to your prime. But right away, you all will be drained all over your body. For 3 days, your meridians will be swollen in pain. Your entire body's akin to being burned by a blazing fire. You'll likely not be able to even twitch your fingers." The moment these words came out, the three people's countenance instantly changed. This sort of taste was not too enjoyable. They knew that the consequences were very serious, but they did not think that it would be so severe. "And my lord, is there any way to ease it a little?" Jiang Taitsong said weakly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no way. I can only make sure of not damaging your martial Tao foundations. But a tiny bit of anguish still has to be suffered." The three people's expressions were incomparably ugly, but they also knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. This kind of potential stimulating techniques commonly needed to pay an enormous price. This sort of price was not as simple as lying in bed for 2 days. For Yi Yuan to be able to achieve this was already extremely heaven-defying means. Just as they were talking, the three people suddenly spasmed, their entire bodies becoming rigid, then directly toppling down stiffly. It came right away. The expression on Jiang Taitsong's face contorted, his entire person spasming nonstop, looking very pitiful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The three of you rest with your minds at ease. I'm going to enter close seclusion these 2 days to refine the pure source infusion divine pill. Just treat it as a reward for you guys, ho-ho." Hearing these words, Ao Qian was still all right, but Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo, the duo, trembled all over. Although their whole bodies were spasming, their eyes went wide open, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. They wanted to know whether Yi Yuan was messing with them or not. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old man Han, that fellow is sitting on Cloudmarsh City. Since the immemorial medicine garden has fluctuations, these 2 kinds of spirit medicines can't stump him yet. It's been hard on you guys these few days. The matter regarding the medicinal pills, leave it to me." Several days later, rays of light spilled over outside Cloudmarsh City. Essence energy powerful until it made people feel asphyxiated gushed out. Everybody knew that the immemorial medicine garden, which opened once every 500 years, was finally opening. At this time, a large group of martial artists gathered at the outer regions of the immemorial medicine garden. "You guys look, that's the super holy land, Dawn Heavenly Palace's people. The one leading is their vice palace lord, Shu Yunqing. Also, that old man beside him is known as the #1 person under the Grand Yen Divine King, Ding Zhangguo. Looks like the immemorial medicine garden trip this time. They are L bent on it. Also, over there, Heavenly Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master, Sword 13. I didn't think that he actually came to. The other day, Jian Wushuang provoked Lord Qingyunzi. As a result, he was beaten up until he was searching the ground for his teeth. Now that Sword 13 came. Lord Qingyunzi will likely have huge pressure." Hiss! The 7 absolute cities people came too. The Seven Absolute Cities Deputy City Lord, Hidajiang, is a void mystic realm powerhouse too. What's even more Nabal is that the patron behind Fiend Blade Mountain is precisely the Seven Absolute City. If Yu Xinping joins hands with Hidajiang to deal with Lord Qingyunzi, the situation will be bad. Out of the 8 great super holy lands, 3 came at once. As for rank 1 holy land powerhouses, there are even too many to enumerate. The immemorial medicine garden opening up this time is truly extraordinary. It's just that I still feel worried about Lord Qingyunzi. His enemies this time are far too powerful. In his present state, dealing with so many experts all at once, how to hold out. The immemorial medicine garden opening, all the major factions flocked in with great numbers. The spectacle was extremely shocking. Wanting to meet one of these void, mystic realm powerhouses was difficult normally. But today, there was quite a number the moment they appeared. Of course, these were still just the super holy lands void mystic experts. The people all knew that the Thundercry Divine King and Extreme Sword Divine King both came too. As for the void mystic powerhouses still hiding in the dark, D knows how many there were. Right at this time, Yi Yuan brought along a group of people and finally showed up at the immemorial medicine garden's entrance area, immediately stirring up a commotion. His fame was too great, and his prestige in Cloudmarsh City was too high as well. Areas that he said through, there was none who did not give sidelong glances. Yi Yuan appeared very warm, nodding his head to gesticulate to his wars. HI plus purse, responding with a faint smile. Seeing the stir on this side, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly darkened and instinctively wanted to make a move against Yi Yuan. Hold your horses, Wushuang. Our objective this time is the divine rank spirit medicines in the immemorial medicine garden. We mustn't suffer a great loss because of some small gains. Sword 13's voice sounded out by Jian Wushuang's ear. Right now, at the immemorial medicine garden, various forces were swarming, keeping each other in check. Body dared to make a move first either. The moment a great battle began, others would be like a fisherman benefiting from a snipe and clams tussle. Jian Wushuang said hatefully, Uncle 13, I just can't take this lying down. I say, why is Ji Qingyun's life so tenacious? Ji Kanglin killed even his father. This brat is actually not dead yet. It's also fine if he didn't die, but on what basis is he able to obtain a divine artifact? Sword 13 said, coolly. He carried a divine artifact and swaggered through the streets and has already been targeted by many people. He'll be taken care of by someone who has the intent sooner or later. When we enter the immemorial medicine garden, after everyone scatters, find a suitable opportunity, and finish him off will do. As for now, better wait for the immemorial medicine garden to open. Put your mind at ease. Jian Wushuang was helpless and could only nod his head. Over here, Yu Xinping was ready to make trouble too. He saw that the Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo beside Yi Yuan already broke through to peak Divine King, and knew that Yi Yuan found those 2 kinds of spirit medicines through another way. This guy could clearly find the spirit medicines and still wanted to beat him half to death. It was definitely on purpose. His thought arriving here, his temper flared up at once. Hidajiang said coolly, at present, the situation is messy and convoluted. You'd better not have wicked ideas anymore. If Ji Qingyun was so easy to kill, he'd have died countless over. How could he wait for your arrival? The moment Yu Xinping heard his BLUS, instantly weakened. Yeah, he thought that the Yi Yuan after reincarnating was a soft persimmon and wanted to knead a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was still a tough nut to crack, breaking off a mouthful of his teeth. I got it, but after entering the immemorial medicine garden, I must find an opportunity to eliminate this fellow. Yu Xinping said hatefully. Right then, another group of people arrived at the horizons. Each and every one of them wore black outfits, their auras imposing. It's the Medicine King, Hall's people. That person in front is the Medicine King Hall's former deputy hall master, Sun Man. Someone cried out in shock. Chapter 1047. Not Far from Hour of Doom. Chapter 1047. Not far from Hour of Doom. Ever since after that Sif changed 20 years ago, the Medicine King Hall rarely showed face. I didn't think that they actually came to the immemorial medicine garden this time as well. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder what kind of expression Sun Man will have when he sees Ji Qingyin. These few years, the outside world basically all don't know the Medicine King Hall's situation. Looking at it now, Ji Kanglin seems to have taken over the Medicine King Hall's past members across the board. Even Sun Man, a Void Mystic Realm expert, submitted himself to Ji Kanglin's rule. The past Medicine King Hall, powerhouses gathered together. Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyin father and Sun strength in itself was unfathomable to begin with. Adding in Sun Man and Ji Kanglin, these people, that was how it formed a super holy land. But after the Ji father and Sun perished, where these experts belonged to became an unresolved matter. Outsiders had no knowledge of it. All the way until Sun Man showed face today did the Medicine King Hall display the tip of the iceberg to the world. The present Medicine King Hall's strength was still incomparably terrifying. Disregarding a veteran void mystic powerhouse like Sun Man, Ji Kanglin's strength in itself was already unfathomable. When Yi Yuan saw Sun Man arriving, his brows furrowed slightly too. Ji Zhengyang and Sun Man were sworn brothers. Their relations, H.I. plus P, was incomparably solid. In the past, when Yi Yuan saw Sun Man, he would have to call Uncle Sunday. But now he actually submitted until Ji Kanglin's rule. That Ji Bingyan by his side was also Ji Zhengyang's foster son. But now they all betrayed the Ji father and son. What on earth happened in between this? Sun Man clearly discovered Yi Yuan too, but his expression was incomparably cold. He said to Ji Bingyan indifferently, "Bingyan, you go and take down that traitor." Sun Man did not conceal anything regarding this voice. Everyone heard it clearly, but this result made everyone absent-minded. Traitor? Where did this come from? Yi Yuan was the Medicine King Hall's young lord. The entire Medicine King Hall could be said to be his. How could he be the Medicine King Hall's traitor? However, Sun Man continued slowly. Everybody that changed 20 years ago truly could not be helped. Ji Qingyin, this traitor, viciously killed his father for the sake of the divine Dao secret canon, the medicine God soul canon. Fortunately, he was detected by Ji Kanglin, who executed him on the spot. Except, I didn't think that this villain actually got away with deceiving everyone and fled to the lower realms carrying a wisp of remnant soul. Now, not only has his strength improved further, he even obtained a divine artifact. If we let him carry on growing unchecked, it will likely be a calamity for the divine realm. The moment Sun Man's words came out, there was a hubbub immediately. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually carried out such a crazy act. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and a chill crept out. He also did not expect that the Sun Man who treated him like a real uncle in the past would actually say this sort of incisive words. Yi Yuan did not refute, because he knew that refuting did not have any use at all. The medicine God soul canon was indeed in his hands, while the Medicine King Hall's upper echelons formerly were all Ji Kanglin's people now. All disputes would appear that feeble and weak. Of course, actually, when the vast majority of the people heard divine Dao secret canon and divine artifact, these two terms, they all revealed greedy looks. The Medicine King Hall unforeseen accident, that was the Medicine King Hall's own affairs. It had nothing to do with the outside world. Even if Yi Yuan was really this sort of person, it had nothing to do with them too. However, divine Dao secret canon and divine artifact, these two things were different. Moreover, with Sun Man's words, them taking action against Yi Yuan would even stand on the side of righteousness. Ji Qingyin, I didn't think that you're actually such a vicious and shameless person. A traitorous villain like you, who murders their own father. Everyone has the right to punies. Plus, Yu Xinping reproached furiously. Jian Wushuang also could not stand not being in the spotlight, so he reproached. Ji Qingyan, you normally appear gentlemanly now. You have nothing to say, right? Today, I'm going to carry out justice on behalf of the heaven and exterminate you, this villain. At this time, Wan Shuangzhou and the rest behind Yi Yuan were all filled with righteous indignation. They knew that Yi Yuan practically got caught in a hopeless situation himself for white light. How could this kind of person, who helped his friend with his life on the line, possibly murder his father? But Yi Yuan stopped them with a hand gesture. He just said to Ji Bingyan nonchalantly, "What are you in a daze for? Still not making a move?" Ji Bingyan's face fell, and his figure moved explosively. Seeing Ji Bingyan take action, Jian Wushuang could not contain himself anymore and roared out, "Ji Bingyan, I'll lend you a helping hand." Yu Xinping also yelled out, "My fiend blade mountain cannot bear the sight of this kind of wicked people the most. Kill." Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void. Another figure suddenly charged out. It was precisely the Thundercry Divine King. In an instant, for mighty apex experts charged over toward Yi Yuan with a besieging momentum. That aura practically suffocated people. Among the 4 people, there were even 2 who were void mystic realm experts. While on Yi Yuan's side, there was only Kuang Tianming, 1 void mystic expert. With this, Lord Qingyanzi is dead for sure. Sigh. I say, you guys, is he really this sort of villainous traitor who murders his own father? I don't believe this. Lord Qingyanzi is praised by the people. How can he possibly be this sort of person? It's merely a one-sided story from that Sun Man. Sigh, no matter what, Qingyanzi has made too many enemies. These 4 great experts surrounding and attacking, he has no possibility of escaping alive at all. Everyone was feeling sorry. These 4 great experts joining hands. It was virtually a certain death scenario. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He stood with his hands behind his back as if it did not concern him. Kuang Tianming did not have the slightest hesitation and directly clashed with the Thundercry Divine King. The 2 of them were sworn enemies. Right then, Wu Luo and Jiang Taicang, the 2 people erupted with an aura that made people astounded, making the 3 people who were currently Rus. Plussing over greatly astonished. Divine King Domain. These 2 people both broke through to the realm of Void Mystic? How is this possible? This is also too freakish, right? A few days ago, these 2 people were still ordinary deity realms and needed to use the Golden Needle acupoint piercing method before they can unleash the combat strength of peak Divine Kings. It's only been a few days, and they actually both broke through to the realm of Void Mystic. Originally, I thought that Qingyanzi was a soft persimmon. I didn't think that their side actually produced 2 additional Void Mystic powerhouses all at once. With this, wouldn't Qingyanzi become the number 1 force? Ji Bingyan Trio's figures stopped abruptly, forcefully stopping in midair, facing 2 mighty Void Mystic experts. The 3 of them were not enough at all. What, weren't you still pretty haughty just now, saying you wanted to kill His Excellency? Why, all shriveled up now. Jiang Taicang said with a cold smile, His Excellency has deep sentiments and fierce loyalty. You all actually slandered him with words. Deserve death. Wu Luo said, seething with killing intent. Ji Bingyan was still all right, but Jian Wushuang and Yu Xinping's faces were both awful, like they had eaten a fly. They thought that finding a helper this time, they could tyrannize Yi Yuan properly. They did not expect that Yi Yuan summoned 2 mighty Void Mystic experts with a wave of a hand. With this, they neither advance nor retreat, and actually froze there. As for the Thundercry Divine King side, seeing the sudden change over here, his expression changed greatly too. Lightning flashed, and he actually disappeared with even greater speed than when he came. Yi Yuan looked at Sun Man from far away and said coolly, "Uncle Sun, this is my last time calling you like this. I hope that you don't let me find out you had anything to do with my father's death. Otherwise, your hour of doom won't be far." Chapter 1048, The Immemorial Medicine Garden Opening. Chapter 1048, The Immemorial Medicine Garden Opening. Yi Yuan's threat made Sun Man's expression change. He gave a cold snort and said, "You villainous traitor, you still want to mislead the public? If not for Kanglin having important business to attend to lately, he'll definitely execute you summarily today." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whatever you say, but my words earlier, you have got to remember them." As he said, he swept past the faces of the Medicine King Hall's people one by one, saying in a cold voice, "You all, if there's one, it counts as one. If you were really compelled by Ji Kanglin to submit to him, I don't blame you guys. But if I discover that any one of you was his accomplice, I, Ji Qingyin, swear here to definitely bathe the Medicine King Hall in blood in the future." Yi Yuan's words contained an icy intent of slaughter, making everyone feel a chill when they heard. Everyone all sensed his determination. The resentment pent up in the heart for these 20 years. Yi Yuan finally poured it out, making everyone's faces change. Such genuine sentiments were able to move people the most. He wanted to avenge his father. It was naturally impossible to be someone who murders his own father. Like I said, Qin Yunzi is famed for being loyal. How could he possibly do this sort of treacherous thing like murdering his father? Qin Yunzi's words earlier were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Ji Kanglin plotted to harm the Ji father and son. Now he actually even wants to sling mud at Qin Yunzi. Truly shameless. Qin Yunzi hates evil as if it's his enemy, and had once eradicated many wicked villains. How could he do such a thing himself? Hearing a series of subdued whispers, Sun Man's face fell slightly. He did not think that the situation he operated painstakingly was actually broken by a sentence from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan's strength was lacking, he could trample Yi Yuan to death without any scruple. But sadly, Yi Yuan created 2 void mystic experts overnight. This was simply something appalling to the ears. Counting in Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan's side with 3 mighty void mystic experts was sufficient to contend with any faction. Actually, even Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo themselves were also akin to have fallen into cloud and mist right now. This sort of feeling was seriously too wonderful. The 2 of their talents were abnormally high. But to talk about breaking through to void mystic realm, it was still a little lacking. But the arcane insight, rank pure source infusion divine pill, the Yi Yuan refined punched through that layer of windowpane paper without a hitch. These few days, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion inside the vast heaven peg. Oda, laying down a powerful isolating array formation. He finally refined arcane insight, rank pure source infusion divine pills. Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo would never have dreamed that not only did the 2 of them completely recover their strength, they even went a step further, breaking through to void mystic realm. Although just broken through to the realm of void mystic, their strengths were vastly inferior compared to even Yu Xinping. But void mystic realm was void mystic realm. This was the divine realm's pinnacle-most existence. Right then, an intense tremor occurred ahead. Violent essence energy burst forth like floodwater breaking a dam. The ancient grand array which sealed the immemorial medicine garden finally opened up a crack. The immemorial medicine garden was finally opening. With this, everyone could not contain themselves, flooding over into the immemorial medicine garden like tidewater. Sun Man gave a cold snort and said to Ji Bingyin, "Let's go." Yu Xinping shot Yi Yuan a hateful glare and said, "Brat, consider yourself lucky. Let's go." In a blink, tens of thousands of martial artists flooded into the immemorial medicine garden. "My lord, are we just letting them go like this? We have 3 great void mystic experts, currently. Are we still afraid of these B-A-S-T ARDS? Jiang Taitsong said, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Sunman's strength, I'm clearest about it. If he wasn't wary of others benefiting from the struggle and wanting to preserve their strength to enter the immemorial medicine garden as well, with the two of your strength, it's completely not enough for him to be wary of. Jiang Taitsong could not help choking up as he said in disbelief, I, old Jiang, am in any case a void mystic powerhouse too. It's not to the extent of not even having the strength to retaliate, right? Kuang Tianming by the side said coolly, if I wasn't injured, killing the two of you won't expend much strength. But my strength is inadequate to look at in front of Sunman all the same. When Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo, the two of them, heard it, they could not help sucking in a cold breath. Initially, that bit of smugness because of breaking through to the realm of void mystic was instantly struck down until it was severely bruised. The realm of void mystic similarly had the distinction of superiority or inferiority, but it did not have specific divisions of realms. The relative superiority or inferiority in strength was completely based on the martial artist's own comprehensions toward heavenly Tao. Sunman was once the Medicine King Hall's number 2 expert, his strength second only to Hall Master Ji Jingyang. His strength could be imagined. Martial artists who had just entered the realm of void mystic completely could not stir up any waves in front of him. Ao Qian also let out an emotional sigh as he said, This old man not emerging for 20,000 years. I didn't expect that strength of martial artists these days already shook this old man off by a great deal. Yi Yuan said with a smile, You don't need to belittle your capabilities either. Jiang Taitsong asked, Chapter 1049, Purple Evil Sky Gloom. Chapter 1049. Purple Evil Sky Gloom, the immemorial medicine garden, was very large. Several tens of thousands of martial artists went it. Very quickly they dispersed. Those super Holy Lands experts were long gone already. They simply turned their noses up at the spirit medicines in the vicinity and immediately hastened to the divine, rank spirit medicines in the deep regions. Yi Yuan did not stop either. Their party was going to look for a 100,000-year-old heart and GRA. SS first, and a 100,000-year-old heart and GRA. S was impossible to find in the outer regions. Rumble. Wan Shuangzhou and Ao Qian. The two of them each took care of a Tier 9 desolate beast. Ao Qian said with a frown, We've just reached the 30,000 years region. These desolate beast strengths are actually already this powerful. The immemorial medicine garden opening this time is truly quite extraordinary. Could it be that there really are divine, rank spirit medicines coming into being? Yeah, I've come to the immemorial medicine garden before in the past. But the strength of the 30,000-year region's desolate beasts at that time were not this powerful. Wan Shuangzhou said as well, the immemorial medicine garden's regions were calculated using the age of spirit medicines. Regions below 100,000 years old, 10,000 years per rank. The strength of the desolate beasts would become stronger along with the increase in age. The immemorial medicine garden's desolate beasts, some are present in the divine realm, some are not available in the divine realm. But there was one thing, although the strengths of the desolate beasts here were extremely powerful, they would never take human form. Furthermore, desolate beasts were bloodthirsty by nature. As long as they saw humans, they would launch attacks. There was not the least bit of intellect to speak of at all. It was completely different from the outside words demon race. Hence, that was why they were called desolate beasts. With the strength of Yi Yuan's party, these desolate beasts in the outer regions naturally could not enter their sights, but they could sense the desolate beasts increase in strength. Dividing spirit medicines according to grade, it was divided into a total of 9 grades. But along with the increase in age, the medicinal effect of the spirit medicines would continue building up. Tier 9 spirit medicines would not advance ranks. But along with the increase in age, their medicinal effects would also increase to a rather terrifying level. It was just that these spirit medicines were too rare. It virtually resided in a state of extinction in the outside world. One would only have an opportunity to find them in this immemorial medicine garden. Of course, tremendous risks came along with it too. Yi Yuan also frowned and said, "Looks like the difficulty level of us wanting to find a 100,000-year-old heart and GRA. S will likely be quite a bit difficult. In a while, when we reach the 100,000 years region, everybody be more careful. Make sure not to provoke those desolate beasts." 100,000 years was a dividing crest. Reaching the 100,000 years region, the strength of the desolate beasts practically already reached the level of void mystic experts. Going further in, the degree of danger would rise by more than several times. But now the desolate beast strength as a whole all went up a step. Once they ran into desolate beasts in the 100,000 years region, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all nodded when they heard this, having solemn looks on their faces. The party was cautious. Using 3 days' time, they finally entered the 100,000 years region. Heart and GRA. S normally grows in the cracks of rocks. Let's head into that valley to search, Yi Yuan said and pointed to a direction. In terms of mastery over spirit medicines, these former big shots could not catch up to Yi Yuan even if they whipped their horses. There was naturally no objections. The party followed step by step and walked into a valley and started searching. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled and he said, That is purple evil sky gloom. A 100,000-year-old purple evil sky gloom. Haha, our luck is seriously too good. Far away, a stalk of purple-colored spirit medicine was very conspicuous. Fragrance spilled over. One look, and it was clear that it was not an ordinary item. This place was the 100,000 years region. No need to think, and one would also know that it was good stuff. Although this place was called the 100,000 years region, it did not mean that there were spirit medicines all over the place here. On the contrary, the land here was vast and the medicine scarce. Finding a stock of 100,000-year-old spirit medicine was also not much different from winning the lottery. A single misstep, and one would even be chased down by desolate beasts endlessly. Everyone was perplexed and asked Yi Yuan, "My lord, what is the purple evil sky gloom?" Tier 9 spirit medicines were extremely rare. Moreover, along with the difference in age, changes would even occur to their form. Let alone martial artists, even many alchemy emperor experts could not recognize at all when they saw some rarely seen spirit medicines. Yi Yuan was rather agitated as he said, "The purple evil sky gloom is a kind of extremely rare Tier 9 spirit medicines. It carries a portion of heavenly Tao laws naturally, which is extremely hard to form. A 100,000-year-old purple evil sky gloom can make void mystic experts advance a step further." Hearing Yi Yuan say finish, everyone trembled all over, especially Ao Qian and Kuang Tianming. They were both already veteran void mystic powerhouses. They were deeply aware of how difficult it was for void mystic experts to improve even a little. But with this purple evil sky gloom, just swallowing it could let void mystic experts break through their original strength. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. And my lord, is this whatever purple evil sky gloom really that incredible? Ao Qian said rather disbelievingly. Yi Yuan was quite excited as he said, "This is only just the effects of swallowing the spirit medicines. I saw before a pill formula in an ancient record. One of the core medicines in this pill formula is the purple evil sky gloom. If refined it into a pill, just think how powerful its medicinal effects will be." Kuang Tianming drew a deep breath and said, "Then still waiting for what, younger brother? Let's quickly go and harvest it." Yi Yuan nodded his head and stepped forward. He carried some agitation and walked over towards the purple evil sky gloom. Roar! Everyone had just walked halfway when a terrifying roar sounded out, making everyone's expressions change. An enormous, bull-shaped, desolate beast walked out from the depths of the valley. That aura, even when a void mystic powerhouse like Jiang Taitsong saw it, he also shuddered. This large bull was practically 3 people high and over 100 feet long. Each step it took, the earth seemed to be quaking. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Not good, this is Wild Earth Bull. Its strength absolutely doesn't lose out to void mystic realm powerhouses. This, my lord," he already blocked the purple evil sky gloom. Are we still going over or not?" Jiang Taitsong said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan rebuked. "You go over if you want to. I don't want to die. Quickly run. Still in a daze for what?" While talking, that wild earth bull already accelerated and galloped over. Before the bull arrived, that terrifying impact force already arrived in front of everybody. Seeing this sort of power and momentum, how could Jiang Taitsong still dare to be concerned about what purple evil sky gloom? He turned his T around and ran. One should not simply look at how the wild earth bull's size was Civ. Its movements were actually incomparably agile. In a blink of an eye, it caught up to Yi Yuan and the others. Jiang Taitsong saw that they could not escape and yelled out, "Wu Luo, fight it out with him! Retreat while fighting! Cover His Excellency! Out of the valley!" Wu Luo also understood without many words. The 2 people's divine king domains opened fully and directly clashed with the wild earth bull. Rumble! A tremendous impact actually directly knocked Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong, the 2 of them flying. This wild earth bull's strength was too terrifying. Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong fought as they retreated, very quickly covering Yi Yuan out of this stretch of valley. The wild earth bull still did not have its fill and directly followed and charged out. When Yi Yuan's party and the wild earth bull all disappeared, a figure slowly appeared and came right beside the purple evil sky gloom. A hint of a smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of fools. Busying about for half a day, didn't it still benefited me, Wu Yuan Xiao? This person was precisely the Thundercry Divine King, Wu Yuan Xiao, who was hiding at that place all along. Chapter 1050. No discussion about scamming you. Chapter 1050. No discussion about scamming you. What the Thundercry Divine King was most adept in, apart from lightning-style cultivation methods, was this concealment and tracking art. Along the way, he had been following Yi Yuan's party all along, wanting to fish in troubled waters. If Yi Yuan they all encountered great danger, he did not mind supplementing a knife from the back. If Yi Yuan they all found good stuff, he could also beat them to the draw. He did not recognize this purple evil sky gloom either. But Yi Yuan's words earlier made him endlessly moved. Any void mystic expert also probably would not be unmoved hearing Yi Yuan's words. He was still planning on how to cut in just now. He did not expect a wild earth bull to suddenly charge out. Truly obtained it without any effort at all. This fine item, I'll accept it. Wu Yuanqiao was wildly ecstatic in his heart, reaching his hand out, wanting to pluck the purple evil sky gloom. Right then, a purple light flashed from the purple evil sky gloom. Wu Yuanqiao's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to shrink back. However, it was already too late. The purple light actually pierced through his essence energy HI plus ELD, incomparably swift and fiercely, stabbing him. In an instant, a wave of black aura followed along the wound, wanting to creep upwards. Venomous. Wu Yuanqiao's expression changed drastically, and he frenziedly urged his Emperor Qi, wanting to force the venom out of the wound. However, it was not over yet. Rumble. An enormous snake shot up to the sky from beneath the earth, opened its gaping maws, and bit down at Wu Yuanqiao. How could Wu Yuanqiao still bother about forcing out the venom? He instantly opened up his divine king domain. /HI Plussing his hand, a bolt of lightning charged towards the Ma's Civ Snake. Rumble. The Ma's Civ Snake also spewed out a violent essence energy attack, directly class HI, plussing together with Wu Yuanqiao. Under an attack, they were actually evenly matched. That enormous snake seemed to have went nuts. It continuously unleashed attacks at Wu Yuanqiao. The one snake and one human started a great battle in the valley. Wu Yuanqiao was incomparably alarmed in his heart. This Ma's Civ Snake strength was actually very nearly the same as his. His expression became ugly. He could distinctly sense that the venom from the wound earlier were creeping into his body again. Right then, several figures rose and dipped and appeared in the valley. They were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the others who had just left the valley. Wu Yuanqiao was currently in the heat of battle, but the appearance of Yi Yuan's group could not hide from his ears and eyes at all. This made him instantly have a foreboding premonition. Hoo-hoo, truly touching. Thundercry, I really don't know how to thank you. This heaven-devouring python is the purple evil Skygloom's guardian beast. I was just fretting over what to do, but you lured him away. You're such a good guy. This Yi is shedding tears of grat. One toot. Yi Yuan's words were said very sincerely, but the teasing look on his face was displayed completely. Hearing these words, how could Wu Yuanqiao still not know that he was duped? Turned out that this guy had long known that he had been following them all along. That was why he set up such a play, making him fall into the trap himself. But he was already very careful this time and followed very far away the whole time. Moreover, his concealment and tracking art was unleashed to the limits. He was confident that it was sufficient to hide from void mystic experts. But why could he not even hide from a first-level Dao profound fellow? Also, what was the deal with that wild earth bull? Could it be that this Ji Qingyin could even communicate with this desolate beast to cooperate with him and act out a show? Even if Ji Qingyin had this ability, there was also no time to go and do this. The moment wild earth bulls see forest joy, it will go crazy. Still remember that stalk of spirit medicine I plucked at the 70,000 years region? That is a forest joy, SS. Now, that wild earth bull has already chased my clone out far away. Oh, your concealment and tracking art is indeed very impressive, but sorry about that. I recently had some breakthroughs in Heart Realm again. The level of skill you have is not enough. Yi Yuan seemed to know what Wu Yuanqiao wanted to ask and directly answered him altogether. Hearing Yi Yuan's words far away, Wu Yuanqiao nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His aura was chaotic, and he nearly got swept by the heaven-devouring python's tail. Anger attacking the heart. That venom already crept up his arm, following his blood. He was incapable of speaking currently and could only listen to Yi Yuan rattle on nonstop. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The purple evil Skygloom can't be picked like that. You need to pluck it with the power of flames, then seal it using a jade bottle. This purple evil Skygloom's poison is very formidable. Don't look at how you're a void mystic expert. If the venom flow to the heart channels, your cultivation realm will fall drastically even if you don't die. If I were you, I'd hurry and find a place to enter close seclusion and force the poison out right now. Otherwise, body can save you. Don't think about redirecting the troubled waters. You touched the purple evil Skygloom. The heaven-devouring python will keep chasing you down. As for whether or not you can shake him off before the poison kicks in, it will depend on your luck, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Pooh! Wu Yuanqiao finally could not resist spewing out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan was like a roundworm in his stomach, completely aware of what he was thinking. He did indeed had the idea of redirecting the troubled waters just now, but Yi Yuan actually saw through him with one glance. Furthermore, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Wu Yuanqiao's entire person went cold. This poison was actually so formidable. At this point, rather believe that it exists than not. Thinking up to here, How could Wu Yuanqiao still dare to stay? He opened up his divine king domain and suddenly erupted with a shocking attack, immediately blasting the heaven-devouring python far away. He immediately did not dare to stay either, directly urging his movement technique to the limits, and fled for his life. The heaven-devouring python seemed to have been enraged by Wu Yuanqiao's blow and directly dashed at full speed towards outside of the valley. Its speed was actually not the slightest bit slow. Seeing this scene, everyone behind Yi Yuan was speechless. Just earlier, they were also all kept in the dark by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan use a clone to lure the wild earth bull away, each and every one of them even chuckled inwardly. When they saw Wu Yuanqiao being attacked by the heaven-devouring python, they all had blank looks, uncertain about what happened. Only when Yi Yuan explained, clearly did they come to a realization. While currently the most agitated one was none other than the extreme Sword Divine King, Kuang Tianming. He and Wu Yuanqiao were sworn enemies. These few years, there was no lack of being hunted down by him. Yet, Wu Yuanqiao, this fellow's concealment and tracking art was extremely brilliant. Kuang Tianming could not shake him off no matter what. He knew that Yi Yuan doing all this today was all for the sake of helping him take revenge. How could he not be moved? Younger brother, what do you want elder brother to say about you? This great gift is seriously too unexpected. Kuang Tianming said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This guy has been following behind us the entire time, harboring malicious intentions. It just so happened to have given me an opportunity to help elder brother take revenge. Hee. Us brothers don't have to say this sort of distant words." Kuang Tianming nodded and said, "All right, us brothers won't regard each other as strangers. When elder brother heals from my injuries, I'll accompany you along to charge up to the Medicine King Hall. I don't believe that Ji Kanglin, this guy, can cover the sky with one hand." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Even if elder brother doesn't say, I'll also invite you along. But the urgent matter on hand, let's better treat your injuries." "My lord, why do I feel like you're very familiar with this place?" Jiang Taitsong suddenly asked a sentence absent-mindedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Because I came here before." Chapter 1051. Bringing disaster to the fishes in the moat. Chapter 1051. Bringing disaster to the fishes in the moat. "My lord, you came to the immemorial medicine garden before?" "This. How is this possible?" Jiang Taitsong could not help opening his eyes wide, as he said, in disbelief. Yi Yuan's past, the people present were already all aware. Counting in his years in this previous life, Yi Yuan was at the very most also just a little over 500 years old right now, while the immemorial medicine garden itself opened every 500 years. How could Yi Yuan have possibly come in before? Not just Jiang Taitsong. Even the others also looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful looks. Yi Yuan explained with a smile, "What's hard to explain about this? You guys don't forget about my previous lives, Aiden. One time, the last time the immemorial medicine garden opened, I was merely 11 or 12 years old. But at that time, I already set the alchemy path as the target of my lifetime aspiration. Father personally brought me into the immemorial medicine garden before. It was just that one time and, Body knew it all." Everyone exchanged glances. Only now did they know that there was still such a thing. When alchemists cultivated to a peak realm, their combat power was not the slightest bit inferior compared to martial artists. Their divine soul attacks, even void mystic experts, felt endless headaches too. Otherwise, what right did Ji Xingyang, an alchemist, had to set up such a large, super holy land single-handedly, and also based on what to suppress an apex expert like Sun Man? With Ji Xingyang's strength, stealthily bringing Yi Yuan into the immemorial medicine garden, it was not surprising that Body discovered it at all. No wonder Yi Yuan was able to find this valley. Turns out that he had long known that this place had a purple evil sky gloom, and also knew that this place had a wild earth bull and heaven-devouring python, and specially dug a large pit for Wu Yuanqiao to jump. Everyone could not help pitying Wu Yuanqiao. This guy thought himself to be clever, but from the start, he was already schemed against by Yi Yuan. Kuang Tianming sighed with admiration as he said, "Younger brother, I really didn't discover in the past, when you play tricks, it's not perfunctory at all." Kuang Tianming and Yi Yuan were considered old friends already. But only today did he discover that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyan back then. The previous life's Ji Qingyan just studied the alchemy path blindly and exceedingly rarely had his mind wander. But the present Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill and coped with all matters with schemes. Others virtually could not gain any bit of advantage at his hands. Yi Yuan said with a smile, merely forced by the circumstances, "In the past, I wasn't willing to have these schemes. But after reincarnating, my strength is too weak. Not having some schemes, it will probably be very hard to survive until today." Kuang Tianming's expression became stern, and he nodded his head. Although only 20 years had passed, said, these 20 years to Yi Yuan, he probably experienced a great deal. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the purple evil sky gloom and directly chopped it off with a fire blade. The purple evil sky gloom was felled at the sound of it. Yi Yuan guided with essence energy, drawing it into a jade bottle prepared long ago. "My lord, is this purple evil sky gloom really as miraculous as you said?" Jiang Taitsong said curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just bluffing that fellow. If you really swallow this thing, it will be weird if you aren't poisoned to death. How can it be that easy for void mystic experts to want to break through? Although this purple evil sky gloom naturally carries heavenly Tao laws, it's extremely limited too. If it's refined into a pill, it's really able to help void mystic experts comprehend heavenly Tao. It's just that the other few core medicines are similarly very hard to source. Unless this purple evil sky gloom can grow to 1,000,000 years old." The moment Kuang Tianming heard, he could not help laughing as he said, "You brat hoo-hoo, I'm really convinced by you. Wu Yuanqiao, that guy probably even has the will to die right now, right?" "Pooh work." Wu Yuanqiao sprinted wildly. He was bitten by a heaven-devouring python. A moment of carelessness, and he was struck by the heaven-devouring python again. Now he was already severely wounded and dying. The heaven-devouring python strength was around his level to begin with. At this time, the purple evil sky gloom poison already gradually spread. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. He was completely not the heaven-devouring python's match anymore. At this time, he could only flee for his life. But the faster he ran, the shorter the time taken for the poison to flare up. This purple evil sky gloom's poison was truly formidable. Even with his void mystic realm emperor chi, it still could not stop its corrosion. Currently, he was already seething with hatred towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Except he knew that if the heaven-devouring python continued pursuing like this, he would have no chance at all to go and take revenge. Right then, Wu Yuanqiao suddenly saw that there was a group of people ahead and was immediately overjoyed. This was his final stock of life-saving straw. Hence, he mustered up essence energy and sprinted over there frenziedly. Help! Wu Yuanqiao used the last of his strength to yell out. "Over here, the 7 absolute cities' deputy city lord." Hidajiang's brows furrowed as he said, "Who is it? To actually draw over such a powerful, desolate beast?" The Yu Xinping by his side strained his eyes to look into the distance and said with a frown, "That movement technique flows like lightning. It should be the thundercry divine king, Wu Yuanqiao. Brother he seems to be crying for help." Hidajiang said indifferently, "No need to worry about him. This guy isn't some good person either. Save us the trouble." But Yu Xinping said with knitted brows, "This guy seems to have suffered serious injuries." Although this desolate beast is powerful with his strength, it shouldn't be to the extent of getting into such a mess, right? Not good. This guy is heading over to our side. He wants to redirect the troubled waters. He Dajiang's expression darkened too, dousing Wu Yuanxiao in a torrent of abuse in his heart. He did not know that while the heaven-devouring python seemed violent, it would not attack them at all. Seeing Wu Yuanxiao head over in this direction, they even thought that they could not escape and could only take action to deal with the heaven-devouring python. He Dajiang's expression became intent. With a flash, he already arrived before the heaven-devouring python and said with a cold snort, "Vile beast, scram further away for this old man." The heaven-devouring python only wanted to pursue Wu Yuanxiao wholeheartedly. I did not expect that someone actually dared to block its path. It immediately roared and attacked He Dajiang. He Dajiang's face fell, and he said, "Vile beast, courting death!" Only to see his aura release fully. A terrifying divine king domain instantly expanded out. A light and fleeting palm smacked out. It was only to hear a bang, sending the gigantic heaven-devouring python out far away. Roar! The heaven-devouring python repeatedly cried out. Its Civ body squirmed wantonly in the air, terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, He Dajiang's expression changed, and he said, "Not good! Quickly leave this place!" Just as he was talking, that heaven-devouring python suddenly opened his Civ maws wide. A large cloud of green-colored smoke sprayed out from its mouth. When the 7 absolute cities people saw the situation, their expressions all changed greatly. Each and every one of them displayed their movement techniques, fleeing desperately for their lives. This green fog was a highly toxic thing with one glance. How could they dare to touch? Indeed, places that the green fog said through flowers and withered completely. The whole process was incomparably toxic. In a blink of an eye, there were disciples from 7 absolute city and Fiendblade Mountain, whose strengths were slightly weaker, collapsing onto the ground. Vile beast seeking death. He Dajiang could not help flying into a great rage and suddenly smacked a palm out. This palm, the power seemed to be several times greater compared to that palm from before. Rumble. The heaven-devouring python was directly smacked out 100,000 feet away, collapsing onto the ground and started spasming. The power of He Dajiang's one palm was actually daunting to the extreme. Hurry up and leave this area. Take care not to be infected by the toxic gas. I'll go and slay this fiend. He Dajiang shouted out and charged over towards the heaven-devouring python. Swoosh! The heaven-devouring python that was originally still twitching on the ground actually came back to life and directly escaped into the distance. Chapter 1052. Working in Cahoots? Chapter 1052. Working in cahoots, He Dajiang also did not expect that this heaven-devouring python was actually this resistant to a beating. That bit just now was actually just feigning death. It was already too late to want to pursue again. At present, they had already entered the 100,000 years region. If he left rashly, it would be very easy for the main unit to encounter the attacks of desolate beasts. Helpless, he could only watch the heaven-devouring python make a clean getaway. Returning to count the disciples, He Dajiang immediately flared up with rage. The heaven-devouring python's cloud of poisonous smog earlier actually directly poisoned several dozens disciples of the 2 great factions to death. It could be said to be heavy losses. Among these disciples, there was quite a number of elite disciples that he specially brought out this time to temper themselves. He did not think that before even entering the dangerous regions, they actually died just like that bafflingly. Thinking up to here, his fury directly turned onto Wu Yuanxiao. Looking at Wu Yuanxiao again, his entire face already became a pale purple color. Especially his lips, it was even blackish purple. Brother this matter, it's all that Ji Qingyun's fault. May I be permitted to force out the poison and treat my injuries first? Wu Yuanxiao already almost could not speak anymore. He could only use Emperor Qi to guard his heart channels at this time to prevent immediate death from the poison flaring up. As for the rest, he could only slowly figure it out again. Of course, the prerequisite was that He Dajiang could let him off. When He Dajiang heard this, his brows furrowed, and he said, "You went to provoke that Ji Qingyan." Wu Yuanqiao nodded his head weakly and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events. He said with a sigh, "I didn't think that this brat's strength is measly right now, but he's actually so troublesome as well." He Dajiang and Yu Xinping exchanged a glance, both revealing a thick look of apprehension. Although Ji Qingyan only had first-level Dao profound strength at the moment, it seemed like he was even harder to tangle with compared to his previous life. In his past life, although his status was extremely high, he wasn't so terrifyingly scheming. But the Ji Qingyun in this life, his mentality was clearly exceedingly mature already. "Brother He, as long as you let me force out the poison and treat my injuries, I, Wu Yuanqiao, am willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath to lend a helping hand to your 7 absolute city inside this immemorial medicine garden. All of the spirit medicines that I obtain will all belong to the 7 absolute city." Wu Yuanqiao gasped for air as he said, this was already Wu Yuanqiao's final chip. This trip to the immemorial medicine garden. He originally came with a gloating expression, but now he had utterly stumbled. And all of this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. He was already not thinking about other things now. He was only thinking of taking revenge on Yi Yuan. Wu Yuanqiao knew that the 7 absolute cities' opponents this time were many. Divine rank spirit medicines coming into being. These few major forces were bound to unfurl an intense slaughter. An additional void mystic expert holding down the fort, the 7 absolute cities' chances of victory would clearly be much greater. Sure enough, hearing Wu Yuanqiao's words, the killing intent in He Dajiang's eyes faded away considerably. Indeed, the immemorial medicine garden's commotion this time was too great. None of these major factions would let such an opportunity slip by. At that time, when divine rank spirit medicines came into being, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight. If Wu Yuanqiao could swear a heavenly Dao oath, it could be taken into consideration. Wu Yuanqiao was an itinerant cultivator, no sect, no faction. Joining the 7 absolute cities camp did not have much burden either. Fine, if you can help this seat obtain divine rank spirit medicines, the matter this time will be dropped at that. He Dajiang said in a cold voice. Wu Yuanqiao nodded his head feebly and started to purge the poison to treat his injuries. His condition, even swearing a heavenly Dao oath, was enough to choke on. Void mystic experts were indeed incomparably powerful. That purple evil Skyglim's poison, even if divine king experts were hit by it, it was certain death too. But with the Pa-S Sage of Time, Wu Yuanqiao forcefully forced out most of the poison. Ji Qingyan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, Wu Yuanqiao, am not a human. Wu Yuanqiao slowly stood up and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. He had become famous for many years. Ever since stepping into Void Mystic, he had yet to suffer such a great loss before. This time he nearly lost even his small life. How could he not hate? Yu Xinping shot Wu Yuanqiao a glance, rather sympathetically, thinking to himself that the loss he suffered at Ji Qingyan there was seriously nothing compared to Wu Yuanqiao. After Yi Yuan collected the purple evil sky gloom, he walked even deeper into that valley. The group of people following behind Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked. Ever since, after scamming Wu Yuanqiao, their party no longer ran into desolate beasts. Only then did Ao Qian and the others came to a realization. Turned out that the desolate beasts they ran into along the way were all intentional by Yi Yuan. The goal was in order to beguile Wu Yuanqiao. Yi Yuan was completely traveling the path with ease and knew this place well. This 100,000 years region. He simply knew it like the palm of his hand. "My lord, you're simply cheating here. Why do I feel like you're just like in your own backyard within this immemorial medicine garden? Jiang Taitsong said in shock. The others did not speak, but look at the expressions. They were roughly thinking the same as Jiang Taitsong. Yi Yuan said smilingly, My father was the divine realm's strongest alchemist, not one of. Each time the immemorial medicine garden opened, he would enter inside and was already thoroughly familiar with this place long ago. That year, when I came in with him, I was only playing a supporting role by the side and pretty much memorized the terrain here while I was at it. When everyone heard, they all sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan said it casually, but the terrain inside this immemorial medicine garden was incomparably convoluted. Moreover, array formations revolved around inside. Wanting to remember all of the terrain features was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Back then, he, an 11 or 12-years-old brat, actually had such remarkable memory. This was simply something inconceivable. Forget about 11 or 12 years old. Even they right now could not remember it either. This guy in front of them was simply freakish, without limits. But, my lord, since you're so familiar with this place, why not harvest away all of the spirit medicines, disregarding other places? Just these 100,000-year-old spirit medicines. Bringing them out are all priceless treasures. Jiang Taitsong said with a greedy look. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, To alchemists, spirit medicines are life. But draining the pond to catch all of the fish, this sort of thing goes against natural laws. If one really does it, one will suffer heavenly punishment. Back then, Father bringing me in here was primarily in order to let me familiarize with these spirit medicines' medicinal properties and experience it firsthand a little. As for harvesting them away, that's a big no-no. There's still this reasoning. Jiang Taitsong said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Spirit medicines are born from heaven and earth. The more powerful the spirit medicines, the greater that spiritual qi contained. Such a place, like the immemorial medicine garden, one must make sure not to clean away all these spirit medicines. Jiang Taitsong mumbled to himself when he heard that, most likely apart from a freak like my lord, and body can collect away all of these spirit medicines either, right? This point, thinking about Wu Yuanxiao's outcome, and one would know, the spirit medicines in this 100,000 years region were not that easy to harvest. Yi Yuan brought the people below a cliff. Lifting his hand and looking over, he said, That's a 100,000-year-old heart and GRA. SS. 500 years have Pa S said it's indeed still here. Seeing the heart and GRA. S. A.O. Qian's entire body trembled too, his emotions unable to calm down. Yi Yuan said with a smile, You don't have to be so agitated either. An unreal enlightenment divine, pill refined from a 100,000-year-old heart and GRA. S is unable to let you recover to your peak strength too. At the very most, it's also just reaching the strength of that golden needle acupoint piercing. A.O. Chen nodded and said, This old man knows, but that is already sufficient. Chapter 1053, Golden-Colored Divine Soul. Chapter 1053, Golden-Colored Divine Soul. A.O. Chen was suppressed for 20,000 years. His martial Tao foundation was already pretty much ruined. For him to be able to barely maintain a divine king realm was already a miracle. How could wanting to let him recover to his peak state be easy? Yi Yuan saw through the hint of unwillingness in A.O. Chen's heart and said with a smile, Mystic-grade medicinal pills are not what the average person can refine. With my present strength, refining 100,000-year-old spirit medicines are already the limit. When I break through to middle stage, Tao profound realm, I should roughly be able to refine 500,000-year-old spirit medicines. The moment A.O. Chen heard, he could not help being pleasantly surprised as he said, Then A.O. Chen, thanks your excellency very much. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Don't thank too early. For you to want to truly recover to peak strength, you need a 500,000-year-old blossom face, proud heart fruit, a 500,000-year-old void nether heavenly orchid, as well as an ethereal blood ginseng. 500,000-year-old items. You're also aware of how hard it is. Hearing these words, Ao Qian's expression could not help changing. Spirit medicines in the 500,000-year region. The degree of danger inside completely could not be compared to currently. Even if he was in his prime, he did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed too. The 100,000 years region was still fine. Heading deeper in, medicine spirits would appear. Those things were spirit medicines, cultivated into spirits. Not only their aggressiveness was high, but their strength also rivaled void mystic realm powerhouses too. If it was 1 or 2 medicine spirits, it would be fine still. If they ran into a large group, even Ao Qian would also have to suck. You, MB, my lord, this, Ao Qian said with a look of difficulty. Honestly speaking, ever since acknowledging Yi Yuan as master, Jiang Taitsong and the rest of their contributions were not much, but the benefits obtained were far too much. The spirit medicines that Ao Qian required were seriously too rare. Therefore, the degree of danger would also soar exponentially. Making Yi Yuan take risks on his behalf again, he really could not quite get over it. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Don't you worry, the 500,000-year region. Others can't go there. But it can't stop me, Yi Yuan. Speaking of which, you're lucky too. This ethereal blood ginseng is an extremely seldom seen item. One might not even find it in this immemorial medicine garden too. But I just so happen to have obtained a stock before in the past. Sup 1/sup." The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being overjoyed. "My lord, as long as Ao Qian is able to recover my strength, this old life will be sold to you from here on. Forget about 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. This old man absolutely won't bat an eyelid too." Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Screw off. You, this character who's already obsolete if you don't break through to deity realm. You probably can't even live past 3,000 years. Still talking about 10,000 years. Ao Qian's old face turned red, and he had a look of embarrassment on his face. Although he swallowed a heaven-defying item like the crane essence, his lifespan ultimately had a limit. Only by breaking through to deity realm could he extend his longevity. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan continued to refine medicinal pills for him, it would not have the least bit of effect either. Putting away the heart and GRAS, Yi Yuan found a safe spot and started close seclusion to refine the Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill. The Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill was a true blue super Tier 9 medicinal pill. It could help void mystic realm powerhouses consolidate their foundations and nurture their essence, and restore martial Tao foundation. It was unbelievably heaven-defying. The so-called mystic-grade medicinal pills were also called Super Tier 9 medicinal pills. The difficulty of refining was countless greater compared to high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. They were specifically for void, mystic realm powerhouses to use. Ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero, people were already unable to break through the fetters. Hence, they exhausted all kinds of methods to break through the limits of the divine king realm. The realm of void mystic was born in response to the proper time and conditions due to this. In contrast, mystic-grade medicinal pills were also unearthed by alchemists. To be able to refine mystic-grade medicinal pills was the hallmark of becoming a peak alchemy emperor. However, this step had stumped innumerable alchemists. In the entire divine realm, void mystic powerhouses were very few and far between, while the number of peak alchemy emperors were even fewer than void mystic powerhouses. It could be seen from this how difficult it was to become a peak alchemy emperor. Apart from Yi Yuan, the divine realm's peak alchemy emperors were all some old antiques who had already become famous for a long time and would not easily take action. Not only were these people's alchemy Tao strength very formidable, but their strengths were also very terrifying. And after Yi Yuan ACCU, Mulat insights of 300 years at peak alchemy emperor, his alchemy Tao strength already Serpa said many old fogies who had made a name for themselves, such as Quan Xingzi. Just talking in terms of alchemy Tao strength, an old monster like Old Man Han might not be as powerful as Yi Yuan too. More importantly, Yi Yuan comprehended divine Tao laws at present. On the Tao of alchemy, he already completely Serpa said those old fellows. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as his strength recovered to its peak, he could absolutely be exactly like his father, Ji Jingyang, refining a half-divine pill, even a divine pill. But before refining the unreal enlightenment divine pill, Yi Yuan still had to do one thing, that was breaking through his divine soul realm to late-stage alchemy emperor. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and a portion of the golden characters circulated obediently in his divine soul. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and meticulously sensed the undulations of divine Tao laws. Wanting to understand these divine inscriptions, the hardest was crossing the threshold. Just like an uncommon language, if one did not grasp the inherent rules, there was absolutely no way to learn it. With Yi Yuan's talent, he was unable to understand the profundities of the medicine D soul canon's divine inscriptions all the way until before breaking through to Tao profound realm. But ever since the last time he aroused the divine inscriptions, letting him savor the mysteries of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan became unstoppable. His understanding of these divine inscriptions gradually deepened. This sort of divine Tao law's undulations made Yi Yuan wallow inside in ecstasy. Although the time was not long, Yi Yuan's divine soul realm already gradually closed in on high-rank alchemy emperor. During his close seclusion this time, he was planning on breaking through in one go. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was comprehending the Tao, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly started vibrating. Yi Yuan had yet to notice what was going on and was already pulled into the soul-suppressing PAC. Regarding this place, Yi Yuan was already very familiar. But this time inside the soul-suppressing place did not have a lightning ocean and also did not have those sort of divine, soul-impacting undulations. What came in together with Yi Yuan was even the divine inscriptions. Yi Yuan discovered to his delight that after entering here, the incomparably profound divine inscriptions were actually assembled into countless fragments. These fragments floated before Yi Yuan's eyes and actually let his comprehension towards the divine inscriptions become easier. This discovery made Yi Yuan beside himself with joy. The soul-suppressing PAC actually decomposed the divine inscriptions into the most primitive laws, presenting before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to dawdle and instantly entered the realm of heaven-man unity and carefully comprehended these profound divine Tao laws. 2 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, but his divine soul's undulations were several times stronger than before. Under the soul-suppressing pearl's help, he actually only used 2 days' time and successfully broke through to the realm of high-rank alchemy emperor. Viewing his own divine soul internally, Yi Yuan nearly cried out in shock. What's going on here? Why would my divine soul emits a faint golden color? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. Currently, Yi Yuan's divine soul took on a faint golden yellow color. Although it was very faint, it added a kind of light halo on Yi Yuan, making him look incomparably sacred. This discovery made Yi Yuan incomparably astonished. Chapter 1054, 7-star milieu. Chapter 1054, 7-star milieu. Could it be that my divine soul can break through the shackles of divine Tao? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan nearly jumped up. Very clearly, his divine soul producing an abnormal change was because of studying the divine inscriptions. Then could it be that when his understanding of divine Tao laws grew deeper and deeper, there would eventually come a day where he could break through to the deity realm? But very quickly, Yi Yuan denied this notion. In these 100,000 years, Although no deity realm powerhouses had appeared before again, martial artists' research toward divine Tao had never stopped before. The ones researching divine inscriptions were absolutely not just him, Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan even felt that the reason why the 10 great divine kings could attain such heights was likely to a very large degree because of comprehending divine inscriptions. However, they still did not break through to deity realm. Don't overthink anymore. How can the deity realm be so easy to break through? Golden-colored divine soul is exclusive to deity realm powerhouses. Attaining divine Tao, the divine soul would definitely gradually turn golden. Not just the divine soul. After breaking through to deity realm, your bloodline, as well as divine essence, will all transform into a golden color. Yet, without the permission of heavenly Tao, you'll forever not be able to achieve divine Tao. Long Teng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and gave his head a blow. Yi Yuan could not help being stifled when he heard. This was just like when he had just opened up a window, thinking that he could see the scenery outside, but was kicked back by Long Teng heartlessly with one foot. In that case, Senior Long Teng, you already reached that level back then too? Oh, also, Senior Feng Tian. Yi Yuan said gloomily. Long Teng nodded and said, Feng Tian's essence, energy, and spirit had all already reached the limits. That's why he would think of forcefully breaking through to deity realm. Yet, this was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. As for me, I was still significantly worse compared to Feng Tian. When Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Feng Tian's strength back then was far stronger than his. Essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths at the great circle of perfection. Such horrifying strengths were sufficient to sweep away any existence in the divine realm. But even so, Feng Tian was still unable to break through the divine Tao shackles. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh, I understand. Back then, Father should have comprehended the medicine D's soul canon's divine inscriptions, and his divine soul should have turned golden too. Hence, that's how he was able to refine a half-divine pill. His divine soul realm back then was probably the divine realm's strongest. Long Ting nodded and said, exactly so. Yi Yuan said with a smile, hoo, I was greedy. How can the deity realm be so easy to break through? But comprehending the medicine D soul canon, I seem to be able to enter the soul-suppressing SPAC at any time. Comprehending the medicine D's soul canon's divine inscriptions in there can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Long Teng said, this soul-suppressing pearl is truly magical. I even have a feeling that its grade is probably not lower than the vast heaven steel. The process of refining the unreal enlightenment divine pill was unexpectedly smooth. After the divine soul had a qualitative transformation, Yi Yuan refining medicinal pills was simply akin to having divine aid. His foundation was exceptionally solid in the first place, and his understanding of medicinal properties was also exceedingly profound. Adding on the golden divine soul, the unreal enlightenment divine pill that originally should be very taxing was not as difficult to refine as imagined. The only thing that he was lacking was essence energy. After finesse, plussing refining, his entire person appeared somewhat drained. The medicinal pill entered his hand. A hint of self-satisfaction flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. In his previous life, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills was not considered a very difficult matter to him, but it was absolutely not as effortless as it was now. And my lord, how is it? Ao Qian asked rather agitatedly, seeing that not only did the others recover their strength and even improved a step further, Ao Qian could not help becoming somewhat anxious about his gains and losses. After all, the medicinal pills that he required, the degree of difficulty was too high. Even peak alchemy emperors might not be able to refine them too. He naturally did not doubt Yi Yuan's ability, but he was afraid that Yi Yuan was unable to refine out a high-quality medicinal pill. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill, Arcane Insight Rank. Ao Qian's entire body trembled, and tears actually coursed down his old face. 3 days later, in the 500,000 years region, Jian Wushuang suddenly said agitatedly, "Uncle 13, you look, that's a 7 stars Miluo." Sword 13 nodded and said, "That's right, it's indeed a 7 stars Miluo. With it, Wushuang, you can finally break through to the realm of Void Mystic." The Heavenly Sword sect entering the immemorial medicine garden this time. Their objective apart from divine rank spirit medicines was this 7 stars Miluo. A 7 stars Miluo had the function of driving out mental demons. A 500,000-year-old 7 stars Miluo could virtually S.H.I. plus ELD all mental demons and had exceedingly good effects towards a martial artist's breakthrough. Jian Wushuang was actually a Heavenly Sword sex genius with exceedingly powerful talent and rose up at practically the same time with Ji Qingyun. But in this era, any genius would have to be trampled underneath Ji Qingyun's foot. Regardless of whether they were alchemists or martial artists, which person could stand at the pinnacle of this divine realm and sit as equals at the same table with those peak figures within 500 years? These few years, Jian Wushuang had been unable to break through Ji Qingyun, this devilish obstruction, all along. Hence, he kept failing to step into the realm of Void Mystic. Otherwise, with his talent, his current strength should likely not be beneath the extreme Sword Divine King and Thundercry Divine King already. Ha ha ha! Truly, heaven is blessing me, Jian Wushuang said with wild elation. Roar! As if replying to Jian Wushuang's wild laughter, an angry roar billowed into the sky. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. A lion form, desolate beast, already appeared in his sights. Sword 13's face fell, and he said, "It's the desolate ancient celestial lion, appearing in this region. Its strength is likely already not inferior to mine. Wushuang, I'll draw it away. You go and pluck the 7 stars Miluo." Jian Wushuang's expression sunk, and he said with a nod, "Be careful, Uncle 13. Sword 13 slowly nodded his head, lifting his hand. It was a ray of sword light that rumbled straight for the desolate ancient celestial lion. Rumble. The desolate ancient celestial lion actually did not evade nor dodge and received this ray of sword light and was completely unscathed. Sword 13's expression changed. This desolate ancient celestial lion's strength was even above his expectations. Vile beast, prepare to die. Sword 13 gave a loud cry and immediately opened up his divine king domain. A violent attack rumbled over towards the desolate ancient celestial lion explosively. The desolate ancient celestial lion was finally infuriated by Sword 13. With a crazed howl, its figure chased over towards Sword 13 like lightning. Sword 13's speed was exceedingly swift and led him away into the distance. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed and sprinted over towards the 7 stars Miluo. Right then, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Countless sharp spikes stabbed towards him. Jian Wushuang's scalp tingled, but it was already too late to want to dodge. He might as well take advantage of the opportunity to roll on the ground, avoiding this attack with a narrow shave. This 7 stars Miluo actually became a spirit. This time it's rather troublesome. Jian Wushuang said with a frown. The 7 stars Miluo did not give Jian Wushuang the slightest chance to rest. Countless sharp spikes blotted out the skies and covered the earth and rammed at him. These spurs were incomparably sharp. If stabbed to this extent, no need to think, and one would also know the result. Jian Wushuang was in an incomparably dismal state and just fled for his life ardently. How could he still care about plucking the 7 stars Miluo? All of a sudden, he discovered that those sharp spikes were no more. The tempest-like spurs actually stopped. He focused his eyes and looked over. He saw Yi Yuan currently playing with the 7 stars Miluo in his hand, looking at him with a smile on his face. Chapter 1055. Flattering Oneself. Chapter 1055. Flattering oneself. Seeing the scene, Jian Wushuang exploded all at once. Ji Qingyan, you despicable person. Our heavenly sword sect is currently surrounding and suppressing the 7 stars Milieu, but you actually sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Hand over the 7 stars Milieu, and I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan said with an innocent look, My great young master Jian, I saved your life. Do you treat your savior this way? This 7 stars Milieu has already become a medicine spirit. With your strength, you can't deal with it at all. If not for me taking it in, you'd already become a corpse now. Jian Wushuang was stifled. He was teetering on his feet just now, and clearly could not hold on any more already. If those spurs were released for a while more, it would really be hard to say what the outcome would be. But earlier, he saw Sword 13 and the desolate ancient celestial lion fight until the skies turned dark and the earth dimmed. He himself was already made dusty and dirty in appearance by this 7 stars Milieu. But in the end, Ji Qingyan got off cheap. He could not accept this result at all. Bullsh *T. It was clearly you who stole my 7 stars Milieu, and you're still not admitting that you got off cheap here. Truly shameless to the extreme. Jian Wushuang shouted fiercely. Jian Wushuang felt like he was about to have a breakdown. Why was he nearly ked to death by the 7 stars Milieu, while this guy conveniently plucked it without extra trouble? One had to know that Yi Yuan was merely first level, Dao profound, currently. Yi Yuan was defeated by this guy's shamelessness and could only say, all right, even if I stole your 7 stars Milieu, what do you want to do to me then? Jian Wushuang was filled with righteous indignation and drew his long sword without even thinking about it and said, Leave behind the 7 stars Milieu, and I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan said with a doubtful look, Really want me to leave it behind? Rubbis. Plus are you leaving it or not? Yi Yuan said helplessly, Fine, since you want it, giving it to you then. Done talking, Yi Yuan directly threw the 7 stars Milieu over. Jian Wushuang could not help being thrilled when he saw the situation, and instinctively wanted to reach his hand out to go and catch. This 7 stars Milieu was too important to him. Without it, he would not be able to break through to the realm of void mystic. But the next instant, Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically. That 7 stars Milieu breaking free of Yi Yuan's palm immediately seemed to come to life. Spikes that covered the skies sprayed towards Jian Wushuang. This time, Jian Wushuang was too close to it. There was no way to avoid it at all. Right at this critical moment, several beams of swift and fierce sword light tore through the air and arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spurs were broken by the sword light, one after another. A figure arrived with a howl. Who could it be if not Sword 13? It was just that the Sword 13 at this time had holes everywhere on his body. His aura was also very chaotic, and there were even blackish-red bloodstains. It looked like he had clearly just gone through a great battle. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sword 13's expression darkened slightly, and he said, Ji Qingyan, you dare to kill Wushuang? This is seeking death here. Yi Yuan said helplessly, Are your heavenly sword sex people all so unreasonable? I saved Jian Wushuang earlier. He insisted that I had his 7 stars Milieu, and I returned the 7 stars Milieu to him. You're saying to kill me too. Sword 13 said with a cold snort, Humph! Who in the divine realm doesn't know that you and Wushuang are sworn enemies? Will you be so kind-hearted? Yi Yuan sighed and said, That Jian Wushuang is flattering himself. He's not qualified enough to be sworn enemies with me. Sword 13 could not help choking up when he heard that and wanted to speak up to refute, but could not find the words. Yi Yuan was just elaborating a fact. Regardless of whether in his previous life or present life, Jian Wushuang was never an opponent in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was Jian Wushuang's wishful thinking on his own part, viewing Yi Yuan as his mortal foe. Jian Wushuang provoked Ji Qingyan back then for Mu Lingxue. As a result, he was almost wasted by Ji Qingyan. At that time, although they were both successors of two mighty super holy lands, the strength disparity between the two people was too great. Even in this life, Yi Yuan wielded a divine artifact in his hand and even brought along a large group of void, mystic powerhouses. There was no need to make a move at all to deal with Jian Wushuang. Except these words stomped Jian Wushuang's pride into the earth in his ears. He roared, "Ji Qingyan, if you have the capabilities, don't use the divine artifact. Let's go one-on-one directly. With the likes of your current bit of strength, it isn't even enough to fill the crevices between my teeth." The current Jian Wushuang had already utterly lost his reason. He felt that Yi Yuan was simply a jinx sent down by heaven specifically to target him. Yet, when Sword 13 heard these words, he wished that he could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Fights between martial artists would never talk about making others use something or not use something. A life-or-death battle. Any item was a part of strength, inclusive of luck. As long as one could beat their opponent, any means was not an issue. Being able to obtain a divine artifact in itself was a part of Yi Yuan's strength. How was there the logic of making people tie their two hands up? Jian Wushuang saying this sort of words was an expression of yielding in itself already. Who knew that after Yi Yuan heard, he said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Then you receive this move of mine and give it a shot." Jian Wushuang had yet to come back to his senses when a terrifying soul force already spread out. His divine soul instantly sunk into darkness. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. Myriad soul extinction! Your divine soul boundary already broke through to high-rank alchemy emperor? In this instant, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt like his divine soul had tendencies of going to collapse and dissipate. His entire person was in a listless and muddled state. Back then, Yi Yuan used precisely this move to severely injure him. He did not expect that after reincarnating, Jian Wushuang still did not have the strength to retaliate under this move. Alchemists were not completely powerless to retaliate against martial artists. If the alchemist's divine soul mystic art was powerful enough, it was quite a headache for martial artists. Like Ji Zhenyang, Old Man Han, this kind of existence, it was also just a flick of a finger for them to eradicate void mystic powerhouses whose strength were slightly weaker. Unless martial artists were able to kill alchemists in an extremely short time or had a powerful divine soul defensive holy artifact. Otherwise, there was only resigning themselves to fate. Didant, I admit defeat. Jian Wushuang utterly crumbled. Sword 13 did not intervene. He saw that Yi Yuan did not have killing intent. It was just that sensing Yi Yuan's myriad soul extinction, his expression was very ugly. He also did not expect that after this reincarnation, Jian Wushuang still did not have the strength to retaliate in front of Ji Qingyan. He did not blame Jian Wushuang. About Jian Wushuang's talent, the Heavenly Sword sect was already aware of it. Want to blame someone, they could only blame Ji Qingyan for being too powerful. Being born in the same era as such a genius was simply a tragedy. In a blink of an eye, the soul force retreated like tidewater. The pressure on Jian Wushuang's divine soul lightened. Then he gasped heavily for air. He felt that he had already circled one round around the gates of H, El, L, and back. Yi Yuan said to Sword 13 nonchalantly, "Although Jian Wushuang provoked me time and again, there isn't deep-seated hatred between him and me. If I wanted to kill him, he'd have already died D knows how many times. Even if I really killed him back then, what can your Heavenly Sword sect do to me? Even though he's somewhat condescending, the offense doesn't deserve death." Sword 13 knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth, but he was also very unwilling to acknowledge this truth. Since he wanted to save him, why did you want to kill him with the 7 stars milieu again earlier? Sword 13 said solemnly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, just cracking a joke with him. Didn't you come back? Would you watch him be killed before your eyes? Chapter 1056. Dragon Prancing the Four Seas. Chapter 1056. Dragon Prancing the Four Seas. All right, since you returned, it has nothing to do with me anymore as well. This 7 stars milieu, presumably, you can take care of it yourself. I was only dropping in while Pa-S sing through, making a move first. Done talking. Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian and the others to leave. Although this 7 stars milieu was good stuff, Yi Yuan did not need it. The reason why he took action earlier was really just conveniently saving Jian Wushuang's life. Yet, Jian Wushuang still pestered incessantly as he shouted, Uncle 13, this guy is clearly here for the sake of the 7 stars milieu. It's just that he saw you return. That's why he didn't dare to make a move. This guy is harboring evil designs, can't let them leave. Sword 13 said in a solemn voice, Halt! Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said with a faint smile, What? You're really planning on keeping me behind? Sword 13 said, If you dismissed me with a few words, then wouldn't this seat have lost too much face? You're Wushuang's mental demon. As long as I kill you, even without the 7 stars milieu, he's able to break through to the realm of void, mystic too. When at the entrance area, I was wary of the others. That's why I didn't make a move. Sword 13, this sort of person, his heart was extremely hard to sway. Yi Yuan's words earlier, the impact on him was indeed tremendous. Yet his thoughts of wanting to kill Yi Yuan had never changed. No reason other than because Yi Yuan was the fiendish obstruction in Jian Wushuang's heart. This was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to die 10,000 times over. Being decisive about what he said, Sword 13 did not hesitate in the slightest. His divine king domain instantly opened up. Countless sword light glinted inside the domain, carrying out an indiscriminate attack. But right then, another divine king domain suddenly made an appearance and directly clashed together with Sword 13's domain. Entering their sight was a stretch of ocean, dragon prancing the 4 seas. This was Ao Qian's divine king domain. Even though Sword 13's sword domain was strong, facing a stretch of ocean, his sword light was unable to penetrate through in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Sword 13's face revealed a look of immense shock. Another void mystic powerhouse. How is this possible? Sword 13 opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. He already knew at the entrance of the immemorial medicine garden that Yi Yuan created 2 void mystic powerhouses all of a sudden. But now he actually had another void mystic powerhouse whose strength was on par with him by his side too. When could void mystic experts be S produced just like this? Currently, if this force beside Yi Yuan went out, it could completely create a brand new super holy land. A super holy land's void mystic experts. On the low end were 3 to 5. The high end were 6 or 7. This group of people beside Yi Yuan was already sufficient. Void mystic powerhouses could not be piled up just by relying on piling resources. Wanting to groom a void mystic expert, one must firstly expend a very terrifying amount of resources. But just this was still not enough. A major faction could forcefully use resources to push a person to the Divine King realm. But it was absolutely impossible to use resources to push someone to the void mystic realm. Want to take this step without incredible talent, one absolutely could not reach it. To the average person, it was impossible for them to step into the void mystic realm in their entire lives. Just take Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo, for example. If there weren't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they could not take this final step at all. Hence, after the two of them reached the realm of void mystic, they were already wholeheartedly devoted to Yi Yuan. Yet the Divine King powerhouses around Yi Yuan suddenly became void mystic powerhouses, one by one just like that. How could Sword 13 not be shocked about Yi Yuan's performance in Cloud Marsh City during this period of time? Sword 13 was perfectly aware of it. Last time, when Yi Yuan used the Golden Needle Acupoint Piercing Method, Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo merely just reached peak Divine King 2. As for this Ao Qian in front of him, he totally did not have such formidable strength as well. But now, Ao Qian already truly had the strength to contend head-on with him. Yi Yuan did not care about Sword 13's astonishment. His expression turned cold, and he said, although Jian Wushuang and I don't really get along, that are merely small spats between youngsters. Now, is your Heavenly Sword sect really planning on being irreconcilable enemies with me? Then you'll have to be prepared to suffer my wrath. Sword 13's expression turned apprehensive. He was actually taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura. Everyone thought that with Yi Yuan losing the Colossal Medicine King Hall's support, he would definitely find it hard to prop up the situation single-handedly. Anyone could come and take a bite. But only now did Sword 13 discover that Yi Yuan was simply a piece of tough bone, one that could not be cracked. This guy's alchemy skills were even more monstrous than his previous life. Finally, Sword 13 walked out from his shock and put on a smiling face as he said, "Ha! Just cracking a joke just now. My Heavenly Sword sect doesn't have much enmity with you. The past matters, it was all Wushuang who was insensible. I apologize to you on his behalf. How about our two households bury the hatchet? The 500,000-year region, the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples could not enter it at all. Otherwise, if they saw their own vice sect master actually lowered his head to a first-level Tao profound brat, their Ibe, ALLS would probably pop out. In truth, Jian Wushuang's Ibe, ALLS were pretty much popping out at this time too. Uncle 13, I cannot live under the same sky with this guy. Isn't it just 3 void mystic realm experts? How can our Heavenly Sword sect be scared of him? Returning this time, I'll request Father to take action. We must strike this guy dead." Jian Wushuang howled. Sword 13's expression darkened, and he reproached, "Shut up for me. You disappointing thing. Say any more nonsense, and I'll seal your essence energy, see right now, and let someone send you back to the Heavenly Sword sect. Also, from here on, you're not to find trouble with young Master Ji anymore. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Jian Wushuang looked at Sword 13 in disbelief, his entire person frozen there. All along, Uncle 13 doted on him the most and had never flown into such a great rage at him before. This time, it looks like he was truly enraged. Although Jian Wushuang's status in the Heavenly Sword sect was high, he held Uncle 13 in great awe and veneration all along. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, Brother 13, you don't have to be like this. With your ATTI, Tude, I can set my mind at ease. However, you also know that I'm all alone in the world now. It's impossible to be as magnanimous as in the past in the way I conduct myself. If someone provokes me over and over again, I won't have such a good temper anymore." Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. Watch over your nephew well. Don't let him come out and randomly bite people anymore. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. The next time he would really deal a killing blow. The moment Sword 13 heard, his head ached endlessly too. How could Jian Wushuang's hatred towards Yi Yuan be so easy to dispel? Sword 13 nodded and said, "Rest assured. Returning this time, I'll make Wushuang go into seclusion. Before breaking through to the void mystic realm, I absolutely won't let him out." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll give a plum in return for a peach, and gift this 7 stars Miliuo to the 2 of you." As he said, Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the 7 stars Miliuo in the distance. The next instant their Ibe, ALLS popped out. The 7 stars Miliuo actually completely did not unleash attacks at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and plucked, grasping the 7 stars Miliuo in his hand once more. This time, Yi Yuan sealed the 7 stars Miliuo, storing it into a jade bottle. He directly threw it to Sword 13. If my conjectures are right, you guys entering the immemorial medicine garden this time is likely aiming for him, right? As for that divine rank spirit medicine, I advise that you guys had best not get involved in this messy situation, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Chapter 1057, Tao-Defying Pill. Chapter 1057, Tao-Defying Pill. Sword 13's brows furrowed, and he said, "Is it possible that you know something?" "I don't know, but I keep having a bad feeling," Yi Yuan said. Actually, 500 years ago, Ji Jingyang had once brought him into a very deep area before. At that time, he did not know anything yet. But Ji Jingyang told him that in this immemorial medicine garden's depths, there was a presence that even he felt his heart palpitate at. Yi Yuan reckoned that this time, it was very likely that existence having some unusual activities. But what on earth this unusual activity was, Yi Yuan did not know either. You yourself don't even know, and you want to make me not get involved in the messy situation. I have good intentions. Believe it or not, it is up to you. Divine rank spirit medicine? Ha. Can this world still give birth to divine rank spirit medicines? Also, no idea who has ulterior motives spreading such rumors, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Sword 13 did not refute Yi Yuan's words. Musing for a moment, he said, "Then thank you very much for young Master Ji's good intentions. However, you also know what deity realm means to existences like us. It's impossible for me to back out of the struggle because of a word from you. Otherwise, when I return, I'm unable to give an account to Sect Master as well." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything else. He directly left. He was just conveniently mentioning it. As for whether or not the other party would withdraw, that was not what he could decide. But Yi Yuan was certain that the immemorial medicine garden's change this time was likely not that simple. Divine rank spirit medicines coming into existence was probably just a cover. Furthermore, even if there were really divine rank spirit medicines coming into being, who could subdue? After Yi Yuan left, Jian Wushuang said indignantly, "Uncle 13, why did you boost other people's morale while diminish? Plussing your own prestige? Could my heavenly sword sect be afraid of him, an utterly loner? Utter loner? In 10 short days, he created 3 void mystic powerhouses. You're still capable of treating him as a loner? Wushuang, it's true that you're the divine realm pinnacle most genius, but compared to him, you're still far too lacking. This boy reincarnating is no longer that Medicine King Hall's young lord back then anymore. In my view, his alchemy skills have probably already said the Ji Jingyang back then. As long as his strength recovers to its peak, he'll likely be the divine realm's most powerful alchemist. Even though my heavenly sword sect doesn't fear him, such an opponent we have no need to provoke. This Ji Qingyan, we better leave him for Ji Kanglin to fret over," Sword 13 said earnestly in a grave tone. Jian Wushuang's expression flickered incessantly. It was not that he did not acknowledge that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. He was just not willing to admit it. He had always liked Mu Lingxue, very much. But everyone in the divine realm all knew that the person Mu Lingxue liked was Ji Qingyan. Making him to admit that he was inferior to his love rival. He was not willing even if he was beaten to death. Originally, Jian Wushuang thought that with Yi Yuan reincarnating and coming back, regardless of whether his strength or status, it would not be able to compare with his previous life anymore. That was why Jian Wushuang wanted to trample on him ruthlessly. In the end, he was trampled instead. However, that was just Ji Yuan borrowing the might of a divine artifact. He did not think anything about it at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually relied on alchemy skills and created 3 void mystic realm powerhouses. Now, this was horrifying. Although extremely unwilling to admit it, Jian Wushuang also understood that what Sword 13 said was the truth. If he was still the previous life's Ji Qinyan, I wouldn't pay attention to him too. But experiencing the Medicine King Hall's change 20 years ago, he's clearly much more mature compared to the past, and also much more terrifying. If you go and provoke him again, it's hard to guarantee that he won't deal a killing blow. Wushuang, you've already idled away for several dozen years, and should also mature already. Although Big Brother's strength is monstrous, he can't protect you all your life too. The one who's truly able to protect you is only yourself. Think it over well. Yi Yuan brought everyone and shuttled back and forth the 500,000-year region, and found a stock of Tier 9 spirit medicine called Sword Astral Immortal GRA SS. This Sword Astral Immortal GRA S was used to purge the sword chi within a martial artist's body. It had a miraculous effect. After helping his 3 servants all broke through, he naturally would not forget his own brother, Kuang Tianming. After obtaining the Sword Astral Immortal GRA S, Yuan helped Kuang Tianming refine a medicinal pill. Brother Kuang Ji Kanglin's sword chi is incomparably tyrannical. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it also can't get rid of it within a short time. This period of time, you'll go into close seclusion within the vast Heaven Pag. Oda, after completely expelling the sword chi, I'll let you out, Yi Yuan said. Kuang Tianming shook his head and said, Younger brother, within this immemorial medicine garden lurks danger in all corners. Perhaps I'll come in handy to you. Either way, this injury isn't 1 or 2 days already. There's no immediate rush either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, At present, Ao Qian has already recovered a portion of his strength. Compared to Sword 13, that level of existence, he's also not at all inferior. You just set your mind at ease and go into seclusion. Kuang Tianming could not change Yi Yuan's mind and finally still entered the vast Heaven Pag. To enter close seclusion. After Kuang Tianming went into close seclusion, Yi Yuan continued bringing people to search for spirit medicines, and finally found a stock of Blossom Face Proud Heart Fruit. But the other spirit medicine that Ao Qian required, Void Nether Heavenly Orchid, even Yi Yuan was unable to find it. Even though spirit medicines were extremely abundant in the immemorial medicine garden, it was also not everything under the sun. Void Nether Heavenly Orchid was an exceedingly rare spirit medicine. The last time Yi Yuan came here, he never saw it. There was naturally no place to start searching. After lingering in the 500,000-year region for 10 days, Yi Yuan brought everyone and entered the most dangerous region, the Million-Year region. The Million-Year region was the limits where void, mystic powerhouses were able to step foot into. Heading further in, people had entered before, but no body had ever come out before. Back then, when Ji Zhanyang brought Yi Yuan along, they also merely came to the Million-Year region. Previous life, Yi Yuan's self-created pinnacle medicinal pill. He named it as Tao-defying pill. This Tao-defying pill was where the quintessence of his life's work lied, costing him close to 100 years to perfect. In this 100 years, Yi Yuan did countless experiments and researched 58,000 over kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicine and the medicinal properties of over 213,000 kinds of Tier 8 spirit medicines before finally creating it. This was virtually all of the high-level spirit medicines recorded in the divine realm that Yi Yuan could find. The grade of the Tao-defying pill absolutely Serpa said any pill formula in the divine realm at present. Just the core ingredients were 300 over kinds. The process of refining was incomparably complicated. Even if Yi Yuan reached peak strength, refining the Tao-defying pill was also exceedingly difficult. These 300 over kinds of core ingredients were all Tier 9 spirit medicines. But the most critical core ingredients of this Tao-defying pill were 9 types of 1 million-year-old spirit medicines, incomparably rare. In Yi Yuan's impression, there were two kinds inside this immemorial medicine garden. Yi Yuan entering the immemorial medicine garden this time. The primary objective was to look for these two kinds of spirit medicines. These two kinds of 1 million-year-old spirit medicines. One was called Ice Flame, Mystic, Sovereign Ganoderma. The other was called Flame Soul, Vast Universe Lotus. Entering the million-year region, Yi Yuan discovered that the corpses by the roadside became significantly more. Clearly, the degree of danger here was not comparable to before. Even with void mystic powerhouses protecting, it was hard for these divine king experts to escape doom as well. But these were not an issue to Yi Yuan. He naturally had ways of avoiding these dangers. Just as they were walking, intense sounds of battle came from ahead. Chapter 1058. You guys continue, I'll accept it. Chapter 1058. You guys continue, I'll accept it. Waves of terrifying undulations came from above the skies. The people fighting were actually all void mystic realm powerhouses. Hidajiang, you despicable SCUM. To actually take advantage of when we're fighting with the Ice Flame, Mystic, Sovereign Ganoderma, to ambush me. Ha ha ha. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated. Shu Yinqing, you're already severely wounded and absolutely not my match. Resign yourself to fate. Pooh. Today, my Heavenly Dawn Palace will not rest until your 7 absolute city is dead. You old fogey, how troublesome. At this rate, none of us can get any benefits. Turns out that the two parties fighting intensely in the sky were people from the Heavenly Dawn Palace and the 7 absolute city. The strength of each and every one of the medicine spirits in the million-year region pierced the heavens. Even experts like Shu Yinqing and Hidajiang found it hard to gain any advantage too. But the spirit medicines in this million-year region, as long as one stock was brought back, that would be extremely precious. Even for major factions like Super Holy Lands, it would be akin to obtaining a treasure. When Yi Yuan heard the name Ice Flame, Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, his heart involuntarily stirred. The reason why he searched until here was for the sake of the Ice Flame, Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. In the sky, Shu Yinqing fought 3-on-1, appearing very ragged, while Ding Zhanghua maintained the array formation with all his strength, trapping the Ice Flame, Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma that was currently rampaging. It was not that he did not wish to help Shu Yinqing, but it was really that he was completely powerless to do anything. A 1 million-year-old Ice Flame, Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, already transformed into a half-humanoid, half-demon appearance. Its appearance was very odd, especially that polyporous head, which looked extremely comical. However, no one could laugh. Its strength virtually made people despair. Ding Zhanghua was hailed as an existence second only to the Grand Yen Divine King in the Divine Realm. His formation's path strength was transcendent, but currently he could only barely maintain the array formation to not be breached. If he withdrew the array formation, he would be the first one to bear the brunt. The first one that the medicine spirit would want to kill would be him. Through just a few words, Yi Yuan already figured out the sequence of events. It was definitely the Heavenly Dawn Palace who discovered the Ice Flame, Mystic, Sovereign Ganoderma first. Ding Zhanghua laid down an array formation to trap the medicine spirit, while Shu Yinqing took charge of attacking. In the end, they were ambushed by Hidajiang's party, Shu Yinqing getting injured, facing Hidajiang's party of 3 mighty void mystic experts. How could he still be a match? Yo fought until pretty lively. You guys continue. This Ice Flame, Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, I'll accept it on your behalf. Yi Yuan leaped and arrived beside Ding Zhanghua's array formation. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance startled everyone. Gee, brat, you dare? Hidajiang nearly jumped up. He had expended a considerable price for this Ice Flame, Mystic, Sovereign Ganoderma. Originally, he thought that victory was within grasp. Did not expect someone to throw a wrench into the works. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Why wouldn't I dare? a 1 million-year-old ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma. Tizke, hey, this is good stuff. Wu Yuanqiao saw Yi Yuan, and his flames of fury immediately billowed to the skies. He had suffered a major loss at Yi Yuan's hands this time, resulting in him having to go through the method of signing his life away before he could obtain time to purge the poison and treat his wounds. Although the bulk of the poison was forced out at present, there was still a small part of residual poison that could not be forced out. This reduced his strength greatly. Brother He, I cannot live under the same sky with Ji Qingyin. Shu Yunqing is already a spent force. Nothing to fear. I'll go and kill this punk. Wu Yuanqiao gritted his teeth and said. He Dajiang's expression fell slightly and he said, Fine, I'll support this side. Get it over with quickly. He expended such a huge price before severely injuring Shu Yunqing. He was naturally unwilling to give the fruit that landed in his hand to Yi Yuan. It was only to see a lightning flash. Wu Yuanqiao tore through the air and arrived, his speed swift to the extreme. Prepare to die, Ji Qingyin. His voice had yet to reach, but his person arrived first. Towards this, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely oblivious. He actually turned around and slowly walked over towards Ding Zhanggua's array formation. Bang! A Ma-S Civ Dragon Claw suddenly appeared, sending Wu Yuanqiao back with a slap. Wu Yuanqiao somersaulted quite a few times in the air before barely managing to stand still. You trash! To actually dare be disrespectful towards my lord. This old man will tear you apart today. Ao Qian said in a solemn voice. This scene stunned everyone. They were all guarding against Jiang Taicang and Wu Luo taking action. Did not expect that the Ao Qian overlooked by them all along. The moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering. Void mystic powerhouses did not have much difference from ordinary peak divine kings in terms of cultivation realm. Not taking action, one could not tell at all. But Ao Qian's attack just now astonished everyone. When was there another void mystic powerhouse by Yi Yuan's side? Moreover, this void mystic powerhouse seemed to be very extraordinary, especially He Dajiang, him witnessing that blow from Ao Qian. His entire person was in a state of confusion. These super holy lands by roping, pulling, tugging, lugging, also just SCR. Ped together 3 void mystic powerhouses. In less than 10 days' time, 3 void mystic powerhouses appeared by this Yi Yuan's side all of a sudden. Did they still want people to live? Wu Yuanqiao was even more astonished until his shock could not be any greater. He thought about finding Yi Yuan to take revenge, because it was impossible for those 2 guys that just entered void mystic to be his match at all. Who knew that several days of not seeing, Yi Yuan brought an even more terrifying guy and showed up. Shu Yunqing was silent the whole time, but waves of delight gushed up in his heart. He Dajiang was insidious to the max and actually played a mantis, stalking the cicada. He probably never would have thought that he was actually eaten by the Oriole now, right? If there wasn't Yi Yuan showing up, he might just perish here today. But regarding Yi Yuan's means, he was also incomparably shocked. This Ao Qian was the most unremarkable existence among Yi Yuan's subordinates. He did not think that in a short 10 days' time, Yi Yuan actually made him become so strong. With their cultivation realm, they were naturally able to tell that because Ao Qian's martial Dao foundation was ruined, that was why his strength would fall drastically. But to let Ao Qian recover to this strength currently, it was not what ordinary medicinal pills could accomplish. Yi Yuan was only first level Dao Profound right now. How did he refine such high-grade medicinal pills? Ao Qian, accompany Wu Yuanqiao to play well. Take revenge for my brother. Yi Yuan's voice transmitted over nonchalantly. Yes, my lord. Ao Qian gave a response. Dragon prancing the 4 seas instantly expanded outward. A terrifying water attribute power of laws rushed over toward Wu Yuanqiao. Wu Yuanqiao's expression changed. lightning domain instantly expanded out. Two mighty experts started exchanging blows in the air just like that. But in a few moves, Wu Yuanxiao's declining trend already showed. He was not Ao Qian's match at all. Seeing this scene, He Dajiang knew that he could not carry on observing from the sidelines anymore, and said to Yu Xinping, "I'll go and substitute I, toot Wu Yuanxiao. The two of you get the fight over with fast. Quickly take Xu Yinqing down." Done talking, He Dajiang charged right into the group battle. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly came before Ding Zhanggua, patted his shoulder, and said smilingly, "Old Ding, you've worked hard. I'll go in and subdue it right now." Ding Zhanggua's expression changed and was rather unwilling. Their Heavenly Dawn Palace had expended a considerable price for this ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma. But on second thought, currently this sort of situation, they totally did not have the strength to contend for the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma anymore. You be more careful. This fellow isn't simple. Ding Zhanggua said with a nod. Chapter 1059, Battling Ice Flame. Chapter 1059, Battling Ice Flame, glimpsing Yi Yuan entering the array formation with his peripherals. He Dajiang's heart involuntarily palpitated. If Yi Yuan could really subdue the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma, then a group of people would be in danger. Ding Zhanggua's strength was very formidable. At least he was not beneath Wu Yuanxiao. Once he broke free, the Heavenly Dawn Palace would definitely counterattack. At that time, the three of them would be facing three great void mystic powerhouses. The situation would be reversing at once. He Dajiang was also a figure who had made a name for himself long ago. At this time, he did not panic in the face of danger and directly cut into Wu Yuanxiao and Ao Qian's battle, saying with a loud roar, "Quickly go and deal with Xu Yinqing. Take the chance when he's down to claim his life." Wu Yuanxiao's heart turned cold, not expecting the situation to turn around so quickly. This member of the dragon race in front of him, his strength was too fearsome. He Dajiang was also intrepid. His divine king domain was a domain of blades. Battling against Ao Qian, he actually firmly suppressed Ao Qian. These super holy lands deputies, each and every one was old monster CLA. SS. Their strength was unfathomable and would normally never reveal their capabilities. But their strength and, body dared to underestimate. The 8 great holy lands' strongest people were also not at all inferior when compared to the 10 great divine kings. Adding in the foundation of the super holy land, the 10 great divine king would not easily become enemies with them either. As for someone like He Dajiang, he could be said to be the strongest one in the second tier. If Ao Qian recovered all of his strength, he naturally would not fear him. But this state at present, he was still slightly inferior compared to He Dajiang. Currently, He Dajiang was also anxious and immediately opened up with his full firepower, wanting to finish the fight quickly. Even though Ao Qian's strength did not recover to its peak state, and he was still a hair's breadth away compared to He Dajiang, his seniority was far greater than even an old monster like He Dajiang. He knew that He Dajiang was anxious for success and was not in a hurry anymore instead. His dragon prancing the 4 seas did not look like it had any lethality, but actually it surged with undercurrents. At this time, he went completely on the defensive and defended with a water attribute, Divine King's domain. It was truly seamless. Even if He Dajiang's domain of blades was any more powerful, it also could not breach the continuous domain of water. At that time, because Xu Yinqing's injuries were too severe, facing Wu Yuanxiao and Yu Xinping duo's pincer attack, he actually appeared to be teetering on his feet. He Dajiang's ambush previously was dealt extremely viciously. Currently, Xu Yinqing could at most unleash 30 to 40% of his full strength. Wu Yuanxiao was also a veteran void mystic powerhouse. Although his strength did not reach He Dajiang's sort of level, it could not be underestimated either. Through a big battle, Xu Yinqing was already increasingly falling short of strength. Jiang Taitsong duo exchanged a glance and joined in the group battle very tacitly. Even though the two of them had just entered Void Mystic, they were not much worse off compared to Void Mystic powerhouses like Yixinping. Fighting 2-on-1 would not fall into a disadvantage either. This way, Xu Yunqing's pressure suddenly eased up. For some time, both sides actually fell into a stalemate. Now, it would depend on when Ding Zhanghua could break free. This battle's balance would utterly lean in favor towards Yi Yuan's side. He Dajiang was secretly anxious, but completely could not breach Ao Qian's defenses. At this very moment, he could only secretly pray that Yi Yuan could not subdue the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma. On his side, Ding Zhanghua operated the array formation with all his power, not daring to ease up in the slightest. The array formation that he laid down was called Profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation. It was one of the most powerful array formation inheritances in the Heavenly Dawn Palace's Ding family. However, even though Ding Zhanghua was hailed as the #1 person in the formation's path beneath the Grand Yan Divine King, his strength compared to Lu Linfeng was still far too lacking. Even this profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation, Ding Zhanghua merely comprehended 80%. I'll open up a gap. You take the chance and enter inside the array formation, but there's only a breath of time. Otherwise, once his ice flames creep out, this old man can't resist it either, Ding Zhanghua said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need, I'll just go in myself." Ding Zhanghua was stunned and blurted out, "How are you entering?" "Ah!" His words were only said halfway when he saw Yi Yuan lift his foot and went into the array formation, incomparably effortlessly. Ding Zhanghua opened his eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Ding Zhanghua muttered to himself. Rumble. Civ impact force made Ding Zhanghua come back to his senses. He hastily put away his thoughts and operated the array formation, stabilizing the array formation. However, the astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. The profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation was the Ding family's ultimate ancestral legacy. It was incomparably profound. He had already studied it for several thousand years and also merely comprehended 80%. Even so, ordinary Void Mystic experts, it was too easy for him to deal with them. Ding Zhanghua knew that Yi Yuan was a Tier 9 Formations Emperor, but it should not be possible for Yi Yuan to crack the profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation with his formation's path level. But now, Yi Yuan entered the array formation so effortlessly that could only mean that Yi Yuan's formation's path level was at the very least on the same level as him already. What he guessed was right. Yi Yuan comprehended the array formation's 3 volumes. These few years, his formation's path level already had significant improvements. Although it did not reach Lu Linfeng's height yet, entering the profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation was nothing difficult. Yi Yuan twirled around inside the array formation and closed in on the ice flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma very quickly. The reason why the ice flame Mystic Ganoderma got its name was that it could release a type of extremely terrifying ice flame. The ice flame spat out by a 1-million year old ice flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. Even if Void Mystic powerhouses got hit, it was at the very least the outcome of severe injuries too. However, an expert like Ding Zhanghua would not behave like facing a great adversary either. This ice flame could actually also be grouped in the same category as essence fires, but it was not suited for refining pills, because it did not have warmth and was a kind of cold flame. But the destructive power of this ice flame was exceedingly powerful. It could even burn ordinary people until nothing remained. When that ice flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma saw Yi Yuan approaching, it seemed to be like a startled little bunny, shooting out ice flames at him crazily. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's entire person was enveloped inside the ice flame. Even his profile could not be seen anymore. Seeing this scene, Ding Zhanghua was alarmed in his heart and secretly cursed inwardly. But he Dajiang laughed wildly without ceasing and said, "I thought how great a capability this brat had. This time bit off more than he can chew, right?" I want to take a look at how he walks out from these ice flames. In the outside world, Yi Yuan's aura already completely could not be sensed, as if his entire person was devoured by the ice flames. Ao Qian could not help sneering coldly in his heart when he saw He Dajiang's delight. One move utterly settled Yi Yuan. That ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma also danced with joy excitedly, as if obtaining some great victory. But right then, that tuft of ice flames suddenly no longer pulsated. It was as if it was frozen. Crack, crack, crack. The next instant, those ice flames actually really froze over. After that, a series of cracks appeared. Bang! The ice flames thoroughly splintered apart, becoming pieces of ice SERA, falling onto ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Inside the ice flames actually had an additional person. A girl. This girl was incomparably cold. It was as if her entire person was transformed from 10,000-year-old profound ice. Chapter 1060. Displaying Invincible Might. Chapter 1060. Displaying Invincible Might. Well done, Lu-Ah! Yi Yuan said to the cold girl beside with a grin on his face. This cold girl was none other than precisely the Lu'er who was in close seclusion for a long time. These few years, Lu'er had been in close seclusion inside the vast heaven peg. Oh, to the whole time, with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she advanced swiftly and vigorously, and already broke through to Tao profound realm not long ago. The 9 divine link meridian was indeed a spirit physique, hard to come across. Her cultivation speed was actually even a bit faster than Yi Yuan's, especially after Yi Yuan converted Lu'er's frost poison into a vortex. Her cultivation speed became even greater than before. Lu'er had a blissful look. Her cold face instantly melted, seemingly like a glacier melting, instantly stunning everyone. Lu'er has followed young master for so many years. Finally, I can be of help to young master, Lu'er said happily. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Your 9 divine link meridian is a physique of extreme cold, the jinx of ice flames. Although your cultivation realm is not there yet, the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma can't do anything to you at all. Lu'er nodded and said, Young master, you just bother with catching it. Leave this ice flame to Lu'er. Yi Yuan nodded his head and stomped forward. When the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma saw the situation, it was seemingly like it had its tail stepped on, spraying out a sieve cloud of ice flames in one go. Lu'er followed closely behind Yi Yuan, Emperor Qi spitting wildly, freezing those ice flames into ice in an instant. This scene stunned everybody, especially Ding Zhanghua and Xu Yinqing. The two of them were well aware of the ice flames' prowess, did not expect that Yi Yuan let out a young lass, who was actually completely immune to the ice flames. Ding Zhanghua said absent-mindedly, Truly didn't think that the jinx of the ice flames was actually the 9 divine link meridian. Looks like that G kid was long prepared. Yi Yuan wanted to refine the Tao-defying pill. Naturally, he studied these 9 great spirit medicines very in-depth. This ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma was long researched thoroughly by Yi Yuan already. D.A.M. and it. He Dajiang secretly gnashed his teeth. Little did he think that Yi Yuan actually dealt with the ice flames, this big problem, with the greatest of ease. But the more anxious he was, the more he could not take Ao Qian down. Instead, Ao Qian almost reversed the situation quite a number of times by taking advantage of when he was distracted. Want to fight, got to focus a bit. It's out of the question for you to be like this. Ao Qian said with a scoff. Inside the profound Heaven 9 Battles formation, Yi Yuan had been wandering around erratically the entire time and did not unleash attacks at the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma immediately. Lu'er followed slowly behind and opened up the path for Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's fingertip quivered. A streak of cold light flashed past, piercing straight for the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma. Chi! A row of ice flames lit up, instantly striking that streak of cold light. A bit of flying ash landed from the sky, turning into dust. Yi Yuan was not discouraged. He continued walking and said to Lu Er, "Keep your eyes on my movements." Lu Er understood tacitly and said, "Don't worry, young master." Yi Yuan hastened his movement technique, and another streak of cold light flashed past. This time, Lu Er learned her lesson. A fine streak of Emperor Qi struck out, instantly turning the trace of ice flames into ice cubes. Qi! A light ring echoed out as if there was something I see. Ked into the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma's body. The ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma trembled all over as if it was convulsing. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. Flinging his hands, several streaks of cold light was fired out again, hitting the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma. This time, the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma's body stiffened up and collapsed onto the ground with a loud bang. The ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma that even two great void mystic powerhouses could not take down was finished off by Yi Yuan just like this. Those few streaks of cold light were silver needles prepared by Yi Yuan in advance. It was dipped in a medicinal liquid that Yi Yuan concocted to specifically target the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma. As long as the medicine's spirit was HIT, it would reveal its original form. After the ice flame, mystic, sovereign Ganoderma fell to the ground, it transformed into the appearance of a Ganoderma very quickly, being returned to its original form. Yi Yuan did not say a word and directly put it away. This first of the 9 great core medicines was obtained without much trouble at all. 2 great, super holy lands restrained each other. In the end, it actually benefited Yi Yuan. He Dajiang never thought that Yi Yuan would take care of the medicine spirit in no time flat, and his expression could not help changing greatly. "Quickly withdraw," He Dajiang shouted. As he was speaking, He Dajiang suddenly urged his divine king domain to the limits, attempting to shake off Ao Qian's pestering. Ao Qian gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to run? How can it be that easy?" He Dajiang's move was earth-shaking. But Ao Qian was a character who had already become incredibly cunning with age. How could he let He Dajiang go so easily? He Dajiang's move was unleashed, but his expression changed drastically. When did you? He Dajiang discovered that Ao Qian's divine king domain actually already corroded his divine king domain imperceptibly, utterly sticking onto him. Ao Qian laughed loudly and said, "Brat, when your grandpa Ao was playing with divine king domains, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Dragon prancing the 4 seas is hailed as the Dragon Clan's strongest domain. With the likes of you also dare to play with your grandpa Ao? Watch closely, Maelstrom Geroder." At this instant, countless miniature vortexes suddenly appeared in the 2 people's divine king domains. That terrifying corroding power actually ground He Dajiang's blade lights into smithereens. "Poo work!" He Dajiang immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood, the wound on his chest deep enough to see bones. When everyone saw this scene, they were all struck dumb with amazement. He Dajiang suppressed Ao Qian all round, not giving him even a hint of a chance to catch his breath. He did not think that in the end, Ao Qian actually directly finished him off, akin to the weak overcoming the strong. "Brother He, are you all right?" Wu Yuanqiao cried out in alarm and immediately shook off Shu Yinqing, heading over to support He Dajiang. Wu Yuanqiao was not someone loyal to friends, but at this time he also knew that the 3 of them were ants on a rope. He Dajiang waved his hand and said, "W1 die." His injuries looked terrifying but did not harm the foundation. He hurriedly fished out a medicinal pill and swallowed. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his aura compared to just now was weakened by a great deal. Yi Yuan also looked at Ao Qian very astonishedly and said, "Nicely done, old Ao. Your Tli of Dragon Clan's #1 powerhouse really isn't for show." Ao Qian laughed loudly and said, "Haha, isn't this still all thanks to your excellency bestowing pills? This battle today, old Ao, I finally vented this vexation in my chest." Ao Qian was really endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, he would not even be able to get out of the White Tiger dungeon, let alone talk about having a great battle with the current Divine Realm's apex powerhouses. The dragon race was a proud race. Ao Qian was even the best of them among this race. The grievance in his heart these few years could be imagined. This period of time he watched Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo, the two of them successively breaking through to the realm of Void Mystic. His heart was long itching unbearably already. And this battle he did indeed fight to his heart's content unleash. Plussing his understanding towards divine, king domains to the limits. Just as he said when he was playing with divine, king domains. Hidajiang's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Him being able to overcome the strong as the weak today was absolutely not by accident, but a true manifestation of his strength. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Medicinal pills can increase your strength, Sup1/Sup. Being able to defeat Hidajiang from the standpoint of the weak. This is your capability. Looks like I've underestimated the Tli of the dragon race's #1 powerhouse." What Yi Yuan said were heartfelt words. Regardless of whether it was Ao Duo or Ao Yong, Yi Yuan somewhat looked down on them both. But today, Ao Qian blew his mind. Chapter 1061 99 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter Formation. Chapter 1061 99 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter Formation. Shu Yunqing's gaze was filled with shock. His strength was originally evenly matched with Hidajiang, chances of victory being around 50-50. Since Ao Qian defeated Hidajiang, he naturally could defeat Shu Yunqing too. Shu Yunqing did not expect that this subordinate of Yi Yuan, his strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Shu Yunqing was silent for a long time, but still stepped forward and clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Young brother Ji, this time this Shu, thank you very much." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Palace Lord Shu don't need to be courteous." With the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma as the reward were considered even two. The corners of Shu Yunqing's mouth twitched slightly. He and Ding Zhanghua expended so much strength. He did not think that in the end it benefited Yi Yuan. But he also knew that without the 3 fierce generals under Yi Yuan joining in, he might have already fallen at this time. Now, Ao Qian directly quelled Hidajiang, and Ding Zhanghua was completely free. Both party strength had a reversal all of a sudden. This sort of situation, even after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, he never thought before too. Shu Yunqing swallowed a medicinal pill and slightly recovered his wounds. Looking at the Hidajiang not far away, he said with a cold smile, "Hidajiang, even if you calculated everything, you probably never thought of such a result, right?" Hidajiang's expression became incomparably ugly and said with a cold snort, "This seat failed miserably in a simple task today. But if you guys want to keep this seat back just like this, it probably won't be that easy either, right?" Shu Yunqing said, "Regardless whether you remain behind or not, Heavenly Dawn Palace and 7 Absolute Cities grudge is sowed this time. 2 super holy lands turning hostile. A fierce struggle between a dragon and a tiger was indispensable. A single misstep and one party might even be utterly destroyed. But at this time, Yi Yuan looked at Hidajiang and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Can't hold you back, is it? Old Ding, according to what I know, you still have a final ultimate array formation haven't used, right?" The moment these words came out, everyone's face changed. Ding Zhanggua's strongest array formation was not the profound Heaven 9 Battles formation, but the Falling Rain Skymark formation that he used back then when facing Lu Linfeng. This set of array formation was extremely profound. Back then, it really caused quite a bit of trouble for Lu Linfeng. At present, Lu Linfeng left people far behind in the dust and had long flung Ding Zhangguo behind until his silhouette could not be seen anymore. But using this move to deal with He Dajiang and the rest was sufficient. Ding Zhangguo shook his head and said, "If he really wants to run, the falling rain skymark formation can't prevent it either." He Dajiang burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Gee, brat, do you take this old man to be a fool? Will I fight to the bitter end with you all here? All right, not accompanying anymore. This old man is leaving. If any one of you wants to keep this old man behind, you can very well give it a shot." Even though Ao Qian severely wounded He Dajiang, that was only through elaborate plotting. Doing it one more time, He Dajiang would definitely be cautious and not give Ao Qian any opportunities to take advantage of. Furthermore, if He Dajiang wanted to escape with all his heart, it was really very hard to stop it. Wanting to kill a void mystic powerhouse, that was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Finished talking, He Dajiang's figure instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, wanting to escape. Old Ao. No need Yi Yuan to instruct. Ao Qian already went over to impede. The two people clashed together in a great battle once more. Yi Yuan said, "Old Ding, the falling rain skymark formation naturally can't make He Dajiang stay. But adding on my array formation, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. What you need to do now is to delay him together with old Ao." Ding Zhangguo could not help looking at Yi Yuan in puzzlement, uncertain where his confidence came from. But he hated He Dajiang to the bones too, and was unwilling to let him leave at this point. He nodded his head right away. The falling rain skymark formation silently formed and enveloped over toward He Dajiang trio. With the cooperation of Ding Zhangguo's array formation, the pressure on Ao Qian instantly eased up considerably. He Dajiang was akin to have fallen into a bog and really could not extricate himself for a while. As for over there, Shu Yinqing trio also delayed Wu Yuanqiao and Yu Xinping firmly, not giving them the slightest chance to get away. "Lu'er, help to defend me. I'll set up the formation." Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. "Yes, young master." For so many years, this was the day that Lu'er was happiest. She never even dreamed that she would be able to step into Tao Profound realm one day, recalling vaguely. Back then in the Yi Manor, Lu'er did not even know what kind of concept Tao Profound realm was. Now, she could finally help young master. Lu'er already knew that this young master was no longer the original young master, but in her heart, she actually liked this young master a little more. This young master was gentle, caring, would become furious for her, even kill people. Back then, Yi Yuan battled Lin Tiancheng, and he challenged the entire Danu Academy with his power alone. How could Lu'er not be moved? Back then, Yi Yuan entered deep into the endless forest and escaped danger by a hair's breadth. It was in order to find spirit medicines for her. How could Lu'er not lose her heart? Moreover, this young master currently was still old master and Madame Sun, right? Hence, he was still her young master. Lu'er looked at Yi Yuan's bustling profile, her fluid gaze roaming around. For her to be able to silently watch young master behind him, this was already sufficient. Yi Yuan naturally would not know Lu'er's little thoughts. He was giving it his all to set up the array formation. Array formations were things that could exert tremendous power with little force. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high, he could completely rely on array formations to cross realms and kill the enemy. Of course, with his present strength, setting up this set of array formation was still overly forceful. Putting aside the great expenditure, more important was that the time needed was too long. During a genuine battle, it could not have an effect at all. Lu Linfeng's array formations, 3 volumes, was derived from the vast heaven steel. Yi Yuan was the master of the vast heavenstone steel and also a Tier 9 formations emperor. Comprehending the array formations, 3 volumes, was naturally not much trouble. After the Array Formation's 3 volumes, Lu Linfeng definitely had other fortuitous encounters before he could reach his present level. But the Azura Confounding Formation was indeed the divine stroke of the formation's path. Its power was incomparably daunting. Yi Yuan was sitting on the vast Heavenstone steel. Naturally, he would not miss out on the chance to comprehend array formations either. These few years, he already deduced the Azura Confounding Formation many times through the vast Heavenstone steel, and he turned it into another grand array already. A grand array that was sufficient to eradicate void mystic powerhouses. Of course, this was something after he acquired the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. Yi Yuan fused the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's illusionary art into this array formation, making this array formation's power skyrocket. 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heavenly Slaughter Formation. Form. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. A grand array suddenly lit up and enveloped everyone inside. The moment the array formation formed, Yi Yuan's entire person collapsed. But Ding Zhangguo's expression changed drastically as he said, stammeringly, This. Could this be Lu Linfeng's greater Azura Confounding Divine Array? To talk about who understood Lu Linfeng best in this world, it had to be Ding Zhangguo. For so many years, he had been chasing after Lu Linfeng's footsteps the whole time. Although the two people were pulled further and further apart, Ding Zhangguo's research towards Lu Linfeng was the most thorough. This array formation gave him a very familiar feeling. Yi Yuan said with a smile, This array formation was self-created by me, considered to be based off his Azura Confounding Formation, I guess. However, it's different from his greater Azura Confounding Divine Array. Inside the array formation, Hidajiang Trio suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. All of the opponents completely vanished all of a sudden. Chapter 1062, Inyang Samsara. Chapter 1062, Inyang Samsara. Hidajiang turned pale with fright. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. No idea how many years it had been since he had fallen into an illusion. Void mystic powerhouses comprehended powerful powers of law and could practically see through most illusionary realms. But now he had indeed fallen into an illusion. This illusionary formation, could it be done up by G. Brat? When had his formation's path attainments actually become so terrifying? Hidajiang said in shock. Just based on this grand array before his eyes, Yi Yuan's formation's path level had probably already said Ding Zhangguo. How could this not shock him? After the astonishment, Hidajiang said with a cold laugh. However, wanting to trap the seat with a mere illusionary formation is also indulging in the wildest fantasy. As he said, Hidajiang's divine king domain instantly opened up. Civ Black Essence Energy Long Saber instantly condensed and formed. Even if your formation's path is comprehended to the realm of Void Mystic, your cultivation realm is still below that after all. As long as this seat breaks the formation with strength, I don't believe that with just the likes of you, you can stop this seat. Destructive Tyrant Saber. As he said, Hidajiang controlled the long saber. Carrying an aura that pressed forward with an indomitable will, it chopped onto a point in SPAC. A void mystic realm powerhouse focused all of his attacks onto a point. The terror of this attack could be imagined. Rumble. Following this saber landing, intense tremors appeared on the grand array. When Hidajiang saw the situation, a hint of a cold sneer involuntarily flickered across the corners of his mouth. The result was indeed just as he expected. This grand array could not withstand his all-out attack at all. Although in the entire divine realm, how many people were able to withstand an all-out attack from him? Just as he was being pleased with himself, an extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly arrived in a twinkle. Hidajiang practically could not react in time and instantly unfurled his protective essence energy to the greatest. It was only to hear a rumble. He Dajiang's body was just like a kite with a broken string, flying out horizontally. Shu Yunqing and the others who were currently in the midst of fierce fighting were taken aback by this unexpected scene and ceased fighting. They looked at this scene in disbelief. How could the powerful He Dajiang be severely injured until such a manner? Currently, He Dajiang was lying on the ground at a distance, his life and death unknown. But looking from the aura, he was already impossibly weak. Ding Zhanghua looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. He did not understand why an array formation laid down by a first-level Dao Profound could seriously injure He Dajiang to such an extent. What on earth did you do? Ding Zhanghua drew a cold breath and asked. This achievement was simply too startling. Even Shu Yunqing's face was also flickering erratically right now. Ever since this Ji Qingyan returned, the feeling that he gave people was seriously too bizarre. An existence like He Dajiang. Even if the 8 great super holy land's strongest powerhouses went into action, they did not dare say to be able to severely wound him so easily either. But Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Not what I did, but what he did himself. This guy fancied himself smart and thought that he could break the formation with strength. As a result, he used his strongest move and injured himself. Fancied himself smart? Not using this sort of method to break the formation. Then use what method? Ding Zhanghua asked curiously. My 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation isn't perfected yet at the moment. The function of the killing array isn't very strong yet. But the power of the trapping formation and illusionary formation doesn't allow underestimation. With 9-9 as the name, it's that this array formation secretly in Kampa. SES Heavenly Tao. 9 is the root, as the end, as the limit, but as the beginning, serving as a link between the past and the future. Although his saber intent was strong, his array formation is yin and yang complementing mutually to begin with. Where it exits is where it returns. He used his own move to severely injure himself. Who can be to blame? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. It was just that his smile in the perspective of other people gave rise to a chill in people's hearts. Martial artists breaking formations with strength, focusing all of their strength onto one point, this was general knowledge. Yet Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way and introduced the idea of yin-yang samsara into the array formation. It was very easy for martial artists to fall for it without understanding the inside story. Such a profound array formation was still just a semi-finished product. Once he was able to perfect it, then how terrifying would it be? Actually, Yi Yuan did not say some things. With He Dajiang's strength, as long as he did not muster up all of his strength and focus onto one point, but used the domain of blades to whittle away the array formation, this array formation could not last for a very long time too. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was placed there and could not accomplish making the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation weakness to exploit yet. But Yi Yuan calculated that He Dajiang would definitely have preconceived ideas firmly entrenched, that as long as he focused his strength onto one point, he would be able to break the array formation. Sure enough, He Dajiang was very cooperative, but Yi Yuan was filled with a vicissitude of emotions too. The vast heaven steel was indeed terrifying. This 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, as long as his cultivation realm reached, it would definitely be a major killing tool. At that time, the weak point of the array formation not being stable enough would also be non-existent. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Yuanqiao duo with a smile that was not a smile and said, Are the two of you doing it yourselves? Or making everyone take action together? Wu Yuanqiao and Yu Xinping had already long been astounded by Yi Yuan's means. Someone as powerful as He Dajiang was actually messed up to such a manner. Ji Qingyan, I have no grudge and enmity with you. Why do you keep biting onto me and not let go? As long as you let me leave, our grudge is wiped off the slate. I, Wu Yuanqiao, can swear an oath to never find trouble with you again from hereafter. Wu Yuanqiao said with a solemn look. Yi Yuan smiled and said no grudge or enmity. Putting aside that Brother Kuang almost lost his life at your hands, ever since entering the immemorial medicine garden, you have been sneaking furtively behind us all along. If there was an opportunity, don't tell me that you won't make a move on me. It's just that you didn't have this chance. Wu Yuanqiao's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, Then what the hell do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, Waste your dante on yourself, and I can spare you from death. Wu Yuanqiao's face turned black, and he said, You. Not willing? Then there's nothing to discuss. Ao Qian, do it. Yi Yuan gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Ao Qian's strength was lacking to deal with Hidajiang, but dealing with Wu Yuanqiao it was more than enough. The two people clashed together. Ao Qian forced Wu Yuanqiao into a FLUS turn in a few rounds. When Yu Xinping saw this scene, his expression became all the more uglier. At present, both party strengths were not on equal footing at all. The disparity was too great. Swoosh! Yu Xinping could not resist it anymore and turned around to flee. Shu Yinqing was watching him long ago. How could he give him the chance to escape? Shu Yinqing was, at any rate, an expert on the same level as Hidajiang. Although seriously injured at the moment, there was still plenty to spare to deal with Yu Xinping. Very soon, the two people's signs of defeat already showed. Taicang, go and kill Hidajiang. This guy isn't anything good. Leaving him is a calamity too. Yi Yuan instructed. Jiang Taicang was just about to make a move when several figures arrived with a howl. One streak of unrivaled sword light after another charge towards Ao Qian and Shu Yinqing, respectively. This sword light was too fierce and swift. Even Ao Qian had no choice but to avoid the blade for the time being. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's face sunk. The arrival was none other than precisely Sun Man. Sun Man appearing at this time was not a good omen. Beside Sun Man was a black-clothed person. When Yi Yuan saw this black-clothed person, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Chapter 1063. You don't understand me. Chapter 1063. You don't understand me. The black-clothed person beside Sun Man gave Yi Yuan a very familiar feeling. But he could not recall it for a moment either, where in the world he had seen this black-clothed person before. This black-clothed person concealed his entire body. His divine sense was also completely SHI plus L'd, unable to see his true nature at all. But Yi Yuan just felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere before. 7 Absolute City and Heavenly Dawn Palace have both sustained heavy losses. This result is for the best. Now, this seat is here to clean up the household. There shouldn't be anyone who has objections, right? Sun Man's gaze swept past everyone's faces and finally landed on Yi Yuan. When at the entrance of the immemorial medicine garden, the various major forces mutually restrained each other. It was inconvenient for Sun Man to take action too. But now he just so happened to run into the 7 Absolute City and Heavenly Dawn Palace, the two great forces, peak, void, mystic powerhouses, seriously injured. It was a good opportunity. The moment Yu Xinping saw, he could not help being overjoyed as he said, No objections, no objections. Hall Master Sun, feel free to take action. I've long been irked by this punk. I hope for Hall Master Sun to succeed. This you be leaving first. Done talking, Yu Xinping's figure moved and immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Jiang Taicang and Wu Luo were naturally unwilling to accept it, but Sun Man's aura locked onto them from far away, making them not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Sun Man was in existence on the same level as Hidajiang and Shu Yinqing. His strength was unfathomable. More importantly, their side just experienced a great battle, while Sun Man was in a state of full health, virtually without any losses. When Wu Yuanqiao saw that Yu Xinping left and Sun Man did not stop it, he could not help being overjoyed. He immediately bid his farewell. Arriving beside He Dajiang with a flash, he picked him up and disappeared. Not that he wanted to save He Dajiang, but he already swore an oath. So he had no choice but to rescue him. Inside this immemorial medicine garden, Wu Yuanxiao was equivalent to a member of the 7 Absolute City. He currently wished that he could exit this immemorial medicine garden right away. He no longer wanted to get involved in these murky waters. After the 3 people left, Sun Man looked at Shu Yinqing and said coolly, "Palace Lord Shu not leaving. Could it be that you want to become enemies with my Medicine King Hall? This is my Medicine King Hall's family matters. Hope that Palace Lord Shu don't interfere." Shu Yunqing's expression changed several times and finally heaved a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, "Young Master Ji, not that this Shu isn't willing to help, but I'm seriously powerless to do anything." "Finish talking," he signaled Ding Zhanghua with a look. The 2 people left by themselves. In a blink of an eye, a large group of people was only left with Yi Yuan's group of people. Sun Man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said, "Hand over the medicine Ji, D's soul cannon, and the divine artifact. This seat can give you a quick and painless death." Yi Yuan looked at Sun Man and smiled. "Don't you think that talking with me using this sort of rubbish is somewhat a waste of time? Make your move." Sun Man's face fell, and he said, "Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit." Sun Man raised his hands, and several streaks of sword light AS sailed Yi Yuan. Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Opening up his domain, it instantly blasted away those few streaks of sword light. Ao Qian had just been through a great battle. Currently, his expenditure was not little either. Dealing with Sun Man appeared rather taxing. "My lord, leave this guy to old Ao to deal with. You leave first." Ao Qian said coldly. Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo were naturally unwilling to show weakness either. The 2 people stepped forward together with Ao Qian and formed a triangle battle formation. "Old Ao, your expenditure earlier was too great. We'll lend you a helping hand." Jiang Taizong said. Ao Qian nodded his head and did not show bravado as well. If talking about before, for them to want to protect Yi Yuan, that might be compelled by the restrictions of the soul contract still. But now, the 3 of them were sincere in wanting to escort Yi Yuan to leave. It was Yi Yuan who gave the 3 of them new life. Yi Yuan already used his means to thoroughly win over these 3 people. Of course, it even included Wan Shuangzhou. Sun Man gave a cold laugh and said, "The 3 of you coming up together, who is protecting this brat then? Bingyun, take that brat down for me." Ji Bingyun's aura had long locked onto Yi Yuan from far away already. It was completely impossible to give him any chance to escape. At this time, Lu'er blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Young master, you leave first. I'll deal with him." Wan Shuangzhou also blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a look of resolution. Clearly, he had already made preparations to die. Yi Yuan extended his hand and knocked on Lu'er's head. Carrying a doting smile, he said, "Don't put on a brave front. You're not his match." Lu'er's tears flowed, and she said aggrievedly, "Young master, Lu'er is still so useless." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Nonsense. If not for you, I'd really not know what to do about those ice flames. All right, quickly go inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, young master is fine." Finished talking, he did not wait for Lu'er to agree either, and directly drew her into the vast heaven pag. "Oda, little junior brother, I urge that you better give up resisting. Although you have some tricks, this bit of capital is still insufficient to contend with the current Medicine King Hall." Ji Bingyun said coolly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You have a manner like you've got me. Don't you know that I have a divine artifact in possession?" Deploying the sacred dragon token with Yi Yuan's current strength, fighting to a draw with Ji Bingyun was still doable. Ji Bingyun's strength was almost on par with Jian Wushuang. It was not easy for Yi Yuan to want to kill him, but protecting himself was still achievable. Ji Bingyun was unmoved and said calmly, "Of course I know. You can endure under my hands. But what about the rest? The three of them are already arrows at the end of their flight. Even if they teamed up, it's impossible to be Hall master-sons match either." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Enough CRAP. Make your move." Ji Bingyun's expression turned cold. Sword intent surged towards the sky. Tranquil sword dance. Ji Bingyun gave a cold cry. The long sword shook, and countless sword light immediately wandered around between heaven and earth, and stabbed straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. His figure abruptly vanished. Plussing from sight. The sword rain that covered the skies all hit nothing. Wanting to lock onto Yi Yuan without a divine king domain was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Ji Bingyun's expression changed. He had long known that Yi Yuan had this merging into heaven and earth trick, but after experiencing it for himself, he still felt that it was somewhat fantastical. This little junior brother, Ji Bingyun, was very familiar with him. He was just a fanatic who was devoted to the alchemy Tao with all his heart. How was he actually able to reach such a terrifying boundary in the heart realm after 20 years of not seeing? Little junior brother, is it possible that you plan to keep on hiding like this? Or you really plan on abandoning these subordinates of yours and leave by yourself? Ji Bingyun put away his sword and said coolly. Ji Bingyun had lived together with Ji Qingyin for several hundred years and naturally understood his character very well. Ji Qingyin was someone who valued loyalty and friends. PS immensely. Even if his personality changed a lot in this life, it was impossible for this point to change too. Although Ao Qian and the rest were just his servants, from just a few words, one could also tell that there was absolutely no way for Yi Yuan to abandon them and leave by himself. He guessed correctly. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to leave. He slowly revealed his figure and looked at Ji Bingyun with a smile as he said, "Bingyun, you understand me very well, but there's one thing that you gauged wrongly. I likewise understand you very well, while you don't understand the current me enough at all." Yi Yuan slowly drew the Star Moon sword. A terrifying sword intent rippled out. When Ji Bingyun saw this scene, his expression could not help changing tremendously. Chapter 1064 Limitless Life-Death Sword. Chapter 1064 Limitless Life-Death Sword. Sun Man, Ao Qian, and the others who were currently in the heat of fierce fighting all revealed looks of astonishment. Little junior brother, you're only first-level Tao Profound and actually comprehended divine king domain. Ji Bingyun opened his eyes wide and stared at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with shock. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said with a faint smile, "Divine king domain, is it? This is considered a quasi-divine kind domain, I guess. But dealing with you, it should be sufficient." At this very moment, a bizarre force field formed around Yi Yuan. This force field was not different from divine king domains from the perspective of bystanders. Inside the domain, three supreme true intents mixed together in complete harmony, forming a terrifying power. Seeing this scene, it was not up to Ji Bingyun to not be shaken up. He originally thought that Yi Yuan's ace in the hole should be the myriad soul extinction, and he had long made preparations. Being fellow apprentices with Yi Yuan for so long, how much capability Yi Yuan had, Ji Bingyun felt that he understood him very well. But now he finally understood the meaning of what Yi Yuan was talking about. Ever since Yi Yuan revealed his ident, he rarely exhibited his martial path cultivation in the outside world. Even the last time when facing Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan never exhibited it before as well. In the people's impression, Yi Yuan was still that alchemist who could only rely on divine soul mystic arts. This time he could even create 3 void mystic realm powerhouses. But Oh, body would have expected that Yi Yuan's martial path cultivation was actually so high. Ji Qingyun's concepts comprehension. Ji Bingyun was perfectly clear. Just 20 years' time had Pa S said, and Yi Yuan's concepts comprehension actually utterly shook him off behind already. This sort of comprehension speed was truly a bit too freakish, right? Furthermore, when had it been heard of that someone comprehended a divine king domain at the first level, Tao profound? Take this. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A terrifying power of domain rushed over towards Ji Bingyun. The so-called power of domain was that within a certain boundary, I alone reigned supreme. Within the domain boundary, the martial artist was the true king. Only experts who similarly possessed powers of domain could have the qualifications to have a showdown with them. However, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not sufficient to support the powers of domain at all. His domain looked powerful, but in reality, it was not as impressive as a genuine domain. Even so, for ordinary Tao profound experts to want to beat Yi Yuan, it was not quite enough. 3 great, supreme, true, intense fusing. Yi Yuan's offensive power was virtually unparalleled. Rain falling on scattered dust. Ji Bingyun's sword intent could not be said to not be strong. But upon contact with Yi Yuan's quasi-divine king domain, it was immediately ground into smithereens. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he smiled and said, Ji Bingyun, it's been 20 years. It seems like your improvement is far from as great as Ji Kanglin's. Do you feel that there's hope in dealing with me using these moves? Ji Bingyun could not help feeling exasperated. He did not think that 20 years' time, Yi Yuan was actually terrifying to this sort of degree. Forget it. Since you can't come up with anything new, then receive this move of mine. Limitless life-death sword. Yi Yuan's sword stabbed out. Ji Bingyun's expression abruptly changed. The slaughter concept presided over death. Scorching concept presided over life, while the concept of sword was that wheel that controlled life and death. Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword as the axle and perfectly fused the slaughter concept and concept of fire. The power of this sword was incomparably outrageous from start to finish. Even if Yi Yuan only had first-level Tao profound strength, when Ji Bingyun saw this scene, he had a feeling of not being able to use force to overcome it as well. 2 kinds of extremely contradicting concepts intertwining together. Yet the 2 were harmonious. This made Ji Bingyun had a feeling of his mind splitting up. Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus the sword being unleashed, arrived in front of Ji Bingyun in a blink of an eye. Ji Bingyun was greatly astonished and completely unleashed out all the abilities in his lifetime. Rumble. 2 rays of sword light intersecting, only to see Ji Bingyun's body fly out in reverse, like a cannonball. Yi Yuan had a tough time too, similarly being slammed flying out in reverse. But this sword, it was clearly Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan was just rebounded by the recoil strength, while Ji Bingyun could not block the terrifying sword intent of Yi Yuan's at all. Yi Yuan being able to perfectly fuse 3 kinds of supreme true intents. This was entirely thanks to the vast heaven steel. Ever since Yi Yuan opened up the vast heaven steel with Emperor Qi, he discovered that this place was completely a treasure trove. Inside the vast heaven steel's S, P, A, C, his speed of comprehending concepts was simply heaven-defying. In this period of time, Yi Yuan achieved comprehending the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword concept to the 8th stage without extra effort, then comprehended the Slaughter Supreme True intent to the 7th stage. Even the worst scorching Supreme True intent, Yi Yuan comprehended it to the 3rd stage too, and inside the vast heaven steel's S, P, A, C, Yi Yuan successfully merged together 3 kinds of supreme true intents, and had an initial grasp of divine king domain. This sort of improvement could simply use exaggerated to describe. Yi Yuan finally knew why Fengtian was able to grow into such a terrifying powerhouse. With the vast heaven steel, whatever void mystic realm was completely a cinch. Activating the vast heaven steel, Yuan seemed to have opened up another huge door. Behind this huge door could amplify his comprehension ability to the limits. However, Yi Yuan's essence energy realm was still a little too low in the end. Even if he could defeat Ji Bingyan, he was still unable to deal him a lethal blow. Ha ha ha! My lord is my lord. Really too mighty. First level Tao profound and able to comprehend a divine king domain. My lord is likely the entire divine realm's first person. Jiang Taitsong said with a big laugh. My lord is mighty. Rather, it was us who looked down on his excellency. Wu Luo was also abnormally excited. Ao Qian could not contain his joy even more and said, My lord, you're simply two freakies. Plus Elder Ting truly has discerning eyes like burning torches, to actually be able to find a successor like you. The three people were originally suppressed by Sun Man firmly, but seeing Yi Yuan actually had a display of invincible might, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants, their spirits rising by a great deal all at once. For some time, they actually fought with Sun Man until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. The three people were all people whose combat experiences were extremely rich. Ao Qian restrained Sun Man, while Jiang Taitsong and Wuluo were responsible for Hara, meant by the side. It was also that Ao Qian's divine king domain was powerful. Ao Qian practically unleashed the divine king domain to its limits. The domain of water was equipped with a tremendous inclusive attribute and could change into myriad forms. It was truly extremely rich in combat strength. Swapping anyone else to come and deal with Sun Man, they would have long been taken down by him. Yi Yuan raised his sword and stepped forward, preparing to charge towards Ji Bingyan once more when that black-clothed person finally moved. Did not see that he had any movements either. In a blink of an eye, he arrived before Yi Yuan. Rumble. A punch without the slightest hint of flash. Plus nest directly slammed onto Yi Yuan's quasi-divine king domain. Poo work! Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of fresh blood crazily and immediately fled out backward, toward this black-clothed person. Yi Yuan had actually paid very close attention all along, but he also did not think that this black-clothed person's strength was actually so powerful. Yi Yuan's fleshy body was extremely powerful. Hence, he could perceive that this punch earlier was completely the fleshy body's explosive power and not some essence energy martial technique at all. Moreover, his speed was exceedingly swift. It was not a movement martial technique, but entirely the power of an explosive nature, making his movements unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan crawled to his feet. Reaching his hand out to wipe away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, he looked at the black-clothed person and said coolly, Have we met anywhere before? Chapter 1065 Divine Rank Spirit Medicine Coming into Being. Chapter 1065 Divine Rank Spirit Medicine Coming into Being. J.E., what's a person like you who's about to die asking so much for? Done talking, the black-clothed person was clearly still standing on the spot when the sound of wind howling arrived with a whistle. Rumble. The ground behind Yi Yuan directly had a large crater smashed out. But as for Yi Yuan, he merged into heaven and earth, his figure vanished. Plussing from sight. Ha! Merging into heaven and earth? Paltry tricks. The black-clothed person gave a cold laugh, his figure disappearing once more. The next instant, a terrifying undulation came from the void. Rumble. Yi Yuan was actually blasted right out of the void by that black-clothed person. My lord. When Ao Qian Trio saw the scene, each and every one of their faces could not help changing drastically. Sun Man gave a cold laugh and said, You guys had best bother about yourselves first. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Man suppressed the three people firmly all at once. Under his divine king domain, Ao Qian Trio's divine king domains were suppressed until it was only left with a very small piece of area. For some time, the three people were surrounded by perils, especially Jiang Taizong and Wu Luo. Their divine king domains were virtually suppressed to the limits already. Their bodies also sustained considerable injuries. Compared to a powerhouse like Sun Man, the two of them were still too weak. Yi Yuan had yet to stand up when the black-clothed person arrived before his eyes again, instantly. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly and displayed merging into heaven and earth once more. The black-clothed person laughed coldly and smashed Yi Yuan out of the void a second time. Your understanding of the heavenly Tao is too shallow. This degree of merging into heaven and earth doesn't have the least bit of threat to me at all, said the black-clothed person nonchalantly. With these few blows, Yi Yuan's body was almost falling apart. If not for his fleshy body was powerful, he would likely have already been killed at this time. The black-clothed person's strength was unexpectedly powerful. Furthermore, this black-clothed person completely did not utilize a trace of other powers at all up until now. Just relying on the power of the fleshy body, he beat Yi Yuan until he did not have the slightest bit of strength to counterattack. But Yi Yuan did not doubt in the slightest that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was absolutely above his own. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to resolve his merging into heaven and earth move. Up till this present moment, this was Yi Yuan's first time encountering someone who could resolve this move of his. This black-clothed person was too strong. The black-clothed person walked slowly and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. He said coldly, "Gee, brat, prepare to die." The black-clothed person suddenly brandished his fist and smashed towards Yi Yuan. This punch had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. It was as if it could shatter SPC. But right then, a terrifying power came out of Yi Yuan's body. Rumble. The black-clothed person's body flew out backward. However, he was fine. Yi, this is Sacred Dragon Token? Couldn't tell that this brat's fortunes aren't shallow. However, it benefits this seat. Forcefully receiving the Sacred Dragon Token's attack, the black-clothed person actually did not seem to have been affected at all, and still talked in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan's face sunk. The feeling that this guy gave him was just like a great mountain, unable to budge at all. However, the more they exchanged blows, the more certain Yi Yuan was that he had definitely met this guy before somewhere. It was just that the things that the black-clothed person revealed were seriously too little, unable to judge at all. The black-clothed person still wanted to take action. Right then, the depths of the immemorial medicine garden released a blinding light. A terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden. Roar, roar, roar. Those desolate beasts' roaring sounds echoed out everywhere, as if they were frightened, clamoring to scatter in flight. Yi Yuan was just planning on having a great battle with the black-clothed person. He did not think that this black-clothed person actually pulled back himself. "Ha, boy, consider yourself lucky. I'll get down to proper business first. Later, I'll come and claim your little life again. Sun Man, we're going." Done talking, the black-clothed person's figure instantly vanished before Yi Yuan's eyes and sped toward the immemorial medicine garden's depths. Sun Man also repelled the three people with one move and together with Ji Bingyan, followed the black-clothed person, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Sun Man and the others withdrawing, Ao Qian Trio also heaved a long sigh in relief. Inclusive of Ao Qian, they were all forcefully hanging in there with a strand of willpower. At this time, the moment the pressure on their bodies eased up, each and every one of them all gasped heavily for air. "My lord, are you all right?" Ao Qian asked. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." You all seized the time to recover essence energy. This immemorial medicine garden doesn't seem to look too good. "My lord, has a divine rank spirit medicine come into being? Such powerful essence energy undulations. Tier 9 spirit medicines Can't reach it at all? Jiang Taitsong asked. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, Maybe, but I feel that it's likely not some auspicious object instead. When Jiang Taitsong and the rest heard that, their hearts involuntarily turned cold and they started recovering essence energy. This terrifying undulation spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden in an instant. Desolate beasts and medicine spirits all seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation, all becoming restless and uneasy. Originally, these desolate beasts and medicine spirits all had their own territories, but currently they seem to be having a great migration, leaving their territories. Ha ha ha! The divine rank spirit medicine finally came into being. Obtaining a divine rank spirit medicine, I'll be able to soar to the heavens in one bound and become the divine realm's supreme powerhouse. Wealth is sought in the midst of danger. This is a divine rank spirit medicine. Perhaps I'll be the first person to break through to deity realm in these 100,000 years. Divine rank spirit medicine. It must be a divine rank spirit medicine. This undulation. Apart from divine rank spirit medicine, there's absolutely no other possibility. The divine rank spirit medicine is mine. The martial artists that entered the immemorial medicine garden all seemed to be in a crazed state. The allure of a divine rank spirit medicine was seriously too great. In these 100,000 years, deity realm had always been an exceedingly sensitive topic. As long as there were items related to deity realm coming into being, there would definitely be a sanguinary slaughter. This time was no exception as well. How could those martial artists still care about whatever danger, surging over towards the immemorial medicine garden's depths altogether? In an area within the million-year region, Jian Wushuang had a cold smile on his face as he said, Uncle 13, I said that Ji Qingyin was deliberately scamming us, right? Such a terrifying essence, energy undulation. What is it if not a divine, rank spirit medicine? Still saying not letting us get involved in the messy situation? Ha ha, he was probably hoping for one less compet. One tour, right? But Sword 13's face was slightly hesitant as he said, You look at those desolate beasts. Each of every one of them seems to be fleeing for their lives. Even those medicine spirits are also all avoiding like the plague. The moment Jian Wushuang heard, he immediately stomped his foot and said, Sigh, Uncle 13! How can divine rank spirit medicines be obtained so easily? Those desolate beasts and medicine spirits, they're dreading the divine rank spirit medicine. That's why they are escaping. But to us martial artists, this might be the only chance to achieve deityhood. Sword 13's entire body trembled. Jian Wushuang's last sentence ultimately still moved him. The temptation of achieving deity realm, no one could resist it. Go. Sword 13's face fell as he said this. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed and hurriedly kept up. In a concealed corner of the 500,000-year region, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze exuding rays of brilliant light. Finally came into being this divine rank spirit medicine. I, Chao Tian, you must obtain it. Similar scenes were currently happening in the immemorial medicine garden. Each and every one of the powerhouses did not take action to contend for those rare spirit medicines. Their target was only this divine rank spirit medicine. Chapter 1066, Tao Spirit Fruit. Chapter 1066, Tao Spirit Fruit. Due to those desolate beasts and medicine spirits fleeing everywhere, the entire route was actually smooth without any obstruction. These martial artists virtually did not encounter much obstacles and arrived at the immemorial medicine garden's depths. This place already Serpa S, said the million-year region and belonged to the deepest area of the immemorial medicine garden. If not for the abnormal activities this time, it was practically impossible for martial artists to reach here. Yi Yuan and his group recovered their strength and also followed the main force and entered the region that they had never stepped foot in before. You guys look, that's a 500,000-year old wisteria cord. That's a 300,000-year old gold antelope wisp. The martial artists all cried out in shock. This stretch of region was filled with extremely old spirit medicines everywhere. These spirit medicines needed to expend tremendous effort in the outer regions before one could run into them, and even lose their lives because of it. But here they could be seen everywhere. But at this time, they could not be bothered to harvest these spirit medicines at all. Everyone rushed over towards a place where the essence energy undulations were the most intense. They did not wish to fall behind others. Following the people entering deep, the essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger. Some martial artists stuck on the gateway of a realm actually directly broke through cultivation realms under the impact of the surge of essence energy. Such thick essence energy strengthened everyone's belief even more. What came into being this time was definitely a divine, rank spirit medicine. Yi Yuan, who was currently walking, furrowed his brows and came to a halt. "What is it, my lord?" Wu Luo asked. "You all help to guard me. My cultivation already can't be suppressed anymore under this surge of essence energy impact." Yi Yuan said. The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they could not help being overjoyed. Immediately, everyone found a remote place, and Yi Yuan started breaking through. Yi Yuan had already remained at first level, Tao Profound, for a considerable amount of time, following his concept's comprehension advancing by leaps and bounds. His essence energy had long reached peak, first level, Tao Profound already. Being rushed by this surge of violent essence energy, his cultivation realm could not be controlled anymore and was going to break through to second level Tao Profound. After 2 hours, the Emperor Qi above Yi Yuan's essence energy surged and become over 10 times thicker than before. TSK, His Excellency's second level Tao Profound. Putting aside concept's comprehension, it's not at all inferior to ordinary martial artist's peak initial stage Tao Profound too. Jiang Taizong said with an emotional sigh. Ao Qian and the rest nodded their heads, deeply feeling the same way too. The Emperor Qi, when Yi Yuan broke through, was incomparably violent. Ordinary third-level Tao Profounds were indeed not as solid as Yi Yuan. Tao Profound realm, one world. The disparity between each minor realm was immensely huge. Even if ordinary martial artists cultivated for several hundred years, they might not be able to broke through a minor realm too. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The cultivation method that spirit bristle that fellow gave me probably only had the upper half. If my conjectures are right, the lower half cultivation method might be written with divine inscriptions. That's where the quintessence lies. The spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The more Yi Yuan cultivated, the more he felt that it was extensive and profound. At present, he had already reached Tao Profound realm, but Yi Yuan had a feeling of it being still incomplete. Legend said that the spirit bristle divine king only obtained the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art's upper half back then. This rumor was probably not true. Ever since after he comprehended the medicine Ji, Diesel canon, he had an even deeper understanding of divine Tao laws. He dared to confirm that if the spirit bristle divine king only obtained the upper half, there was absolutely no way of achieving that kind of horrifying accomplishments. Ao Qian Trio did not know what kind of existence the spirit bristle divine king was. But Wan Shuangzhou was perfectly clear. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Wan Shuangzhou opened his eyes wide and said, What my lord is cultivating is actually the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Back then, I helped that guy refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill. He used this cultivation method as remuneration and gifted it to me." Wan Shuangzhou's ALLS nearly popped out. Using the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art as the reward, how heaven-defying that medicinal pill was. Just using one's behind to think, and one would also know. Shuangzhou, is that whatever spirit bristle divine king very incredible? Jiang Taitsong said, very unconvinced. When he became famous, the spirit Bristle Divine King's reputation was still unknown. Therefore, he completely had not heard of the spirit Bristle Divine King's great reputation before. More than incredible. This cultivation method that my lord cultivates is known as the Divine Realms Number 2 cultivation method. It's the primary cultivation method of the spirit Bristle Divine King, ranked 2 among the 10 great divine kings. Would you say it's impressive or not? Wan Shuangzhou exclaimed with admiration. 10 great divine kings? Is it very impressive? Ao Qian said very disdainfully, but Yi Yuan nodded his head at this time and said, "Those like Sun Man are completely inadequate to look at in front of the 10 great divine kings. If I really have to make a comparison, I think Senior Longtang's strength should be on the same level as them." As so powerful. With this, Ao Qian was convinced. Ao Qian refused to yield to anyone in this life and was only convinced by Longtang. He knew that even if he was known as the Dragon Clan's #1 powerhouse, the disparity was immense with Longtang's strength too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Not Senior Longtang's strength when at the Dragon Clan, but his strength after he met Senior Fang Tian. Ugh, looks like I have got to think of a way to get the lower half of the cultivation method." In his previous life, Yi Yuan did not care about cultivation methods. Even if he received the spirit Bristle Nine Yang divine art, he never thought of cultivating it before either. But this time, Yi Yuan yearned for cultivation methods considerably, especially after witnessing the might of the medicine Ji. Oh, D-Soul Cannon! Yi Yuan thirsted for the lower half of the spirit Bristle Nine Yang divine art even more. You guys look. That is a Tao spirit tree. It's really a Tao spirit tree. I didn't think that inside this immemorial medicine garden there's actually a Tao spirit tree of the legends. The Tao spirit tree is a divine tree. Legend has it that the Tao spirit tree blooms once every 500,000 years, bears fruit once every 500,000 years, and only matures after another 500,000 years. The Tao spirit fruit after maturing. It's said that as long as one consumes it, they will be able to affirm their Tao and achieve deityhood. There seems to be a fruit on the tree. Could it be the Tao spirit fruit of the legends? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became not quite right. A Tao spirit fruit able to immediately corroborate one's Tao and become a deity. This temptation, in an era where one was incapable of becoming a deity, no one could resist it at all. Everyone held their breaths, eyes looking towards the Tao spirit fruit without even blinking. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus several figures finally could not hold back and took off. Russ, H, I, plussing over towards the Tao spirit tree. These few people's strengths were immensely powerful. The weakest was a divine king realm expert. How could the others be willing to fall behind? Seeing these few people rush towards the Tao spirit fruit, each and every one of them sped over like the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of powerful flames flashed past. Those few divine king experts who were the first to sweep towards the Tao spirit fruit were instantly burned into flying ashes. There's a grand array protecting. This Tao spirit tree has a grand array protecting. Everyone, don't go forward. Someone yelled loudly, but it was already too late. There were several people following close on the heels and could not pull back in time at all, and were similarly burned into nothing by the grand array. This grand array was too terrifying. Divine King powerhouses actually could not even stir up a single wave inside. At this time, an old man divided the crowd, walked to the front ranks, and said, "This is the ancient divine rank grand array, heaven burning annihilation, chaos grand array. Everyone, don't act rashly. This array formation, even deity realm powerhouses might not be able to break through." Chapter 1067, Sun Man's Proposal. Chapter 1067, Sun Man's proposal, the old man's words made everyone fall into despair. An array formation that even deity realm powerhouses could not break. How could they all, these people, possibly crack it? The Tao spirit fruit that could help them break through to the deity realm was placed before their eyes, and they actually could not reach it. Nothing was more tormenting than this. Master Ding, you're a formation's path master. Can you lead us to break through the grand array? Somebody asked. This old man was none other than precisely the Heavenly Dawn Palace's formation's path master, Ding Zhanggua. After the Heavenly Dawn Palace's people left Yi Yuan and his group, they went all the way deep in. When the essence energy here surged, they also rushed over right away. When Ding Zhanggua saw this grand array, he had a look of despair at that time as well. Ding Zhanggua shook his head when he heard that and said, "If divine rank array formations were so easy to crack, what did this old man come to find what Tao spirit fruit for?" Hearing his words, everyone had even more hopeless looks. They all looked at the Tao spirit fruit overflowing with essence energy, their hearts like being scratched by cats, abnormally itchy and hard to bear. Could it be that we can only watch blankly like this? That is a Tao spirit fruit. Someone said with unwillingness in their heart. This kind of situation, no one would be willing either. Deity realm. This was countless martial artists' lifelong pursuit for 100,000 years. Within easy reach, but while right under their noses, was far away at the horizon. In the crowd, Ao Qian asked Yi Yuan softly, "My lord, is that really a Tao spirit fruit?" Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Indeed, exactly the same as a Tao spirit fruit. It's just that I keep feeling that something is not quite right. If this place has a Tao spirit tree, it's impossible that Father didn't bring me over to have a look back then. Moreover, the Medicine King Hall was shut for 20 years, and Sun Man had never appeared before. His sudden appearance this time also makes me feel rather odd. Also, that black-clothed person is definitely not an ordinary person. I keep feeling that I've seen him before somewhere." The Tao spirit tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant. It was born as a divine rank spiritual object and was incomparably rare. If the Tao spirit plant was sealed inside the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, there would not be any danger at all. With Ji Xingyang's strength, he could totally bring him over and experience it. But Ji Xingyang did not. "My lord, could it be that you're thinking too much? A divine rank spirit medicine coming into being, the Medicine King Hall is likely unable to stay calm either, right? Moreover, the Tao spirit fruits undulations that Serpa. SES Tier 9, it shouldn't be fake, right?" Jiang Taitsong said, "Yeah, my lord, this essence energy undulation absolutely Serpa. SES Tier 9. It's also no different from the legendary Tao spirit fruit's aura. Shouldn't have any problem, right?" Ao Qian also said. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I hope so." Yi Yuan's heart realm breaking through to heaven-man unity, he more or less had some inferences toward many things in the unseen world. He kept feeling that his concern was not groundless. Just as Yi Yuan was wavering hesitantly, Sun Man suddenly rose up into the air and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, since you've already arrived here, how can there be the logic of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? This sun has a proposal. I wonder if everyone is willing or not." Sun Man's words immediately aroused everyone's attention. Hearing the meaning in these words, Sun Man had a way of dealing with this divine, rank grand array. At present, everyone was currently in the midst of despair. Suddenly hearing that there was a way, how could they be unwilling? What method does Hall Master Sun have? Just feel free to say it. Yeah, Hall Master Sunday. The chance to achieve deity realm is right before our eyes. We can't just give up like this, right? These martial artists could not wait to listen to Sun Man's method. Even Ding Zhanggua did not have any means. At this time, there was only making a Hail Mary effort. Sun Man sneered coldly in his heart. Just the likes of you fools also wish to achieve deity realm? But he naturally could not bring it out on the surface. He just slowly said, Masterding is a formation's path, great master, second only to the grand Yen divine king in the divine realm. Although this grand array is an ancient divine rank grand array, I feel that he should be able to see through where this array formation's vulnerable area lies. Since we can't pass S through this array formation, why not everybody joins forces and break this grand array together? We have so many people here. Even a divine, ranked grand array probably can't withstand so many of our attacks, too. Following Sunman saying finish, the crowd burst into an uproar all of a sudden. They felt that Sunman's proposal was truly brilliant and immediately echoed voices of assent. Yeah, we probably have 100,000 martial artists here. If we're of one heart and join forces, the power is extremely terrifying. Perhaps we really can break this grand array. Hall Master Sun's suggestion is really too reliable. 100,000 martial artists, among which even have quite a few void mystic realm powerhouses. I don't believe that it can't break the grand array. Hall Master Sun, how about this? You take command. We'll all listen to you. Sun Man made a hand gesture, making everyone shush, and said in a clear voice, I wonder what are the opinions of the fellow void mystic realms? Ding Zhanghua and Shu Yunqing exchanged a glance, and both nodded their heads. Ding Zhanghua said in a clear voice, This elderly self has no objections. I have no objections. Sword 13 also voiced out, I have no objections either. Hidajiang also spoke up at an appropriate time. His injuries finally recovered a little through a period of recuperating, but his current state was even worse than Shu Yunqing's. No objections. Chao Tianyu, who appeared before everyone's eyes for the first time, also spoke up. Right on the heels of that, one voice after another sounded out. They did not have any objections towards Sunman's proposal. Counting it, the Void Mystic Realm experts were actually as many as 13 people. Close to half of the people among them did not reveal themselves in front of people after entering the immemorial medicine garden. At present, it seemed like apart from Sunman's suggestion, there was no other path that could be taken. These void mystic powerhouses asked for nothing else. Their only pursuit was the Tao spirit fruit. Letting them leave at this point, that was impossible. When the other martial artists heard all of these void, mystic realm powerhouses agree, they immediately felt the pressure on their bodies surmount. Without a doubt, these void mystic realm powerhouses were the strongest compet. 1. Tours for the Tao spirit fruit. But the temptation of the Tao spirit fruit was seriously too great. They were unable to refuse at all. Furthermore, who knew that they could or could not obtain the Tao spirit fruit? Before the Spirit Bristle Divine King acquired the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang Divine Art, who knew him? Among the martial artists present, there were quite a few Divine King Realm experts. There were even many peak Divine King powerhouses. These people were also just a step away from the Void Mystic Realm. How could they be willing to give up on the Tao Spirit Fruit? Quite a few of them already made the decision in their hearts. Once they caught the Tao Spirit Fruit, they would swallow it at all costs, as long as they could escape and find a place to enter close seclusion. When they came out again, they would be able to sweep across the divine realm. This sort of temptation, and, body could resist it. Sunman nodded his head, very satisfied with these people's replies. But finally he turned his gaze to Yi Yuan and said coolly, Qingye and the others have all agreed. What about you? This sentence drew everyone's gaze toward Yi Yuan. Only then did they recall that Yi Yuan brought along 2 void mystic realm powerhouses. As for Ao Qian, they were still unaware that he had already broken through to void mystic. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan mused for a moment, but said coolly, we withdraw. Chapter 1068, we were wrong. Chapter 1068. We were wrong the moment Yi Yuan's words came out. Everyone burst into an uproar. especially those void mystic powerhouses. Each and every one of them used inconceivable gazes and looked towards Yi Yuan. Sun Man's expression darkened, and he asked, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Bullsh asterisk T. Would I not know what I said?" "Fine. Since you withdraw. This Tao spirit fruit doesn't have your share. If at that time you dare to S-N-A-C H the Tao spirit fruit, then it is becoming public enemies with everybody." Sun Man said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, "You guys play yourselves then. Although I very much want to urge everyone to not join in this matter. You definitely wouldn't listen. As for the consequences, shoulder it yourselves." Yi Yuan's words made Sun Man's heart sink. As for the rest, they all used a peculiar expression and looked towards Yi Yuan. Because Yi Yuan's words were very odd. This was the one and only chance to break through to deity realm. What kind of consequences could there be? Any more severe consequences? They would also be willing to bear it. Ha! You want to mislead the Ma. SES with fallacies? The chance for deity realm is within reach. Who's willing to give up this opportunity? Sun Man said with a cold smile. His words reached the bottom of everyone's hearts. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to stop these people, but because he knew that even if he dissuaded them, it was useless too. There were so many void, mystic realm powerhouses here. Dissuading with martial strength was even more futile. The chance for deity realm? You probably want to utilize everyone's strength to open this grand array, right? I'm very curious, though, just what the HELL is inside here, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Sun Man got. Could it be that this brat knew something? Sun Man's expression darkened, and he said in a clear voice, "Everybody heard that. Ji Qingyin gives up the right to fight for the Tao spirit fruit. Later, if he dares to make a move to S-N-A-T-C H the Tao spirit fruit, it's becoming public enemies with everyone." Everyone did not speak up, because Qingyun Zi's prestige was too high. But from their expressions, one could also tell that they absolutely did not allow Yi Yuan to encroach on the Tao spirit fruit. After all, he was not willing to put forth strength. Sun Man said again, "Let's say the nasty things first. If the array formation opens, everybody gets the Tao spirit fruit based on your own capabilities. As for who it ends up with, it will depend on each one's good luck." This was also an inherent right to the problem. Everyone was already aware of it. Regarding Yi Yuan's decision, Ao Qian Trio naturally did not dare have any dissent. But looking at the Tao spirit fruit, the four of them were still incomparably hankered after it. "And my lord, do we really not want that Tao spirit fruit?" Jiang Taitsong could not resist asking. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you guys very moved? All feel that I'm making a big fuss over nothing. Is that so?" Jiang Taitsong's expression was ugly, and he said with an obsequious smile, "And my lord, old Jiang doesn't mean that." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If any of you wish to join in, I won't stop you either. After all, this is the chance to become a deity. If I bar the way, I might appear to be too unreasonable." Jiang Taitsong hurriedly waved his hands the moment he heard and said, No, my lord, I was just saying. You just take it as me." Old Jiang letting out a fart. Ao Qian could not watch on any more and spoke up. "My lord, Taitsong," Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Ao Qian and said coolly, "There is little common ground for understanding between people of differing daos. If any one among you guys want to contend for that chance to become a deity, you can tell me. I absolutely won't stop it and can even undo the soul contract. But our fate will come to an end here." Yi Yuan's words made the four people palpitate with fear. His Excellency normally had a kind and pleasant countenance and rarely restrained them, but this time he seemed to have really become angry. Done talking, Yi Yuan minded his own business and went to one side and shut his eyes to rest his mind, The four people exchanged glances, their expressions all incomparably ugly. Over there, Ding Zhanghua was already feeling out the weak area of the grand array. Everyone was looking at him anxiously. While Ao, Qian, the four of them were akin to ants on a hot pan. The time they followed Yi Yuan was not long, but they received tremendous grace from Yi Yuan. They were long dead set on Yi Yuan already. It was just that this time it concerned becoming a deity. They were really unable to remain composed. That was why they would question Yi Yuan's decision. Ha ha! He's already giving you guys the cold shoulder. You all are still chasing after him? Ji Brat already said that he's willing to undo your soul contracts. This is a chance to achieve deity realm. Do you all want to give up? At this time, Yu Xinping suddenly appeared and said with a laugh. Starting from Yi Yuan saying to give up on the Tao spirit fruit, he had been paying attention to the situation on this side. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually fell out with his subordinates, Yu Xinping was abnormally excited. He saw that Ao Qian and the rest could not make the decision. Hence, he wanted to incite them to betray Yi Yuan. This way, Yi Yuan being all by himself would be much easier to deal with. Those wanting to kill Yi Yuan here were not one or two people. Without these void mystic realm powerhouses, he would not be far from death as well. It was fine if he did not show up, but with this shooting off his mouth, Jiang Taitsong immediately exploded. He pointed at Yu Xinping's nose and cursed. What the H-E-L has it got to do with you here? What has it got to do with you if your father can't become a deity? Your father just doesn't want to become a deity, so what? Worrying over people eating salty carrots. You want to sow discord, is it? When your grandpa Jiang is playing this trick, you were still in your mother's tummy. Get lost for your father. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you look all over the floor for your teeth. Done talking, he did not bother with the dumbfounded and mouth gaping Yu Xinping either, and directly scurried before Yi Yuan and knelt down, slapping himself nonstop as he said viciously, "My lord, it was old Jiang, who was befuddled. Old Jiang understands that, my lord, you are doing it for our good. In this life, old Jiang isn't going anywhere. I pledge allegiance to my lord for life." Seeing this scene, Yu Xinping opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. This scene's change was seriously too quick. He did not think that this guy was actually really able to resist the temptation of becoming a deity. Right at this time, Ao Qian glared at him fiercely and said icily, "Asked you to get lost, didn't hear? Want your grandpa Ao to send you off, is it?" Yu Xinping did not fear Jiang Taitsong, but he was not Ao Qian's match. Seeing Ao Qian about to fly off the handle, he said with an awkward look, haha, G going right now." Seeing Yu Xinping walk far away, Ao Qian trio came before Yu Xinping and directly knelt down. "My lord," Ao Qian was muddled. "My lord, please punies. H." Plus, done talking, he also gave himself 2 tight slaps. Wu Luo and Ruan Shuangzhou also imitated Ao Qian and said, "My lord, please punies. H." Plus, Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the four people's face, his tone somewhat cold as he said, "This is the first time and also the last time. Everyone says that if you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. To me, this is the case. To you guys, it's similarly like so. Although you all are my servants in name, I've never treated you guys as servants. If you all don't even trust me, then our fate has also come to an end." The four people's hearts turned fearful, and they said in unison, "My lord, we were wrong." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. His tone relaxed a little and said, "Talking about deity realm, I yearn for it more than any of you. But this time, trust me, this Tao spirit fruit definitely has something wrong." Yi Yuan's such firm tone made the four people startled in their hearts. Chapter 1069. 100,000 martial artists breaking the formation together. Chapter 1069. 100,000 martial artists breaking the formation together. Perk Ding Zhanghua, who is currently studying the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, giving everyone a scare. "Master Ding, are you all right?" Seeing his appearance, there was immediately someone who went up to show great concern. At this very moment he was everyone's hope. Even if there was a bit of rustling of leaves in the wind, it would affect everyone's hearts. Ding Zhangue waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. It's just overly exhausting my mind. This divine, rank grand array is indeed incomparably profound." This old man comprehended for 3 days and nights, and finally caught a trace of inkling. Hearing Ding Zhangue say so, everyone all had excited looks. Sun Man came forward and said with clasped hands, "Since Master has some gains, please advise on how to break the formation." Ding Zhangue slowly nodded his head and said, "I dare not say give advice, but everyone should be of one mind and work together. This heaven-burning annihilation, chaos grand array truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Even among divine rank grand arrays, it should be an immensely powerful existence too. It's just that through the devastation of time, it's already far from before. Otherwise, no matter how many people we have, it's impossible to break it too." Everyone waited for Ding Zhangue to continue with looks of antic. Patience. They were completely unconcerned with how profound the grand array was. They only wanted to know how to break the formation. 3 days of waiting. They were already burning with impatience. Ding Zhangue continued slowly. "Initially, this grand array is without any weakness to exploit, as if it's chaos, making people having no way of making the first move. But no idea why, there's a nodal point in the southeastern direction that's very weak. When the time comes, everybody must attack this point together. There should be hopes of breaking the formation." When Ding Zhangue finished talking, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, appearing very disdainful. These 3 days he had nothing to do and was also observing this grand array the whole time. "My lord, did Master Ding say incorrectly?" Yuan Shuangzhou asked softly. Yi Yuan said, "This grand array has clearly sustained heavy damage before and is long a far cry from before already. Although that node in the southeast direction is a weak area, it's one of the array formation's strongest nodal points. Its power is bound to be extremely strong. Even if they can break the array formation, probably over half of the martial artists present will be dead or injured." The words made Ao Qian and the rest feel a chill run down their spines. Over half dead or injured. That was at least 50,000 martial artists. Such terrifying power was simply unheard of. Very clearly, Ding Zhangue did not see through this point. Yi Yuan's comprehension of this grand array had far surpassed, said Ding Zhangue. While talking, that side already prepared to break the formation. It was only to see them all rub their fists and wipe their palms, abnormally excited. However, they did not know that the D of death had already quietly arrived. Once they broke the formation, the vicinity would definitely become HELL on Earth. The densely packed crowd of martial artists came to that weak node in the southeast direction. Sun Man stood in the air and called out in a clear voice, "Now, everyone, each of you circulates your strongest attacks and await my command. Everybody make a move in unison and attack this nodal point at the same time. We only have one chance. If we can't break the grand array, we'll likely suffer the grand array's backlash immediately. Hence, I hope that everyone doesn't think about holding back strength. Once the others are annihilated by the grand array, you all can forget about getting the Tao spirit fruit as well." One had to admit that Sun Man was an expert in stirring up the atmosphere. With him saying so, the expressions on everyone's faces became solemn. Among them, there were clearly quite a number of people harboring the mentality of fists. Plussing in troubled waters. They planned on showing up for the work, but not exerting themselves, saving strength to S. And A to C. The Tao spirit fruit at the back. With Sun Man saying so, probably the vast majority of the people would not dare to have this notion anymore. A grand array's backlash was no joke. Those few Divine King experts' outcomes previously, everyone already saw it. Sun Man slowly swept a glance over everyone and said coldly, "Now begin!" Following Sun Man's order, all of the martial artists each displayed their strongest martial technique, ACCU, mulating power and awaiting release. With over 100,000 martial artists displaying martial techniques at the same time, this spectacle was truly incomparably Astonies. Plussing, casting one's gaze over, as far as the eye could see, was filled with a dazzling, multicolored light, incomparably breathtaking. Everyone was ACCU, mulating power and awaiting release. But the essence energy undulations which everyone exuded virtually made people asphyxiated. This point, it was not just Yi Yuan and his group felt it. Even they themselves felt it too. At this instant, they suddenly had a sort of blind confidence. They felt that this round of collective volley, even deity realm powerhouses would have to nurse a grievance to. They had never felt that they were so powerful before. Release! Sun Man gave a fierce cry. All of the martial artists practically fired over towards that grand array's nodal point at the same time. Those who entered the immemorial medicine garden, even the weakest, had phaseless realm strength. This round of collective release was truly unbelievably astounding. One wave after another of incredibly powerful attacks converged to form a terrifying destructive power, blasting on the grand array. That sort of feeling was akin to two armies facing off, 10,000 arrows releasing together, the whole process being incomparably grand. But these martial artists' control over their own attacks, those soldiers could not hold a candle to it. Each attack did not deviate in the slightest. 100,000 attacks landed on that node accurately, giving off a series of rumbling sounds. Rumble. The entire grand array started trembling intensely, especially that nodal point, which actually fragmented apart. When those martial artists saw the situation, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. But in the next instant, their smiles froze on their faces. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus terrifying fire essence power sprawled out above the grand array, turning into countless streams of light and shooting into the crowd of martial artists. That spectacle was akin to a meteor shower raining down, except the destructive power of these flames were countless times stronger compared to a meteor shower. Arg! Waves of miserable cries sounded over. How could those martial artists still bother with S? N. A. T. C. Hing what Tao spirit fruit? Each and every one of them scattered in all directions. Shrill, miserable cries rising one after another. In a blink of an eye, this immemorial medicine garden really became HELL on Earth. Virtually half of the martial artists were directly burned to death by this raging flame. Yi Yuan hit the mark. Yi Yuan, let me out! Suddenly, a voice came from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was Yi Qing. Ever since after Yi Yuan went to Bright Moon City, he had been in close seclusion in the vast heaven pag. All along. After giving birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan helped him to tidy up his meridians too. This made his cultivation speed became very fast. At present, he was already middle stage tier 9. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he let Yi Qing out. What is it? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ever since Yi Qing entered the vast heaven pag, he never came out again. But this time he had a rare show of initiative to request to come out. Yi Qing said, "That Tao spirit tree is already dead. I sense a terrifying aura transmitting over from underground. These fools seem to have poked a hole in the sky. Yi Yuan, quickly run. Any slower, and you won't be able to escape anymore." The moment these words came out, the expressions of Ao Qian and the rest all changed drastically. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan's prophecy had come true and hit the mark. This whatever Tao spirit fruit indeed had a problem. Rumble. Right then, within the heaven-burning annihilation, chaos grand array, a maw. S. Sieve Vine broke out of the earth and slammed onto the grand array from inside. The position it attacked was precisely that vulnerable nodal point. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds as if S breaking transmitted over. Thin lines of cracks appeared on the grand array,